tell me something. I didn't receive the, you know, for the pauses, like the PNG that let us. Is it okay if I use our own?
Sure. Yeah.
I created another one.
Yes, that's of course. That's perfectly fine.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, so we are connected, and I'll return the host powers back to you.
All right.
And you are good to go.
All right. Well, thank you, Tommy.
Of course,
nice to
you're
see
welcome.
you.
Good seeing you too. Have a great day.
The same to you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Hey, Jenny. Hi, Jen. How are you? It's nice to have you. Oh, hi, Jenna. How are you? Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today. Is it very late for you now? No? Okay, great.
It's 5 p.m., so it's perfectly.
Okay, that's great. Well, thank you so much. It's so nice to see you.
Absolutely, you too.
Hey, Adam. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to
Good
see
morning.
you.
Good to see you too. We should be starting, well, in a minute, but for the reviewers, I'm going to start with a short introduction about the studio. Adam, you're very familiar with the studio by now, but so it is always great to have your input. I'm super excited that you're also here for the final review. After the intro to the studio, I'm also gonna go through you, well, what the review format is gonna be like. And after that, I will introduce your reviewers to the students, so you know a little bit more. So the students know a little bit more about you. Let's see, I think most of the students are here. So good morning, everyone. Finally, it's happening. You're done. So I hope you enjoyed today. Well, I mean, maybe we should just start, right? Let's see, who else is missing? Will and Emily are here, so they're supposed to start with the review, and I'm happy they didn't oversleep. So that's a good thing. Okay.
Thought about it.
So you thought about it? No, come on.
No.
It would give me a heart attack. All right. Okay, so maybe let's just start. All right, so the studio is titled Good, Well, Better. And well, you must be already familiar with this since I already shared. Just give me a second. Let me hide floating meeting controls. Okay, great. I already shared this brochure with the reviewers. If you didn't have a time to go over, just want to give a little bit more context about the studio, and also for you to well know what we will be reviewing today. So it's titled Good, Well, Better, and today we're going to be reviewing the work of 13 students. But on the first session, which is this morning's first session, we're going to be revising the work of 3 groups. So just 5 people divided into 3 groups. Just as a little bit of an overview, well, given today's public health crisis, the studio asks the students and us to wonder about the past attitudes towards similar issues, trying to understand how these preoccupations regarding architecture and health have been culturally and, of course, architecturally constructed. So to do so, to interrogate the organization of welfare and the public assistance in the context of Austin, Texas, I have encouraged the students to respond to this collective site by questioning the spatial types, both architectural and infrastructural, that directly or indirectly deal with the city's medicalizing processes. So then the students, by taking these types as a given, they have projected strategies that reconsider their established arrangement of space and the expected consequences this have in the construction of a more diverse concept of public health. So in a way, we're just trying to expand what public health means and what is the role of architecture in its construction. So you will see that not all of the types that the students have been studying throughout the semester directly relate with more conventional definitions of health. So not just hospital clinics, but also pieces of infrastructure like waste management, water management, and others. So the studio, final, let's say, goal is to expand architecture's methods of analysis when we're confronted with past, so history, and current, well, the present attitudes towards health in the built environment, and how this can help us project a more sustainable relationship with our bodies, our dwellings, and our cities, when care and sustenance are the drivers of change. Regarding the studio's methodology, this is a design research studio, and therefore this design research projects are seen as critical forms of both documentation and of representation. So to document, to represent, and to project is seen in the studio as essential tasks towards a deeper understanding of spatial production at all scales. So the broader pedagogical ambition is to challenge conventional definitions of what architecture is and to advance inventive approaches while enabling critical action in the built environment, but also within our discipline. So our tactics will explicitly question predominant interpretations of architecture and of the built environment as merely physical constructs. Just to give you a little bit more about information about how the studio's sequence was organized. Well, it had two parts. One in which we did like a historical analysis and progression of the students' selected types. And later, we also conducted a series of survey drawings or survey documentations of parts of the city of Austin that contains or that are directly affected or conditioned or let's say established around this particular types, just to understand how let's say healthcare concerns are not just seen through the lens of architecture, but sometimes also through the lens of urban design, territorial organization, and even through the lens of objects. So those were like the different scales that the students analyzed. And of course, this initial first part framed then the projective strategies that the students well, have developed. And of course, this means that each student had to take an architectural position. So a little, you will see that each project is its own thesis project as well. Since because I asked them to take an architectural position and a research assumption in terms of the studio's thematic focus. So, well, today we're going to be revising nine projects, but as I mentioned at the beginning, in this first session, we're only going to revise 3. So these are, something happened there. Okay, so these are the students' project. If you feel like you would like to have a little bit of more context to understand what the projects are about, I encourage you to go over this little abstracts of what the projects are. But also in regards to the review format, since this is as I mentioned, a research-based design studio, the students have collected all of their research in some documentary films that I will be presenting or sharing. And in the end, we're going to have around 20 to 25 minutes to discuss the work. Let me stop sharing this. And so I don't know, Jana, Adam, and Jen, if you have questions at this point.
Just a very practical question. How long did the students work on the project? Was it from the beginning?
Yeah, from the beginning. So since the second week, sorry. So during the first week, we had an introductory assignment just to get, well, to introduce the students to the methodology of the studio. But since the second week, they started with their research, and then the final project is around 8 weeks.
Okay.
So they're roughly schematic designs at this point. Like the first pass at an schematic design. All right. So, other questions? No. All right. So I just want to introduce the reviewers for the students to know a little bit more of who are joining us today. So from, well, the School of Architecture, we have Jennifer Wong. She is the director of the Materials Lab. So hi, Jenny. Thank you so much for joining us today. Also from the School of Architecture, we have Adam Miller, who has been for the past 2 years during the same time as I have been the Emerging Scholar Fellow, our Race and Gender in the Built Environment Fellow. And as an external reviewer, we have Jana Bistrick. She was an associate at AMO OMA in Rotterdam since 2010 until 2018. During that time, she led the Small Hermitage and Tretiakov Museum transformations, helped launch the Strelka Education Program and the Countryside Research Project, including the Harvard GSD Rotterdam studios, culminating in the 2020 Countryside exhibition at the Guggenheim Museum in New York that opened this year, right, Jana? And it was
closed
right before the the pandemic,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So with KCAP since 2008 and 2010, Jana was the lead editor of the PERM Strategic Master Plan, the first design-based master plan and transformation strategy for a deindustrializing city in Russia. In 2018, Jana founded her own design and research agency called District for the built and the natural environment. She's based in Rotterdam, and she currently teaches at the, I'm gonna butcher this name because my Dutch is terrible, Wageningen University at the Landscape Architecture and Planning Department. She's also the author of several publications on topics related to climate, nature, and the permafrost thaw crisis. So welcome, everyone. Jana, thank you for joining us. Adam and Jen, I'm very excited for the conversation. Students, now the screen is yours. So Emily and June, if you would like to introduce yourselves, I'm gonna make sure to start streaming your videos.
Yeah, I'm not June, but I'm William.
Oh, Emily and Will.
I'll fill in for June though, I guess. Hi, I am William Hackman. I'm in my second year of the MArch program.
Hi, I'm Emily Yoon, and I'm also in second year in the MArch program.
So this semester, Emily and I have been tackling the issue on water and water management. So just for a quick brief abstract of our approach and project, water needs to have an equal value and importance so it can be protected and managed correctly. Currently, water management and infrastructure do not impact design. It is forced to conform. If water needs to be valued and relevant in order to prevent a barren future, then why is design and urban planning neglecting it altogether? This is where change needs to occur. Emphasizing a narrative around visibility helps integrate narratives related to recycled plastics into the ethics of choice. Perhaps it is this very visibility of choice that makes water reclamation a rather profound political act. If we continue to project ideas of the future that depend on things like underground invisible infrastructures, we will continue to replicate and sustain a way of doing that removes agency from humans and architects. Therefore, a study of technology, systems, and form can be undergone in order to create a design system that can influence rather than respond, all while respecting and preserving water through means of collection. More water can be captured, valued, and saved by creating an effective design that can be adapted to any building typology in any condition. A modular system as such will be greatly important moving into the future when water becomes more and more scarce and less equally available to all, especially in suburbs where new modular technologies can be applied. If the field of architecture and design is meant to propose a lasting solution to this multidisciplinary problem, it needs to do so in a manner that stays grounded to the profession. All right, Pierre, whenever you're ready.
Okay, sounds good.
It is inherently impossible to associate creation, fertility, and necessity with something other than water. From the birth of life on our planet to the dawn of human civilization, water has not merely been an accessory to life, but life itself. But despite its importance, water on our planet is still wasted and discriminated against. The lack of public interest, disparate management, indolent government initiatives, and poor planning has birthed the detrimental question, is there a right to clean water, and if so, who holds this powerful right? The answer to this question will affect how the definition and approach to an effectively equal opportunity to health are supplied to moving forward, all while our most crucial element hangs in the balance. Managing this liquid utility has always held tremendous power across space and time, whether that is publicly or privately, but the physical infrastructure instinctively stays the same. Simply put, water is located from a local source, removed, cleaned, stored, distributed, used, removed, cleaned, and then repeated. A naturally complex system subconsciously forgets the simple truth that equally available and clean water should be accessible to all. While the issues relating to water are always impeding, some cities have navigated and planned responsibly to avoid shutoffs and bias in their cities. The city of Austin is one of those cities. Today, the utility draws from the Colorado River and surrounding aquifers, taking full advantage of the natural resources that make Austin's water situation highly beneficial and unique. But the most dangerous and unseen difficulties are those that are less publicly relevant at the moment in regards to providing adequate and impartial infrastructure moving into the future. The population of Texas will double by 2070, with 90% of the population living in metropolitan areas, creating tremendous amounts of stress on local infrastructure and resources. Austin and the surrounding hill country are the most threatened due to its extremely fast and dense growth rate, leading to the quicker deterioration of groundwater. The geography of Austin's water infrastructure and natural resources are located central to downtown, creating potential water deserts to the north and south and smaller towns with fewer resources. Moreover, water prices increase the further they move away from their source, due to construction and operation costs, harming those communities and schools in less fortunate neighborhoods where the price of living is promoted to be cheaper. This large expanse of travel is very costly to the end users when there is no efficient infrastructure set in place, and can lead to completely uninhabitable communities. Presently, water management and its corresponding systems, as applied into architecture, are almost unnoticeable when generally observed or studied. These systems, in most instances, react to a pre-existing design rather than influence or elevate it. This is directly relatable in Austin's Central Public Library. As a LEED Platinum building, the library itself does many things right to recycle and reclaim water, but these systems do not help direct the overall design and form. The gutter and corresponding pipes are squeezed in as if they are flat 2D objects, with little relevance when compared to the overall design. The same can be said and noticed in our urban fabric. The water system weaves in and out of the built environment, again as if perceived as a simple flat two-dimensional infrastructure. This creates highly inefficient methods of distribution and collection. It is a misrepresented system, ignored in urban design, and visually concealed within architecture. Because of this deliberate invisibility, water management will be more prone to unequal distribution within the surrounding suburbs moving into the future. Suburbs and their systems and water sources, which are usually much smaller, will begin to feel the pressure as population density increases, leading to potential water deserts surrounding our cities or primary water locations. Fortunately, Austin Water has already proposed plans including the Austin 100-Year Water Plan and Renewing Austin programs. It is estimated that by 2040, Austin will produce, capture, and treat 20 times more water from buildings than any other city in the United States. But what technologies and systems are in place to accomplish this feat? What role does the field of architecture and design play in this matter? And how can our approach and expertise construct a tool that contributes to this unsettling dilemma? A solely design-based alternative is not enough to resolve such a complex issue, but can help initiate a better narrative. But what might this look like, and how can this be implemented in a way that gives responsibility to both the individual and the collectivity? Our response to this question has led to the design and implementation of a 3D printed water collecting module made to adapt to all current building typologies and even create adaptive typologies of its own. To do this, the module had to be designed and tailored in a way that is both simple and efficient. Thus, we started by reimagining the typical roof gutter. Currently as used, the gutter is merely applied to transport, not collect. Therefore, the module we have pursued not only transfers rainwater, but also collects it. To accomplish this, the module uses two precise methods. One being an open receptacle to capture any falling rainwater, utilized by the collecting module. The second being calculated slope surfaces to both direct flow and seize any humidity or rainfall that hits the module's surface. used both by the collecting and transfer modules we designed. These two modules, sized proportionally to that of the gutter, work in unison to create an overarching sloping system that can be applied to the roof, as well as the facade, where even greater amounts of water can be harvested. Just like your typical gutter, the modular system can be outfitted and attached to any method of construction, and seamlessly integrates itself to the built type about all corner conditions. With this flexibility, the layout and organization of the modules can be adapted, varied, and even scaled depending on orientation, wind, and climate. The module also keeps fabrication in mind, where the consumer module is designed and sized for most at-home 3D printing machines, in which recycled plastics can be used as a filament option. Each module weighs roughly 150 grams printed, which equals about 5 recycled water bottles. By having the option for a system created through recycled materials, we can continue to support a larger interrelated narrative, especially in a society where plastic waste is just as abundant as liquid waste, rendering it visible to all. Within the plug-and-play methodology, the system conforms and enhances the as-built condition, creating a functional second skin to that of both the exterior wall and roof. The entire system can then be attached to any current water storage system. We have also employed the simple idea of water filtration into the module, composed of various permeable sediments, creating the ability of immediate use of this harvested water. This will help homes and communities that lack the adequate amount of groundwater to serve as reliable waste. The system aligns itself with that of the built home, like that of a solar panel, only be constructed in the most efficient areas, and all fabricated and constructed by the homeowner or even small business. This design approach can create the precedent for homeowners, developers, and contractors to take personal responsibility to recognize the concerns at hand and enact a tool that can help prevent a discriminatory liquid future. To have greater success and awareness, there has to be uniform accountability and understanding across all fields and urban scenarios. To heighten this collective responsibility, we have taken the module system and created its own independent objects, which can be applied in various conditions, all while being highly effective and affordable. The first is a public bench made up of the same modules, situated within a small public park within the city. As discussed before, the modules collect and move water, while also in this instance gets piped and stored both in the seats of the bench, as well as underground in an 800-gallon tank where it can be later accessed by surrounding small businesses or even passing patrons. Through this same approach, a small home garden can be constructed using a clear printed polyethylene plastic. The water collected is both used to water the soil and plants below, or stored for later use within a 400-gallon tank underground, or even stored within the modules themselves. Again, since this system is entirely modular, the size and application of the garden can be repeated and enlarged if need be, all while still being fabricated and constructed in-house. The resulting system weighs roughly 6 pounds, which is equivalent to roughly the plastic of 90 recycled water bottles or 450 recycled Keurig pods. Each working within the same urban scale, the public bench and garden module objects are designed to support density areas and suburbs where access to usable, affordable water will become increasingly limited. But these types can yet again be taken a step further and scaled to a greenhouse, which can be created within the realm of parks or community gardens. And lastly, a larger water collection tower can contribute to entire communities, developments, agricultural plots, and towns. The same procedures in which water is accumulated on all sloping sides and then stored. Each can establish itself within the public and urban macrocosms, where a collective commitment has never been considered nor pursued. When groundwater runs out, this infrastructure will fill the shoes of once vital windmills, and instead of removing water, it will be harvested. This approach and design is not the fix-all to the global water crisis, and merely aims to acknowledge the lack of action at the intersection of individual and collective responsibility by introducing a modular system that addresses both. Emphasizing a narrative around visibility helps integrate the narratives related to recycled plastics into the ethics of choice. Perhaps it is this very visibility of choice that makes water reclamation a rather profound political act. If we continue to project ideas of the future that depend on things like underground and visible infrastructures, we will continue to replicate and sustain a way of doing that removes agency from humans and architects alike. This profound political act would be to choose other aesthetic constructs that don't require the smoothness and distance between our actions and the consequences of them. We are moving into a future that will have to depend on collecting water to accommodate the growing global population. and this adaptive system can help institute ways in which this can be achieved. What we currently deem elementary, such as a gutter, can be one of the many reimagined tools that helps prevent a barren future. Because the thing is that water isn't like any other commodity on the planet, because without it, we die.
Well, thank you, Will. Thank you, Emily.
Yep. Let me
Well,
open up our drawing booklet here so we can get better clarity on the drawings and use them as
also, Jana, Adam, and Jen, you should have access to a folder that contains the video, the drawings, and even a small booklet that summarizes the research, or at least the thesis statement and the representational strategy that students have pursued to continue their research.
Okay, let me go ahead and share this. Okay, we'll open it up to discussion and we'll flip through these drawings as we go along.
Okay, I just have some basic questions to start with about the module itself in terms of the dimensions and how much water it holds and how that relates to, say, like annual household water consumption.
Right. Okay, so currently the module itself is scalable. So I printed one behind me. I don't know if y'all can see it. We kind of approach it with 3 different sizes, one being a smaller size that, as talked about, can be used or printed on most like at-home 3D printers, a mid-size, which we kind of introduced in the scenarios as the public bench that we presented, and lastly, a larger module that can be applied to larger facades or larger objects like the water tower. The modules themselves, in all the most instances we explored and approached, do not actually store the water. They're only means to collect it and transport it. So the modules themselves wouldn't be holding the water over an extended period of time, just like a gutter doesn't hold water over an extended period of time. It merely just moves the water to its own storage system, like in the garden or the bench objects where that tank is stored underground, or at home where people might have their own storage systems, their own tanks, or anything like that. How much water it collects obviously depends on where it is applied, because if you live in an area that has very little rainfall, you're obviously not going to collect much water, and this system might not be the best application for those areas. But in other areas that have a lot of rainfall, obviously the open receptacle and applying the module both to the roof and the facade can almost double what most current at-home gutter systems, reclamation systems collect, where people just collect runoff from their roofs and then store it in a tank. But again, those are only in areas that have adequate rainfall. So that it obviously will depend on what size the module is and where it's actually applied.
If I could ask more about that, I think asking these questions are important because something that I just noticed is that it seems like what you're designing for us is geometry, and I'm wondering about some of these more technical performance questions that Jennifer is asking, because it feels like the argument here is that this is a technology that sort of fixes a problem that is not currently being addressed by current design methods or current geometries or current technologies that are part of buildings already, right? And you talk about the gutter, and I'm wondering about, you're saying that it doubles the current reclamation capabilities of like a normative gutter, right? But how did you come to that conclusion?
So just for a normal gutter system right now, if it's reclaiming water, it's only coming from roof runoff, which you can obviously calculate, square footage of the roof, and base it off that. For this system, you can do the same thing, but also if it's applied to the facade, what we did is took the size of the opening, the area of the open receptacle, and the sloping sides, because 90% of all rain is driving rain. So something that we don't know are obviously really considers that rain doesn't just fall straight up and down most times. So it's obviously coming at an angle where it hits our windows or the bricks on the side of a building. All that water is also captured on all the sides of the module. So we pretty much just took the surface area of the modules themselves, including the area of the open receptacle, and added those all together, just like we did how you can calculate the square footage of a roof. And since we can capture all the water that hits electrical area of the modulated that and added those all together to calculate how much it could be reclaimed.
Okay. I wish you would have represented that somehow in your presentation, because I feel like that is a bit more convincing than showing us images of it splayed all across a roof landscape. Because in terms of what a gutter is doing, it's so simple, it's so easy to manufacture, it's so cheap, it's readily available. It's just a geometry, right?
Right.
But it's also made of very cheap sheet metal. 3D printing technology is a very first world kind of thing. And I'm wondering, I guess to talk about the fabrication method of this geometry or the materials used for this geometry, if this is something that you have envisioned to spread all across the world, right? And right now there's only one module type. It doesn't change based on climate or geography or different zones across the world, right? It's always one geometry and it does everything. But it actually, as you mentioned, it doesn't, because it doesn't react, doesn't change according to its context based on if it needs to get bigger to collect more water in a dry climate or something like that, right?
Right.
So I think it's strange that you would design something saying it's particularly like 3D printed, which allows for basically infinite varieties of changes to something, because each one is made in a sort of couture way, and each one can be varied. Like every time it's fabricated, it can be different, and it doesn't change the cost of manufacturing it. So I'm wondering, like, why 3D printing if you're not going to change it, like specifically responding to each zone that, like, particular, right? Like,
Right.
can it be made out of sheet metal? Can it be made out of wood or fabric or something? Couldn't you make designs such that people in other places in the world could build it themselves without a 3D printer, because it's just geometry at the end of the day? So I'm just wondering about that.
Yeah, so I think our initial approach with using 3D printing, and I'll come back to the question about, why isn't it varied, I guess, in terms of proportion or maybe form. But in terms of 3D printing, we kind of set off on this approach at first because we had to start somewhere, and we wanted to start somewhere where we could introduce, along with, our current narrative of water management, introduce another narrative of using recycled plastics, something that we thought was also important to do, or to introduce, especially if we're going to be introducing an object or a system that's, comprised of plastics. And the thing that we thought the most reasonable to do was, would be 3D printing. And we're kind of considering a future where these can be applied, where, maybe someone on your neighborhood block owns a 3D printer. There's a small 3D printing shop down the street that can print these for someone. So it's not necessarily, like you mentioned, Adam, having, it is a first world technology at the moment where, not everyone owns a 3D printer. But in this case, we were kind of exploring the idea or narrative or story that where someone you might know might own a 3D printer, or someone in your community might own one. But in terms of changing the size to, or form to be applied in different areas that might have better or worse rainfall, and kind of instead of just changing the system altogether, we obviously currently have 3 different sizes of panels. That's obviously, that works well with 3D printing. You can just scale it in the program and that works. But we also were thinking of the idea of how these are laid out on a facade or on a roof. Say you live in an area that has a tons of rainfall. Okay, you would need one that has a facade or a layout that has many open receptacles modules that can collect more rainwater. Or maybe you're living in an area that has very, very little rainfall, and you might only need 2 or 3 modules to collect the rainfall. So that was our kind of current approach, rather than redesigning and rethinking about how these can adapt to different climates. We thought we approached it in a way that, okay, where these modules, since they're modular, can just be repeated or implemented in X amount, depending on the climate, or if it's on the windward side of a building or not. So that was kind of our approach, along with having it to be scaled to different sizes to address different climates and different amounts of rainfall, rather than introducing a whole different system or module.
I think formally it's a interesting thing to consider. I like the premise that you and Emily have put forward, that why can't this be an ornamental design initiative as well as a technology.
Right.
And I like that it's like integrated into the facade. I like that it's like a rain screen that collects water and filters it. Like, I like that stuff. I guess I'm just not convinced about some of the more like one size fits all kind of solution you're putting forward.
Mm-hmm.
I would almost see this as more convincing if it was like put into certain particular buildings in the first world, where there is a lot of waste plastic. I mean, I don't want to like take up too much time, but like, I'm definitely concerned about like, even just like saying that recycling plastic is going to fix our plastic issue, because most plastic, if you haven't you probably already know this, just goes into a waste bin, because it's much cheaper to make new plastic, and it takes 500 years for like a plastic water bottle to degrade, and it doesn't ever disappear. It just turns into microplastics, which go further into the ecosystem and show up in our fish. So,
in our lungs.
In our lungs, and it's literally part of us, and we can never get rid of it. So yeah, maybe I'll stop there. So why not, like, this would create almost a demand for plastic, and would spread the plastic all over the planet if it isn't already there. It would encourage that. So I would say maybe just stop using plastic. But as a design idea and like geometry, and I think that's all really interesting. And good job with the research.
Thanks.
Yeah, so maybe I can somewhat pick up where Adam left off.
Of course.
On microplastic, there was actually a study, because due to volcanic activity in the Pacific Ocean, there was a new island formed in recent years, and scientists went out there immediately to measure how quickly microplastic resurfaces, and it's within 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, the sandy beaches, which were pristine, were covered in the same levels of microplastic as every other beach in the Pacific. So it's really an incredible urgency for us to deal with. But coming back to your project, I really enjoyed it. I think it was well presented. But I think similarly to some of the things that also Jen and Adam have already spoken, I think there were some moments of logic which maybe required a slightly different clarification or a different construct of your narrative to make it even stronger. One of the things that I hesitated about was your argument of water is perceived as something 2D. Because I'm not sure if you really mean 2D or if you mean something else, because you still talk about the roof surface where the water is collected conventionally anyway. So I think there were certain things that you may be oversimplified by using that statement and illustrating in the way that you've done. I think from the design perspective, it would be very interesting to test your product from sound point of view, because rain makes a lot of sound.
Mm-hmm.
And in the Netherlands, there's a lot of rain here, so we're used to it. But generally, there is a prevalence for circular modulus for capturing water rather than rectangular. In rectangular, it makes a lot of noise. So I think it would be quite interesting to see what happens if you cover entire surfaces in rectangular object that capture rainwater, what kind of acoustics you're creating and how much sound insulation that would require. And then one other project that really started to reflect on is there is this initiative called Rainproof in Amsterdam, which is an award-winning initiative which started as a small something, but they're trying all different ways. And I think this also kind of links into what Adam was saying, that they don't try to find one size fits all, even though Amsterdam is small, it's a wealthy city, it's a very hard surface city, but they're still trying to find all these different aspects of how to capture rainwater, because there it's actually the other threat is that we're flooded by rainwater, but then of course capture it and recycle it as you were suggested. So I think, yeah, these two moments of oversimplification might be places where you might want to revisit your project, but otherwise I think it's a great effort, and I think it's very nice that you guys are thinking in these manners of how do we use design to really be efficient and effective, not just as an aesthetic, but really as a functional, and to try to merge those two together.
Thanks.
I love what Jana said about considering the sound of rainwater on the modules. I think there's a lot of opportunity in this project for further integration and thinking of how these modules work with other systems. You mentioned an application style similar to the way that solar panels are kind of applied to existing structures. And I wonder, first of all, if these panels would be in some sort of competition with, potential solar panels, and then further, if they could be integrated in some way, combined, or just thought of as a kind of singular applied system. Also, these images that you're showing of these small scale applications in gardens, I find them intriguing because, obviously here they're playing a demonstration role rather than a really functional role. I doubt that they collect much water at all. But also it brings up the question of understanding, and again, oversimplification of how these work. In gardens, really, and I don't have a lot of experience, I'm starting to learn more about it, but you don't necessarily want a shaded structure for a garden, even in a hot place like Texas. But starting to think about where you would want shade, where it is such an issue in Texas in the summer, would be, an interesting project to look at. I'm thinking of, those basketball courts that you see with huge shade structures, or playgrounds in Austin where they're oftentimes trying to look for shading solutions. And it seems like that could be a potentially better application for them. I would have also loved to see, because the Austin Library was a kind of starting point for this project, I would have loved to see how the system applied to the library would have looked like, and how it would have performed, and how it would have changed that project.
Yeah, that would have been Yes, that is a good idea of something that we should have approached. And it was, I mean, that was, like you said, the Austin Public Library worked with the city to get, these drawings and everything. And they advertise that they reclaim the most water in the city and everything. But, then when you look at the design and you speak to the people that actually are reusing this water, or the people that are managing the building, they say, oh yeah, it's actually, it doesn't do as much as it's promoted to do. But like you just said, we should have, and it would have been nice to apply it to this case study.
All right. Well, I don't know, Adam, if you would like to add something else. I noticed that you just unmuted yourself.
Oh yeah, I wasn't sure if there was much time left, but
Yeah, we still have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Tons of time.
Well, I I should have mentioned that the presentation was very clear and well researched, and the drawings are very well drawn, and I like all of that. So I wanted to commend you on that. One question I had was like, I like that you're considering like this element of like building technology. I was wondering if you ever considered, just in addition to this, to think of across like, I don't know, scales of application, just like, because this is just really designing geometry, like what about just sort of putting forward typological kind of geometries of roof types or building forms, right? That could also follow this, because there will be new construction of buildings, and perhaps this seems to be something that is a retrofit application, which is a good. I mean, I think retrofit application is good because new buildings like create a lot of waste and all this business, use a lot of water. Concrete uses a ton of water. And so, but what we see here is mostly like residential applications for this. Or a seeming kind of residential application. So I was wondering if you considered thinking about this in terms of like a building geometry.
We did, and that was something that Emily and I discussed, I guess, when first deciding on where to take the project or where to design the project after our research part of the studio. And we spent a lot of time researching, okay, what are the most efficient roofs for collecting water, or most wasteful roofs, most wasteful forms, and all that. And we kind of not doubled back, but kind of recentered ourselves to think of a current application. Because sure, we could design a form that's the best of collecting water. It might just look like a giant bowl. But we wanted to do something and still introduce a form or form and technology that kind of does both, but something that we could, apply to the pre-existing if this issue at hand were to be, life-threatening right now, but also, as you saw in our presentation, introduce new typologies of their own, which we kind of see as being the end goal, where these things might not be outfitted to every facade or roof going into the future. They're more used as the object scales, like the garden or the water tower or the bench, where they kind of just act as their own product or their own thing. Because like Adam, you mentioned, we're hoping that buildings become designed better where they're not as wasteful with water, and where these modules or these objects can be independent on their own and not be attached to our wasteful buildings.
All right. Well, thank you, Will. Thank you, Emily, for your presentation. I will give you more comments, on Monday when we meet again for our final meeting. But thank you, Jen, Adam, and Jana for your comments. We're gonna go to Michaela. Michaela, if you want to start introducing yourself while I set up your video.
Thank you all.
Thank you, and thanks, Emily.
Thank you.
Good to hear your voice for a moment there.
All right. Hi. So, cool. I'm Michaela Ponce. I am a undergraduate pursuing her Bachelor of Architecture. I'm in my 5th year right now, and so after next semester, I should be graduated at that point. So, yeah, this project and my research is sort of summing up analysis of the laundromat typology and how it applies to sort of what demographics it applies to, and how its utility and its usage can be adapted to be just sort of more just more usable or humanistic, and how it can be made more unique in Austin's context. And so my video here will present that research as well as my take on a local laundromat.
Laundromats hold a special place in American spatial memory. With their fluorescent lights, vague fragrance of laundry detergent and must, and sparse seating arrangements, they exude the aura of a liminal space despite how frequently they're used by the individual. They've only existed for a little under a century, yet the washer and dryer have become an integral part of housekeeping, whether they're installed in a home, shared within a building complex, or in a dedicated laundromat that serves an area as large as a neighborhood. Many laundromats are 24-hour operations, holding long hours to grant access to those with non-standard working schedules. In Austin alone, there are over 30 coin laundromats serving local communities, and more than half of those are located within strip malls, highlighting the malleability of the laundromat's typology and its ability to be inserted into the most common of commercial spaces. This adaptability and site placement is especially important when strategizing their placement in an area. Over 80% of customers live within a mile of their local laundromat, and low-earning renters use these facilities the most. In Austin's context, this has led to concentrations of laundromats in neighborhoods such as West Campus, Montopolis, and Riverside, parts of the city with a high density of renters. These neighborhoods also have some of the highest percentages of Hispanic and Black Austinites in the city, as well as a high percentage of families. On average, more than 60% of coin laundry users are women. Because of their placement and utility, laundromats become staples within their communities, making it important that these facilities cater to the needs of working-class and women-led households. Keeping these demographics in mind, this proposal consists of a joint industrial and coin laundromat using the footprint of an existing coin laundromat, Wash Tub No. 9. It's located in Franklin Park, a neighborhood in southeast Austin populated by warehouses, distribution centers, low-income neighborhoods, and disconnected green space and parkland. The neighborhood's median income is $41,798, well within the city's lower ranges. 45.7% of its households have children, with 33.7% maintained by stay-at-home mothers, and 81.4% of the neighborhood's total population is Hispanic. Each of these percentages are among the highest in Austin, reinforcing the need for a local laundromat adaptation that addresses its community's members' needs. The area has a few industrial laundries as well. These facilities launder hundreds to thousands of pounds of dirty laundry for businesses or institutions, such as restaurants or hospitals. While the model is simple, the reality can end up being harsh and exploitive. Despite the high probability that employees will come into contact with soiled laundry, and even biohazardous materials, most employers do not provide gloves nor suits for handling of these items, nor masks to wear for handling of industrial-grade cleaning agents, with 99% of workers reporting exposure to at least one workplace hazard. Some workers report bringing their own personal protective equipment to work, placing the burden of employee safety onto the employees themselves. OSHA nominally oversees safe practices in these facilities, but inspections are sparse. To illustrate, between 2002 and 2017, OSHA conducted only 54 inspections of commercial laundries in New York, finding a total of 231 violations. Most workers are paid minimum wage with no hazard pay. Generally, it is hard for them to advocate for better treatment. Over 90% of employees are people of color, and between 70 to 80% are immigrants, many of whom speak English as their second language. There are gender disparities as well. Even though roughly 75% of the laundry industry is staffed by women, a wage gap between men and women persists. Women are generally employed for quote-unquote lower-skilled tasks, such as washing, ironing, and folding. They are paid less than men, who are usually employed as drivers or heavy laborers. Both types of jobs are incredibly labor-intensive, however, with roughly 80% experiencing repetitive movements as part of their work, subsequently leading to muscle pain and other physical problems. Minority and women employees are justifiably concerned that they'll experience retaliation if they speak up and don't know who to turn to for help, resulting in exposure to abuse and malpractice for years before coming forward, if they ever do. This all begs the question, how can we make the laundromat safer and more comfortable for all? Through increased security measures, thoughtful integrations of light, context-specific design elements, and specific spaces for children to play and be monitored by their caregivers. Both strip mall and coin laundromat typologies include curtain wall storefronts for advertising purposes and as a surveillance measure for employees and customers alike to keep an eye on merchandise or their belongings. For this reason, the proposed laundromat will keep this feature and add a low breeze block wall along the perimeter of the strip mall's sidewalk, lending an air of privacy for occupants while allowing them uninterrupted views into the parking lot and creating a wide field of view, naturally disincentivizing criminal activity. The industrial laundromat, which tends to be hidden away from view, will also be lit through curtain wall glazing, encouraging the maintenance of a safe and presentable workspace from an optics perspective. Lockers and shelving are provided for employees to store their belongings and pick up their employer-provided personal protective equipment for the day, and the open plan facilitates good ventilation to mitigate exposure to harmful fumes from cleaning agents. Emergency call boxes are stationed throughout the building and in the parking lot in highly visible locations, so anyone can obtain help when in need. Light is a natural safety measure, so this proposal increases both artificial and natural lighting across the parking lot and in the laundry facilities. Glazed curtain wall panels across the front of the business and large windows looking into an interior courtyard promote natural lighting of the space that is softer than traditional fluorescent lighting. In the evening, the parking lot will be well lit by several street lamps to minimize shadowed spaces, helping vulnerable patrons feel safe and aware of their surroundings. The back of house utilizes the same breeze block construction used in the front of the building, this time as a hanging wall to provide shade for employees unloading delivery trucks or just taking a break outside. The unique roof of the proposed laundromat harkens back to 20th century Latin architecture and is an homage to the surrounding Hispanic community while being visually distinct to foot and vehicle traffic. The concrete shell vaults are more playful than the generic flat-top roof found on many strip malls and incorporates design elements drawn from the cultural lexicon of the community, which includes a fit-for-purpose design language which once covered much of the region. Historically, this architecture developed in response to the environment, using traditional materials to revive practices such as reflecting unforgiving sunlight with stucco walls, minimizing drastic fluctuations in heat with vaulted ceilings and increased ventilation, and diminishing the visibility of desert, dirt, and dust with simple and earthy facade. Neither the environment nor the community that incubated the Latin design language have left the region, so integrating the traditional architecture elements reconnects modern facilities to the history of the region and Texas itself. In a similar vein, the laundromat's interior courtyard speaks to the courtyard typology found throughout Mexico and Central America. They are places of repose or socialization and can serve as the central, quote, heart of a structure. For this reason, it is integrated into this proposal to serve as a space for laundry users to get a breath of fresh air or to take their kids out to play and relax during the laundry wait time. It is set back in the plan for distance from the parking lot and public, yet is highly transparent from the interior sitting area for those who may need to sit down in the air-conditioned space but would like to keep an eye on their children. For laundromat employees who need to pick up their children during their shift, they can bring their children back to their work and feel assured that they will be safe and entertained in the courtyard.
All right, thank you, Michaela. The video was very good. All right, so I'm gonna open it up for discussion. Jen, Adam, and Jenna.
I just have a quick question again to start with. So you're working with an existing laundromat building, right?
Mhm.
Does it have commercial laundry already incorporated into it, or?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, so it already has all the infrastructural elements like the plumbing and everything already set up.
Okay, but they already provide that service of commercial laundering?
Mhm.
Okay, great. And then just another quick question, but in order to create the courtyard and other spaces that you've added, what are you taking away, if anything?
Yeah, so the current laundromat is set within a strip mall with other stores, and so the laundromat is actually just one portion of a larger building footprint that has a convenience store and I believe a loan office and a fruteria, and so this proposal actually just dedicates the entire building footprint to the laundromat itself.
Maybe I can jump in here. Yeah, because actually that was also a point that was not entirely clear for me from the material that you presented, to what extent the industrial was also part of the existing and the retrofitting. I think overall your analysis video was amazing. It was so clear, it was so sharp, it was so critical. I think really well done on that part. I think your design is strong as well, but kind of that transition period, I was a bit lost, and sort of many questions started to pop up. And I just wonder how you could make that even stronger, because I understand that you have two very distinct typologies, which coincidentally in your location, which still seems like a relatively small location, coincide, which is in itself a unique situation, it seemed. And so how do you address from the existing to the new, the transition, and what are the transitions needed? I think those are some of the questions that I think you might have chosen to pick up on in your design. And the other recommendation I have is that in your drawings, you showed a similar scale throughout. But I think it would have been nice if you called out certain sections, help us understand how the routing works, how the private laundry versus the industrial laundry, how their routes coincide or not coincide. So to just really help the reader understand the quality of your work, so that so that all the focus goes to the sharpness of the proposal rather than trying to position ourselves and reorient ourselves. But again, the analysis part was incredibly strong. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that. I was really impressed by the demographic research and the focus on labor rights and the gender disparity, the struggle of immigrant labor to be heard, and I mean, that was all so well researched. I agree that I feel like the research is so broad, like it's so particular, but it has such broad implications beyond this one little laundromat. So I was almost expecting the proposal to take on um, I guess like a broader sort of design proposal. I think that it would be nice if you could open your plan again for us. I think that would be good to look at together.
Yeah, let me pull her up. Let's see which one. Okay. And thank y'all again so much for your feedback. I really appreciate it. All right, so let me. All right. Professor Mazzocca, is it okay if I, what's it called, share the screen? Or share my screen? Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, okay, I'm so sorry about that. Let me sign into my Adobe. I don't know why it, thank you guys.
Yeah, no worries. I guess in terms of it, the research is addressing two sort of ends of this laundromat issue, right? They're they're sort of overlapping in terms of the demographics. It is definitely a working class issue. It's definitely a very gendered issue and a racialized issue. And you're coming at it from basically a self-service angle, and then, you know, the women who are going there on self-service are not getting paid to do the laundry, right? And then on the labor rights issue, which is coming from the other direction, there's basically workplace abuses, there's payment disparity, and so like there's two angles here, and so I feel like there could be a bit more. Maybe you could clarify for us the ways in which it addresses, like your design proposal addresses some of those issues you brought up from both ends, both from like the self-service end and from the sort of like labor rights end, and perhaps like this might relate to the wages for housework movement in the 1970s, which was a feminist movement, basically calling out the fact that work, like what you describe as stay-at-home parents, are not compensated for their labor, and it's not valued in the same way that the person who leaves the home and gets the bread is valued. So maybe you could point out to us what specifically is being addressed in this design.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm really glad you asked me to pull up the plan, because I know that it was kind of flitting about in the video. And so I guess my proposal, the main thing it was addressing was, I guess, sort of comfort. First of all, like comfort and safety. And so like even growing up, my family used the laundromat a lot, and it was a very, you know, just commercial facility that wasn't super comfortable for anyone, both the adult and the child having to wait there with them. And so I guess one of my first priorities was just making it more just sort of palatable and enjoyable, just because it's sort of a utility that's seen as just like a necessary part of like home life and chores for people. It doesn't mean that it necessarily just has to be sterile and commercial. And so sort of the playful elements of the vaulted roof and a lot of these sort of aesthetic choices was going towards that. And then I guess safety and sort of prioritization of that was also important for this proposal, especially regarding, I mean, regarding both, the industrial laundromat, just because a lot of the times they're located in warehouses that are farther away from a city center or in back rooms where no one is really getting to see what's going on. The idea of the curtain wall just being very transparent, so that visibility will always sort of mean that that workers will be able to, that as much as their actions are being seen, anything that is sort of happening to them will also be seen, which I think is important. And then regarding the commercial laundromat, the curtain walls or the glazing itself is naturally sort of a deterrent from harassment and that sort of thing, and also allows for mainly women who are using the laundromat with their kids just to be able to have sort of a line of sight across the laundromat, just because I know that in sort of like cluttered or tight spaces, especially if you're using these late at night for a self-service laundromat, just being able to kind of see all around you can be very helpful and sort of comforting. And so, yeah, I guess, does that answer your question? Of course, if you have more questions, feel free to ask.
Yeah, I would just like to add that, Michaela, I think that the changes that you've made are great. Obviously it's a pleasant space to be in. I think it's definitely the best looking laundromat that I've ever seen proposed. But I think it was a real mistake to try to merge the industrial and the kind of self-serve laundromat. To me, they're very different typologies. I don't quite believe that the industrial laundromat would even fit in that space. It seems like, just from the photos you were showing, you require a much, much larger scale building to accommodate that. And I wonder, it seems like the real powerful change that you've made here is introducing, again, the courtyard and this opportunity for families to be accommodated. In the way that you talk about your own experience with laundromats, it seems like the real opportunity here is to introduce a new programmatic element to these self-serve laundromats. And so by eliminating things like the fruiteria, I wonder if that's a mistake, if you try to, instead of, merging the two types of laundry services, to look for other programmatic elements to integrate together in ways that aren't currently.
Yeah,
If I could.
Sorry, just for the sake of clarification, I think that's actually my mistake. I wanted to see if there was a way in which both could coexist. But I totally agree that also pairing it with pre-existing programs could also benefit, the self-service laundromat even more, Michaela. But so I totally agree with Jen's comment, and again, mea culpa on this.
And of course it's totally fine, just because there's so many directions that this can go in. So I'm really happy that I was able to explore it here, and after going through it being able to look back, I'm yeah, it would be lovely to have a fruteria and the sort of snack stands that you find in a lot of Texas incorporated into here. And so it's yeah, it's just nice to sort of look at this and be okay, what sorts of programs could be incorporated even more with that.
I think if we're exploring thinking exercises, anyway, I think what I think could have been an interesting avenue to explore is, what would it mean to put one or the other typology, and to actually do a test for both. And then I think my recommendation would be reflecting back again on your video analysis piece. What are the moments that you want, just really call out in the plans, where are you reflecting on when we're talking about industrial, moments of safety, moments of contamination, moments of lack of light, just physically dangerous environments, and how you are responding to that in your design. Because I think then you really load your drawings with so much information and so much substance for discussion, it really becomes very exciting. But yeah, if you chose to combine, you chose to combine. I think that's also an interesting thinking experiment. But then here I would then maybe say, because since you're also, I guess, approaching it as a thinking experiment, highlight what you think worked and didn't. So that you take us on, rather than a finite design proposal, on a thinking process, and to frame it more in that way. And then you can talk freely about all the things that worked and didn't work.
Yeah, I do agree with that as well. I feel like the drawings are missing some layer of analysis that could really benefit you in terms of bringing that research into the design proposal, like to really show us, like, okay, like in industrial laundromats, like we have these issues, right? And these particular issues that I'm highlighting are being addressed here in this design. It's unclear to me which of those issues you are addressing specifically. And maybe some of them you're not addressing, and maybe why not? Why are you not addressing some of these issues? I would like to know which issues you are addressing, which you are not. I know you kind of answered it, which is comfort and security, but what is comfort and for whom? And how does that definition of comfort change based on who you're talking about? And what does safety mean and for whom? Because you kind of alluded to like criminal activity, which didn't actually come up at all in your research presentation. I feel like that might be based on something you read or maybe a personal experience about going to laundromats. But you didn't really show us what safety means and for whom, and what is criminal activity. I think the criminal activity is the fact that labor is being exploited in laundromats personally. And so how is the laundromat a safe space for that? I see how it's more comfortable in sort of, I guess, traditional ways where we see light and transparency as being comfortable. I think the most successful thing here, and I agree with the other comments, is the courtyard space and its connection to like Latin American architecture. I think it is very successful. It's like the eyes on the street. There's a idea that this could be a collective activity where whoever brings their kids there can like collectively watch the kids or something, right? But I don't really see what is changing fundamentally for the industrial laborers. And it would be nice to think how this plan is different from this plan arrangement of machines and things is different in some ways or not from typical washroom layouts, because if just looking at the washroom layout, it looks very typical. And so it would have been nice to see some kind of analysis on like typical washroom layouts, and then say these are the things that work, these are the things that don't work, and this is how architecture itself, just spatial arrangement, impacts these problems with washroom design that are demographic problems that I'm showing you. And simply through changing these things or keeping them the same, we can make the washroom layout of space better. And I would wonder like why it looks so typical in terms of the layout. Like I feel like the most radical thing you did was add a courtyard space. And I think that's a great idea. I really like that. And I think it's a really comfortable looking space to go into, honestly. It looks a lot like the Kimball Art Museum. I would say more than Latin American architecture. I would kind of challenge you on that reference. But yeah, so maybe you could respond to that.
Yeah. Sorry, when you said I could respond to that, which part would you like for me to respond to?
Whichever one you would like to respond to.
Start with the typical and how in your project you address the typical.
Yeah. So, I mean, I completely agree with with y'all's observations regarding it kind of looking typical. I will say that that was like sort of a failing of mine. Like I was in like the timeline, I was like getting so caught up making sure that like just there was a building and everything, and that there were these changes made, that by the time it got to sort of looking at the spatial arrangements of the machinery and, you know, the furniture and all of these things, it sort of ended up just falling to the wayside, which I personally am not super happy about, and it's something that I would like to study more. Especially because when I was sort of dimensioning this, I, you know, like as y'all said, like there's not really any analysis drawings showing sort of the thought that went behind here, but you know, the aisles between the washers, for example, and such, they are wider than they usually are in laundromats, just to give, you know, like people more space to move about between the machines, not having to bump into one another. And, you know, the laundry carts, I chose specific ones that were at a certain height. So then users wouldn't have to bend over quite as much and potentially exacerbate back pain. So yeah, it's these things that don't really like show up in the drawings that like I was starting to think about. And so that really is like a shortcoming where it's like, okay, like there was thought put into this and the drawings need to show that. And so I just really appreciate y'all talking about that. And then especially Adam, I'm really glad that you brought up the criminalization, like the word of criminal activity. I definitely could have had a better word choice there. For me personally, I was thinking about like harassment, just generally, you know, and like in spaces that can tend to be seen as more feminine, or be or have a greater number of sort of femme presenting people in them, that level of harassment can increase. And so I guess criminal wasn't for me like necessarily, like it just wasn't the right word to use, because it's not necessarily like illegal that I have the issue with. It's more of just unsafe, like people not feeling like they can just go about their business, that they may have to worry about others sort of giving them the runaround, which, you know, like the idea here is that it's just people coming to wash their clothes, and that, you know, you don't want to be bothered while you're doing that. And so, yeah, I'm just really glad that you pointed that out. And I think whenever I'm actually going back with my essay just to refine it a little bit more, I'm going to change out that wording, because it doesn't really get across what I was thinking about.
Yeah, and I would maybe a bit more research on that would be good, because it does feel like some of these are personal observations, which are important, but I think it's also important to back some of that up with research, because this is a research-based studio. And I'm sure you've done some research, but it didn't really come through. But yeah.
And I do need to add that to the essay, because I found, like in my research, I found like 60% of both like employees and like customers deal with harassment, specifically in like greater numbers, the women. And I was like, oh my gosh, like these are such huge numbers. And so literally, like if I had just said that, I would have made it clearer. So I'm just really glad that you pointed that out.
Yeah, and that's astounding. I mean, that's very high, like, so harassment, but then how does this address harassment, right? Because if you have is it an architectural issue? Is it a societal issue? How far can architecture go to address some of these issues, right? Mm-hmm. And the fact that you bring it into the conversation, I think, is good. But I feel like you can address some of that. You can say architecture can't do everything, right? You don't have to say architecture does everything. But I think if you're going to bring it into the conversation, you should address it in terms of how what the design is doing, saying that it's not addressing this, it's addressing this other thing, and these are some of the things that it could do better. Yeah, and also I was wondering, do you have like a before and after kind of like drawing? Because it's unclear to me what is pre-existing, what is new. I kind of am guessing. So.
Yeah, I unfortunately do not have a before drawing. That is another thing that I should have made for the drawings. Yeah, in terms of the before, this is the same building footprint. So like, at least when it comes to the brick walls and the, what's it called? Distancing of this glazing and everything, this whole perimeter of the building itself is the same as the existing one. If that helps, really just the, I guess, nature of the facade changed, but unfortunately, I don't have any before drawings to show.
I guess I would be more curious than the envelope to just to see the typical arrangement of washrooms and the spatial arrangement inside. I would be more curious to see the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Because it clarifies immediately a lot of the questions I think that we're having.
Mm-hmm.
And also kind of the improvements that you're mentioning of these wider pathways and certain heights and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have to say that the longer that I look at this plan, just because it's been up so long, the more it kind of bothers me in terms of just, I mean, it seems like, if, you know, a regular laundromat just kind of plopped in, plus these other amenities that we've spoken about. But even the fact, you know, looking at the placement of the doors, and it seems like kind of missed opportunities where there's, you know, these beautiful curtain walls, windows that could potentially be places for seating, more tables, which are, you know, there are never enough at laundromats for folding clothing. It just seems like none of that has been explored here yet, but a great opportunity to look at next.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Michaela, for your presentation. And of course, Jana, Dan, and Adam for the conversation. I think you got a lot from this, Michaela. So I'm really happy to have seen the work today. We have to move on, but so Lexi and Jenny, whenever you guys are ready, please present yourselves and introduce your project while I set up the video.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jenny Adair, and I'm in my final semester at the MArc program.
Hi, I'm Lexi Benton, and I'm also graduating from MArc. For our project, we are challenging commercialized clinical aesthetics found through our research on urgent care centers, the urgent care center type, as well as the United States healthcare system, which created this condition.
So our proposal, the Austin Medical Corpus, claims new territory for architectural innovation separate from interior spatial consequence by providing an alternative system of collecting and distributing medical data. And I think with that, we're ready to start the video.
All right, great.
La formule, pour moi, vous savez, quand des moments de détresse, de désespoir et comme ça, je lui conseille de 20 minutes dans le cimetière. Vous allez voir que votre chaleur sera pas.
The existing public-private hybrid healthcare system in the United States forms a convoluted structure of care. 2/3 of health insurance coverage in the country comes from privately funded agencies. In the absence of universal health coverage, 8.5% of Americans remain uninsured. Even for those with insurance, patients are unsuccessful scheduling an appointment with a primary care physician, 70% of the time. Increased use of high-deductible insurance, along with societal trends toward heightened efficiency, have caused a transition from primary care treatment, to a fragmented and profit-driven system of single-use franchised urgent care centers. Urgent care centers fill a void between hospitals and primary care, serving non-life-threatening urgent conditions without the wait time.
That's a long time to wait when you're not feeling too good, isn't it?
Yeah, that's you don't have no other choice.
The clinics are designed for medical efficiency in hopes of maximizing profitability. However, such design invariably leads to a cold and impersonal environment. Urgent care aesthetics ignore emotional experience, put patients on display, and formalize anonymity, thus placing patients and physicians in vulnerable situations and weak medical relationships. Additionally, the urgent care typology is in essence a commodity architecture, with the ability to exist in any place while simultaneously possessing placelessness, occupying banal contexts, and operating as decorated sheds. Through their placelessness and flashy branding, urgent care centers are highly replicable plug-and-play models, whose ubiquity contributes to the commercialization of the medical clinic, and healthcare as a whole. The decentralized healthcare network places more responsibility on the patient, by requiring them to track their medical history, which can lead to information loss and lower quality care. Exclusively addressing interior conditions serves as a superficial attempt at remedying existing systemic issues such as access to data, transparency, availability of healthcare, and consistent treatment. Attempts to mitigate the healthcare system through architecture enforce existing inequities. It is necessary to perceive an alternative system, allowing for invention in data distribution and modes of connection. With the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic and continually increasing support for universal health coverage, it is easy to imagine a future where the United States enacts a systemic change to health policy. The proposed National Healthcare Act of 2035 acts as a framework to propose new clinical aesthetics and modes of health data distribution in the United States. The legislation contains 3 parts. 1. The creation of U.S. national healthcare, a universal single-payer health insurance program. 2. The creation of a national medical corpus, a unitary health record archive. And 3. Urgent care reformation, the transformation of urgent care centers into public health entities. Implementation of the national medical corpus and urgent care reformation is left up to the states. In the case of Texas, medical data is made accessible through the use of kiosks, providing access to the digital medical archive. Existing exterior urgent care branding strategies, which once served to capture patients within a commercialized system, are reappropriated to form a unified identity for the corpus. Infographics are applied to the billboards and throughout the city, broadcasting medical data collected from the new system. The visual strategy contextualizes health conditions within place, and redistributes power dynamics by shifting the medical gaze from the expert upon the patient, to a collective gaze upon the health of the body politic. By reimagining the exterior condition, the vernacular American marketing language transforms urgent care centers into access points for public knowledge, rendering the internal workings of the healthcare system visible, and therefore encouraging patients to engage with the transparent system. Historically, healthcare providers have utilized various incompatible e-health software. The National Medical Corpus acts as a public service, by storing medical data within a centralized system. The archive contains individual medical records which are agglomerated to form localized medical corpuses, that embody the health of the city. In the case of Austin, the Austin Medical Corpus database is formalized utilizing a kiosk typology, an architecture tied to information, in order to create a physical presence accessible throughout the city. Austin Medical Corpus kiosks are located at frequented public spaces away from medical locations, in places such as parks, grocery stores, convenience stores, and pedestrian streets. Through anti-clinical materiality and a tactile, human-driven interior condition, the Austin Medical Corpus kiosk challenges the traditional medical aesthetic. On the exterior, the kiosks take on a simple geometric form, acting as a shed. The green surfaces and light serve as an identifiable symbol and tie to associations between the color and health. The facades display an updated painted record of the number of times the corpus has been accessed through each location. The interior utilizes foam, a material typically rejected in medical settings, to create a space that adapts to the body and behavior of users, while remaining ambiguous and non-prescriptive. Cuts in the foam structure create opportunities for materially responsive, idiosyncratic placement of personal objects, and for the potential to occupy the crevices. The experience of accessing medical records within the kiosk is discreet and comfortable, in contrast to the vulnerable experience caused by the public display of symptoms and transactions found in commercialized urgent care centers. Although the foam is antimicrobial and raised on a shallow concrete plinth to prevent overt contamination, the inability to completely sanitize the porous material brings into question the acceptance of universal environmental sterilization. The exterior urgent care branding rhetoric is appropriated and transformed, through the addition of billboard facades to existing urgent care centers, to create a uniform, non-commercialized identity. The bright green facades tie to the Austin Medical Corpus kiosks, and stand in contrast to beige commercial spaces. The decorated shed is exaggerated via two-dimensional surfaces, creating forced perspectives, through the application of a trompe-l'oeil painting technique. Artificially angled infographics neutrally broadcast, and subsequently call attention to, the top health concerns for the local area, as collected from the archive. Instead of favoring the street, the data prioritizes a variety of views and subjective encounters, through perspective-corrected projections, oriented towards the occupant experience. A ladder, with its aesthetic of maintenance, is incorporated into each rebrand, for the bi-weekly ritual of repainting the billboards with updated statistics. The act of maintenance is made transparent through celebrated artifacts, that serve as evidence of this living digital organism. Additionally, infographics are incorporated onto surfaces throughout Austin outside of medical contexts, in order to engage and inform the public. Austin Medical Corpus rejects the grand narrative of modernity complicit in creating subjects. The project accepts architecture's incapability in solving interpersonal inadequacies that arise from a broken healthcare system in the United States. Modernist architectural attempts at alleviating healthcare's fragmentation and impersonal nature exacerbate the machine-oriented tradition, and only serve to replicate the dysfunctional framework via biopolitical instruments. The corpus presents a self-sustaining modality, which serves to supplement an improved network of healthcare by representing data access, claiming new territory for architectural innovation separate from interior spatial consequence, through rearranged relationships between the patient and information gatekept in the existing system. By proposing the implementation of the Healthcare Act of 2035 through a multitude of scales, health data is reclaimed by the public and consumable within the city's context, and a new, more unified, functional, and equitable healthcare system emerges.
All right. Well, thank you, Jenny and Lexi, for the video. The conversation is now open.
I maybe have a few questions to kick off before we get to commentary. So why did you choose the kiosk as part of your palette of interventions? And why do you think this accessibility to your medical records is needed on the street? Just from the medical point of view, why would you promote that? And kind of the broadcasting of the statistics and the type of statistics that you showed, if you could maybe comment on that as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know that early on we had discussed just doing a digital archive, but we were concerned that this might not be accessible to everyone. Like everyone might not have the technology to access the information. And so we started looking at ways of having a physical intervention throughout the city. And that kind of led us to the idea of a kiosk, because you do see them throughout the city in different forms, and they do kind of have a history of information and kind of distribution of information. And then I think for us, we were envisioning that these kiosks maybe don't just have your medical records, but they could also be information regarding a bunch of different things, whether it's you're curious about a potential condition or anything like that. So it's more so just about getting medical information rather than just your own personal record. Do you have anything to add, Lexi?
Yeah, and then in regards to broadcasting that information onto billboards, we started to question what value there is in medical information if you can't access it. And then also, even in the midst of this pandemic, it's hard to find information centralized about how many cases there are in your city, in your region, in your state. So thinking about having a broadcasting this information that is typically hard to find. And we did the research. So those are statistics that we scaled for Austin 15 years in the future. And just wondering, maybe that would begin to show some transparency, just objectively showing here are the top health concerns for this area. What that might kind of connect the dots between what people are experiencing and then just the observer walking by. And I think it's an interesting question about what data we did show. So I think we got it from the CDC of just the top health conditions for Texas, but I think it's also another question of, by putting those labels on those conditions, we're also formalizing, oh, these are actually the top conditions, when maybe those categories might be failing other things that are happening. And ultimately, I don't know if we spent most of our time looking into exactly what to present on those billboards. Does that sound good, Jenny?
Mm-hmm. No, I agree.
Yeah, if Jen and Adam, you don't mind, I could follow up, or yeah, all right. Yeah, so I think overall, I think it's a super ambitious project that you guys embarked on, and there are a lot of fantastic, amusing elements in there. I think the way that you dealt with the audio, for instance, just that part alone was incredibly strong, and kind of the visual attention and experimentation that you provided. I think that was also just fantastic to be able to be part of this review, to look at that. Overall, I do wonder if you framed the topic too wide. Therefore, kind of what you gained and you were able to achieve in just the design perspective, you were not maybe able to grasp in your analysis / transition into the proposal. And just to give an example, because I think you isolate these, what are they called? Sorry, I'm not too familiar with the American healthcare system. These emergency urgent care. So yeah, these urgent care facilities, I think you highlight a very critical point in the system, but then you don't go into the physicality of it. You comment on the aesthetics, but you don't comment on, do they provide beds? Do they provide only walk-ins? Because for instance, if we look at Europe and different countries in Europe, and with COVID-19 that is coming extremely visible right now, is that a lot of countries have chosen to reduce the number of beds in hospitals, partially because a lot of things can be done much more efficiently, therefore no major surgeries and all agreed, but at the same time also to reduce the risk of infection with other hospital-bound viruses and infection, because yeah, these big buildings, they also carry a risk. The longer time you spend there, the more chance you get of being infected with something else. But then at this moment, like, we need all the hospital beds that we can get. So I think by opening up your topic so widely, and the amount of time, of course, you have is limited, you ran the risk of not being able to really go into the medical system, which you set out at the beginning. And so then it ends up being maybe much more of an installation project, which is also fine. But then I think you have to be incredibly critical in terms of what statistics you show, what is the actual purpose of such a machine? Does it really need to be physical? Is it digital interaction, and so on? So yeah, maybe I'll just leave it there.
If we could briefly respond to that, because we spent a lot of time in the midterm looking at the physical architecture of urgent care centers, and we got a comment, we've gotten a few comments from people who say, you know, what's interesting about them is they look a lot like the really great public hospitals in Europe. They kind of look the same, the aesthetics aren't great. But then also we found they are very efficient in getting people through. And so really we decided the failure was not the physical architecture, and we felt there were so many projects out there trying to rearrange the architecture of the system. We just accepted that type as an efficient way of getting medical care in the United States and said the problem is the commercial aspect. So that's why we proposed just making them a public entity. But I think that's a really interesting comment as well, with the number of beds and stuff like that.
Okay, I agree. I thought the video was really well done and produced. What program are you using to do the editing? I'm just curious for myself.
It's Premiere.
Okay, and it lets you cut and, okay, well, it looked really great. But I have to say that I mean, the tone that you struck in the videos, which was super effective, I found to permeate the project in a way that was really disturbing to me. A lot of some aspects of the project, like the particular green that you chose, didn't strike me as a comforting or you know, health promoting green at all. It was a very, and I don't think that was necessarily the intent. I would love to hear more from you on that. But also the statistics. I mean, I would love to know more about like the medical psychology or the health psychology of having that information kind of in your face at all times in different parts of the city. What is the benefit of knowing those numbers and seeing those negative numbers kind of increase over time, rather than seeing things like positive metrics? I mean, a lot of those diseases are preventable to some extent based on healthier living, you know, promoting a city where there is more opportunity to get outside, to bike safely, to walk safely, to have greater access to food, to equitable food sources. So what if it was like those numbers that were celebrated, you know, miles of bike path added to the city instead of this other way around? And then also the idea of these kiosks and the physical interventions that you've done seem almost counter to what you're trying to achieve, this criticism of the decorated shed, adding a billboard, and kind of that seems to me to be adding to that critique of these centers. It just becomes more decorated in a sense. So I'm puzzled by the interventions, but I think you definitely were ambitious in taking on just this huge, huge, you know, issue. So.
Yeah, well, maybe I can start back at the beginning. I do think that's an interesting idea, of this idea of projecting positive information, because although we were interested in transparency, that's a really good point. I wonder what the impact of seeing that type of information would be on a day-to-day basis. But I think in terms of the green and kind of the bright facade, we were also thinking of these different urgent care centers and even the kiosks as monuments, or in a way almost trying to redefine like an architectural branding. And so I do think in a way we wanted them to be really bright, so that way they were very visible, and just tying into almost creating kind of a new identity through this green, which is very obvious and I guess a little in your face. And then trying to remember what was the next question. Oh, and then in terms of the decorated shed, I think for us, we believe that the way that the urgent care centers are currently set up is kind of like a decorated shed. And something we've been playing with is kind of taking the language and appropriating it and kind of spinning it on its head to serve a positive benefit. So trying to take the decorated shed and really exaggerate it to promote health and transparency rather than to promote business and commercialization was why we kind of really exaggerated that feature.
And to add on to that with the branding, we picked one color and we picked black text, and we made sure to employ this brutalist graphic design strategy with the way the text is presented. So we just used Arial and tried to make the infographic of the health conditions the most neutral possible. So it's not about trendy fonts or colors or light up signs. It's really about just a neutral presentation of that information.
I mean, I think what your project does for me is it seems like almost an activist project. Like it really draws attention to these big problems that are there and seems to want to like drive further intervention that actually addresses the issues themselves.
Yeah, and I think, Jen, I completely agree with you on that one. But then for me, the question creeps up of why do you cancel out the private healthcare? And I'm not saying that it should stay. I have enough criticisms on it as well, but it's kind of from the project, it's not evident why that in-between step is needed, why these green markers and this provocation cannot exist in its own dimension and therefore achieve the transformation of the entire system.
That's where we were at the midterm. It existed in today's world, and Adam was on that review, so I'd love to hear your feedback. And we spent a lot of time talking about what should the system be? Should it be current, working towards a future, or should we present a future that we imagine this could exist in, or an in-between early stages? So that's something we spent a lot of time thinking about.
Yeah, if I could jump in here. I totally agree with the comments thus far, and nice to see you both again. And good to have fun graduating. Good luck. Also, yeah, there's a couple of things that I was interested in. I was curious to see the foam pavilion kind of essentially retained mostly the same since the mid-review. I'll start with the things that I liked. So I loved the video. I loved the research. I think you're identifying some very critical issues that we have to address as a society. I really liked that since then, you implemented the design of a policy, right? And I think that is very critical here, because what you're really designing here is the architecture of a system of medicalization in this country, the architecture of a system being the design of a policy, right? The healthcare 2035 thing, that you designed that, right? Like this is your design, right? So I think that's really important. I think that has the other, a precedent that reminds me of this, like blurring the distinction between like architecture and activism and policy design, is the Stalled project with Joel Sanders, where sounds like you're familiar with it. For the other students, if they're not, it's a project to essentially make more equitable public restrooms that incorporate like all different kinds of like cultural practices and gender presentations in an equitable way. They work directly with a lawyer to work on changing bathroom codes, so that their design proposal can be widely accepted, like as a standard in the IBC. And so I think that is really an awesome precedent, and I think that the design of this policy is very, very important and critical to this project. And I think it's the core of this project, because it's like a very practical, earnest design proposal. And I guess what is lacking for me is when I see the foam proposals, because they have a very different character. There's like an irony there. There's like a desire to kind of, like you even mentioned that it sort of becomes a ruin. Like it becomes dirty, you can't clean it. How does that address the inequities of our public healthcare system? Is that something, like what role does that play? And I'm wondering, I would say, I think also what is successful, maybe the content could change based on what the other reviewers are saying, is like, I like the defamiliarization aspect of the billboard. And I don't think that this is a non-commercial identity, as you said. This is a commercial identity, but it's being used for a public good, right? I like that the projection like catches your eye based on a human perspective. And I would wonder why it's so high up and like not at a human scale at times, right? Like it seems to be at a billboard is for the scale of like a car moving very quickly, right? And what I like about that is it is a retrofit. So, and I think that there's a pragmatism to this project that could be pushed a bit further. You're saying, all right, the urgent care design of this space, it doesn't get mentioned at all except at the beginning as a critique that it's too cold or it doesn't work in some way. So you say it doesn't work in some way spatially or design aesthetic. Then we kind of lose that and we move towards this other thing. And now you're saying, actually, the urgent care is very efficient. We're not going to change that at all. We can keep that. The problem is with the system itself. And I agree with you. That is a big part of it. So let's retrofit what we have to make it public. And I really like that. So I'm wondering if the kiosks themselves, which I agree are a nice idea, I think it could also be a digital project that people access on their phones additionally. If the kiosk could work with existing kiosk infrastructure such that like you could integrate these kiosks with ATM machines that are already all over the place. Why does it need to be a different thing? Or can you retrofit like ATMs that are Bank of America, which already have some kind of public-private partnership kind of thing going on because they're bailed out by the government in such a significant way? So like such that you could print on a receipt your immunization records that come out of the ATM machine, for example. Like, why do we need a foam pavilion that seems to have an ironic kind of posture that becomes a ruin and almost like a public eyesore in a way because it would become so dirty?
I mean, I really question the idea of kiosks, period. I mean, the images that you showed in the video of precedents like the telephone, what are telephone booths? I even forgot what they're called, and ATM machines, I mean, or ATMs. I mean, those are all things that have been phased out or are in the process of being phased out for good reason. I think Adam's suggestion of moving to a digital format and app makes a lot of sense. And if you are worried about those who don't have access to that, a simple thing like a postcard that's mailed directly to people could, you know, be replaced. And sorry to cut in, Adam, but just the idea of the kiosk was one that totally was bothering me from the beginning. But also, I love what you said, Adam, about your questioning of the billboard scale. I mean, if it seems like this project is largely one of communication, I could see a much smaller kind of communication just being plastered in a lot more places kind of in the city where people would kind of encounter them more regularly and maybe have a more intimate, you know, relationship to that information.
And one thing we didn't mention in the video, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jenny, but we do imagine there being an online component separate from the kiosks. So it's almost a supplementary system to an online archive. Someone could go on their computer as well.
Yeah, I do think maybe we should have emphasized that a little bit more, but yeah, we were hoping that it is in essence a digital system, but it just kind of has these physical components, but maybe that's unnecessary. Maybe it just could primarily exist as digital. So It's definitely
Yeah,
something.
I think I want to jump in there as well, exactly, because in the Netherlands, we went through this transition a couple of years ago. And actually the main issue is security of data. So the moment that it becomes something you can print out and something that you can have easy access to, it becomes an incredibly vulnerable system. And right now it's all kind of layered with security, digital gateways. If you get it mailed by your doctor, you have to go online. It exists only for so many hours and so on. So I think there is, yeah, I'm also a bit worried about the kiosk format that you're proposing for something so fragile as your medical data. And often we, as the people that are being dealt with by the doctors, don't need to know the medical data. It's the doctors that need to have access to it and to have the most complete picture of your history, not that it's your responsibility to carry it to the doctor.
So the reason we did the kiosk is because in the existing system, for a lot of people who don't have primary care doctors, it is their responsibility to track their medical data because they don't have a consistent system. And so we presented the kiosks as a solution to this fragmented system. Your doctor, you might just go to an urgent care center. They don't know your immunizations. They don't know your health history. And so the kiosks, we're trying to supplement that system. And I think it does bring into question, if we are presenting this new system, is this something that needs to be accessible, at least for personal records, as readily available as we presented?
Yeah, also, Jenny and Lexi, I wonder if you can reflect a little bit more about something that for me it's also crucial, that maybe wasn't as clear in the video or throughout the conversation, which deals with the change in paradigm regarding the responsibility to information and who accesses it, right? It seems to, the privatization of healthcare in the US has led to an increased responsibility for the content and the way your personal information is managed. And so little responsibility is given to the healthcare providers and also, well, to the state, right? So I think like, I mean, that also justifies, or at least gave you the framework by which, the scale of the project also manifests itself. So I wonder if you can, expand a little bit more on this side of your theoretical framework as well.
So just regarding like who has access to, or I guess who the responsibility is on for medical information. That's what you're. Yeah,
I mean, for example, like one of the very initial comments is like, why all the negative data, right? Most of this diseases that are prevented or that can be prevented are more and more so assigned to the responsibility of an individual, right? But little do we think that they're also tied intersectionally with other bigger systemic issues, right? Mm-hmm. So for example, like the reason why just negative data, right, is also to inflict pressure on other institutions, right, that might have a say or that might feel the pressure of changing certain practices, right? So I wonder if, maybe on that, maybe on the fact that, again, like in what ways do you distribute responsibility more evenly between the private sector and, well, the social body?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw a lot of large inequities too, there's presently in the United States healthcare system. And specifically in Austin, we had in our original video, the east side of Austin, which is a historically redlined part of the city, and today is much more lower income, and there's a larger minority population. The life expectancy is drastically lower, and the healthcare system fails certain populations. And so by adding these billboards, it puts a spatial context to that information as well. So it calls attention to inequities in the healthcare system, and it's almost checking the healthcare system itself. And then also a lot of individuals, because their health data sometimes does not transfer, just conditions go missing. We read multiple articles saying the biggest problem with urgent care centers is data. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I do think,
go ahead.
sorry, I was just say, although, you know, I think our own health is obviously very personal, I do think that there are a lot of other institutions and entities that do influence our own health. So I do wonder if by displaying this information so publicly, like it would kind of bring some responsibility to kind of these other entities, whether they're fast food corporations or, you know, anything like that.
I do best love understanding your project as a provocation to you know, instigate change, and I would be really interested to see what like this project would look like in phases. Like if this is the first phase of it, what does the second phase of billboards look like, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Well, we ran out of time, Lexi and Jenny, and Jen, Adam, and Jana. I don't know if you guys have wrap-in comments, or if you would like to share, you know, some overarching comments for the students that presented in the session. That would be greatly appreciated. And of course, if not, just, you know, we can just conclude here and go on our break.
I thought the presentations were great, and I think it's really wonderful work that you guys are doing. And I think this merging of research into design is a very interesting way to approach projects and integrate social issues. And I must say it's really impressive how each project tries to react to a major topic in a very intelligent way. So congratulations to everyone I saw this morning, and good luck for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Adam. I saw you were about to say.
Sure. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, really great to see you all again. It's so cool to be, you know, both at the mid review and now here to see at the end. I think the research is really incredible. Like, you should all commend yourselves on that. The video presentations were very clear, like really great. And I guess one of the things I wanted to say is I feel like all of you almost like approached like not designing something like architectural, which I think is cool. Like like not typically architectural, like, or in some ways, or some of you did that, right, more than others. And you know, this last project, I think in particular, like I think what you're designing is policy, and then some strategies for retrofitting existing infrastructures with like very light touches, like paint, basically, right? Which I think is a very pragmatic way to implement some of these things, which is like public information. And I think that's very nice. And like the first project we saw today, you know, working through like a building technology to like transform a larger issue, I think was very interesting. And so, yeah, you don't need to design a building to radically change the built environment. Like you can design other little things that radically change the built environment, or policy. And I think that that is really cool that this studio in particular allows you to think in these different ways, which are very important, and that we as architects are capable of thinking of clearly, and that we might be better thinking about the implications to the built environment than maybe some other disciplines. So I'd like to congratulate you on this thinking outside the box. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'll just echo, I mean, I think all of the topics that everyone tackled are super ambitious. You know, you're all tackling these like systems level changes, and I think that reveal the limitations of architecture. I think it's good to be looking outside of that box, but I also think that hopefully, you know, once out in the real world, you will get the chance to interface with real experts on these subjects who will be able to push you much further.
Well, thank you all, Jana, Jen, and Adam, for joining us. Students, we go on a break. We should resume shortly, I think in 23 minutes. So see you all in a second. Dana, Adam, and Jen, thank you again. Your comments were amazing and the conversation was fantastic. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. All right. See you all in 23 minutes. Well, 22 now. Bye. Hey, Fernando, how are you? Oh, give me a second.
Of course, I have my microphone off. This is the most common sentence this year. You're muted.
I know. Exactly.
How are you
Hey, you're
doing?
muted.
Yeah.
I'm doing fine, and you, Fernando?
Good, good. I'm just surviving. I'm
I
surviving,
know.
okay.
We all are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
actually, I'm super happy to have you back. I think like you saw part of the first part, and now
mhm.
you're gonna get to see the projects, which is nice.
Great, 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 great. How was the morning?
Oh, it was very good.
It was good?
I was
Yeah.
very excited. Yeah, the students did a great job actually, and I'm very happy about that.
They were amazing this semester. They were really amazing. I was positively impressed by their resilience and their commitment to these messy times. It was.
Yeah, exactly. And well, hi, Elizabeth. Welcome. I'm very excited to have you finally.
Yes, I know. I know. It's nice to be here. Yes, thank you.
It's also nice to see you. I feel like, well, last semester we were supposed to share also the studio space. I hope you're doing
Yes.
better now.
Yes, I do. I do feel better. Yeah, I do. I still have some things I have to kind of work through, but it's good. Yes. I'm much better. Yes. I'm sorry I wasn't able to teach in the spring. That was such a disappointment to me, but here I am.
It's
No, of
very
course.
good to have you back, Elizabeth. We
Oh,
all,
thank you.
yes, it's
Thank you
very,
so
very
Yeah,
much.
nice
and
to have
we're
you back.
very lucky to have you today.
Thank
Well,
you.
both you, Fernando, and Elizabeth. I
Yes,
think
thank
like it's
you.
an honor. I'm super excited.
Oh, it's no, it's I'm really so happy to be here. Yeah.
And Piera,
Well,
do you know
yes.
Manuel? Do you know
Yes,
Manuel,
I
the
do.
other reviewer? Yeah. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
He was here
Oh
in
well.
February for the colloquium that we organized.
Yeah, of course. Like well, I met him before that, but while he was there, we had the opportunity to talk a little bit more, and also more extensively during the winter. I think I attended thesis reviews at Cornell, and that's where when we met. So it has been like a very nice. I mean, an important person for me to meet, also based on his research and my interest in Latin American architecture and
That's so great.
well, processes of decolonialization. Yeah. So I'm super happy also that he accepted to come. So, so I think like it's going to be a good conversation. However, he's running late on some meetings, so actually he's going to join us in the middle of this session. So if you both, Elizabeth and Fernando, don't mind, I'm gonna go ahead and introduce you to the studio. And also Elizabeth, for you to have a bigger sense of what the studio is about.
Okay.
So I'm gonna share my screen real quick. I don't know if you both had the opportunity to go through this brochure that I shared yesterday, but I'm just gonna give it just gonna go through it so that I can explain better what the studio is about. So it's called Good, Well, Better. And of course, it's a play on words based on, well, goodness, architectural goodness, or the common good, and also how those questions have been framed through the lens of healthcare. Important things to take away from the studio overview is that, well, public health crises are not new to the history of, well, humanity, but also into the ways they have shaped architecture and architectural discourse. So, of course, like it is even more important today to address that history, to wonder about how we have addressed those issues in the past and how those issues continue to frame the way we articulate or talk about architecture. And of course, to understand how those preoccupations have been culturally and architecturally constructed. So for example, in architecture, these strategies have developed to spatialize care and therapeutic needs. And we all know the examples, right? From the Ville-Radieuse to the sanatorium, to the roof terrace, etc. So we know a little bit of that history of architecture's complicity with the betterment of our bodies people and societies, and to what limits architecture has stretched those definitions from those typologies that have dealt with healthcare directly to those where the relationship is not always so apparent or direct. So to interrogate these concerns with architecture's representation of goodness and its biopolitical applications, the studio interrogates the organization of welfare and public assistance in the context of Austin, Texas. So I have encouraged students to respond to this collective site by questioning the spatial types or like the pieces of infrastructure that directly or indirectly deal with the city's medicalizing processes. Then I asked the students to take these types as a given, to try to also alter them, transform them, and to project, of course, strategies that reconsider their established arrangement of space and the expected consequences these have in the construction of a diverse concept of what public health is and in what ways architecture contributes to that concept. Give me a second. So this studio is also one of its biggest goals is to aim at expanding architecture's methods of analysis when confronting past and current attitudes towards health and the built environment, and how this can help us project a more sustainable relationship with our bodies, our dwellings, and our cities when care and sustenance are the drivers of change. With regards to the studio's methodology, well, all the projects that you are going to see today, which are 3, are design research projects. And this sort of design research projects are critical forms of documentation and of representation. So therefore, to document, to represent, and to project is seen in the studio as essential tasks towards a deeper understanding of spatial production at all scales. So the pedagogical ambition is to challenge conventional definitions of architecture and to advance inventive approaches while enabling critical action in the built environment. So the tactics that the students have deployed and you will notice that they explicitly question predominant interpretations of architecture and of the built environment as merely physical constructs. So also more broadly, to give you more context of how the studio has been organized, I divided it into 2 parts. One is a historical analysis and a survey of fragments of the city of Austin, and how these 2 parts also relate to one another when they come together into a project. So each part is framed to foster the ability to take an architectural position. So each project is framed by a short thesis statement and a research assumption that in a way tries to respond to the studio's thematic focus. So today we are reviewing 9 projects, but for this second session, we're gonna be revising this 3 projects. What else? Also, in case, just so that you know, I've shared with you a link to where the students' work has been uploaded. And of course, this little brochure contains little abstracts of what the projects are about, so short descriptions of what the project is. So in a way, you know, these documents help you navigate and understand the content of the review a little bit better. In terms of the review, the students, because these are design research projects, the students created throughout the semester a documentary video that condenses the research as well as their projects, their interventions. So you're going to be watching some videos, but yeah, you have access to drawings and other materials that the students have produced. And of course, please ask them to present plans, drawings, or whatever for the sake of clarification. All right. I don't know if Fernando and Elizabeth, if you guys have questions at this point.
No, I don't. No, I don't have questions, but I'm sure I will once we get started.
We are going to have around 35 minutes per group, so it's going to give us ample time for a conversation. I'm going to go ahead and introduce you both. Well, Fernando Lara and Elizabeth Dancy, they're both associate professors here at the School of Architecture. But we're also going to be joined shortly by, sorry about that, by Manuel Schwartzberg Carrillo. So Manuel is an assistant professor in urban studies and planning at UC San Diego. He's an architect and an architectural historian. He researches histories and theories of architecture and geopolitics, particularly how modern architectural technologies and territorial infrastructures mediate regimes of settler colonialism, racial capitalism, and processes of decolonization. His recent work draws from science and technology studies, Marxist and decolonial critical theories, to think through how modern architecture operates in ecological, political, and economic terms. But Manuel is gonna join us shortly, but I just wanted to go over the introductions and we don't waste time by the time he gets here. So without further ado, Amber, I think it's your turn. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself while I set up your video.
Sounds good. Hi, I'm Amber Poofball. I'm a 5th year undergrad and this is my last semester. I initially studied the typology of the laundromat, but as my research developed, it actually turned into a historical analysis on laundry itself and how those tools within that history, and they're like these essential tools, it'll explain in the video, and how those can be traced throughout history and how, in terms of architecture, you can use this history to project what these spaces are and what they may become in the future. So, yeah.
All right, thanks, Amber.
Laundry. The ritual of laundry that we know today has perfected itself into a concentrated, hands-off approach, but it hasn't always been this way. For centuries, it was a very laborious and tedious process that took many people to complete. Over time, no matter how one has chosen to do their laundry, there is a societal consensus that requires one to maintain a personal standard of cleanliness. This standard has taken many forms, but yet, when you analyze the history of laundry itself, you learn that there are essential tools that have remained consistent through the test of time: the cleaning agent, the cleaning vessel, the white linen, and most importantly, the people who bear the responsibility of maintaining cleanliness standards. It is through the historical lens of the ritual of laundry that we begin to project what laundry is and isn't to become. The following video presents scenes as layered compositions, permanently exposed to historical fragments that come together as an essay on cleanliness and its impervious presence in everyday life. The first recorded traces of this ritual were during the Roman era in buildings called fulleries. Fulleries were a space composed of bins sculpted into the walls in which people could bring their linens to get washed. Very similar to the Roman baths, it was a public ritual space, but for the fulleries, it was also a privatized business. The space was open to the general public, but people were paid and highly respected for their work. As for cleaning agents, utilizing urine was common practice, as the ammonia acted as a natural whitener, and the whiter one clothes, the higher one's social standing. After the fall of the Roman Empire and into the Middle Ages, laundry as a whole regressed to the more communal ritual of women washing in large wooden bins near the river. Much like their Roman ancestors, human and/or animal urine was still the dominant cleaning agent. However, the Black Plague proved to be a major paradigm shift for bodily cleanliness. To physically wash one's body with hot water was now perceived as a threat, as they believed that the hot water opened their pores and gave the plague an opportunity to enter the body. From this point forward, bathing one's body became extremely taboo. However, despite their infrequent bathing, they believed that the key to cleanliness was through the clean linens. The whiter their undergarments, the cleaner they were perceived to be, and thus it elevated their social standing. At the beginning of the 18th century, river bathing was still an uncommon practice among people of European descent. However, in America, their new Native American counterparts' ideals surrounding cleanliness were quite the opposite. They would wash their bodies daily in the river, sometimes more than once a day, using local plants as cleaning agents to maintain their communal cleanliness standards. As for their clothes, they were primarily made of hides from the games that they would hunt, and given the characteristic of cured hides, they were not compatible with river washing. However, the women would wipe it down with a variety of tools to remove any dirt or bodily fluids. The Native Americans' relationship with the river began to change when colonization slowly begins to seep into the American landscape. However, as European colonial rule expanded over the area, their technologies replaced and recoded the native practices. The wash basin, the washboard, and lye soap became widely spread. These tools reshaped the spatial conditions of the ritual, moving it from the communal space of the river to an interstitial space between the home and the river. Although it is a small shift, it recodes the ritual from a communal to a more private practice. Despite this, the common entity between their cleaning practices and those of the Native Americans remains the river. Their opposing hygiene routines caused great tension between the neighbors when it came to utilizing the river, as the Native Americans believed their soiled, soapy water was contaminating the river. It is from here that things began to pick up very quickly. American slaves were emancipated. The Industrial Revolution is coming to an end. City population are growing at an exponential rate, as well as infrastructure to accommodate this growth. Electricity is becoming an accessible commodity. These technological innovations are enabling a sort of efficiency that is unprecedented and completely transforms the American condition. What used to be communities of single-family dwellings have transitioned to either low-rise, narrow tenement buildings or apartment buildings. Although the two building types are designated for either the rich or the poor, they each cultivate new opportunities for the method in which people did their laundry. Density becomes a driving force in how cities accommodate rising populations and, in turn, redefine how people perceive personal cleanliness. Frequent bathing becomes popular once again, while wider clothing is still desirable. The tenement was a housing typology that was dedicated to housing poorer communities that traditionally worked in large factories. They were narrow, low-rise brick buildings with cramped living spaces. Typically, these buildings had plumbing available at the ground floor rather than in each individual unit. On the other hand, the apartment buildings were low-rise buildings as well, but unlike the tenement, they had ample space and plumbing available in each individual unit. As for the tenement residents, this meant that they had to go look elsewhere to bathe. Rather than bathing in the comfort of their own unit, the government-funded public baths became popular once again. Soap and towels were available on the premises, ensuring that all had access to proper tools for sufficient cleaning. The juxtaposition of the public space of the baths compared to the privatized plumbing of the apartment buildings reiterates the idea that although a universal standard of cleanliness existed, it came at the expense of the working class. Since the tenements only had running water at the ground level, the process of doing laundry consumed the entire building. Water was carried from the bottom of the building to the individual unit where it could be heated, wash the clothes, and carried back down for the soapy water to be poured on the streets. To dry the clothes, they would span cable lines in between buildings and leave the laundry there until it was completely dry. Apartments, on the other hand, had readily available running water and thus more options. Firstly, they could afford the machinery for the wife or maid to complete the laundry in the comfort of the kitchen. The second option, either for the extremely wealthy or the bachelors, was to have their maids take their laundry to be washed at a local wet wash. By the early 20th century, more and more technology is accessible to all classes of wealth. The commodification of goods and services curate a pace of living that mimics the machine. Public transportation, retail stores, and factories are just some of the few objects seen at the city scale that reinforce the pace set from a sort of efficiency of the machine and opens the door for new capitalistic ventures. The ritual of laundry has taken many forms at this point in time, all within the public and or private sector of the individual. It wasn't until 1934 that laundry took on a corporate form known as the laundromat. Founded in Fort Worth, Texas by a man named John F. Cantrell, the laundromat was now a public service. This business model was based on the idea of self-service where individuals could utilize the machinery for a very small price. Although the commercialization of laundry was inevitable, the 4 washing machines set up in a commercial space was a business idea that revolutionized the ritual of laundry. It offered a public service to surrounding communities, but it quickly became an inescapable machine of productivity and, by default, delegated more work to women and minorities. With the commodification of the machine comes the need for a more efficient, more concentrated cleaning agent. What was traditionally a lye-based soap, normally in a bar form, has now transformed into a granular soap that one could pour into the wash. Chemically based, it was marketed to soak your clothes whiter.
The highlights of the marvelous new high-test Oxidol. Whitest washing, most suds, safer for colors, maintains absolute whiteness.
In the mid to late 20th century, homes were in the midst of being redesigned to serve the middle-class nuclear family structure. Larger rooms, multiple bathrooms, large living rooms, and kitchens with ample storage space were dominant features. However, the service areas such as the kitchen were redesigned to optimize the efficiency of the housewife. Technology not only heightened the ability to execute daily tasks at an unnatural pace, it modularized the home. This is most clearly seen with the innovation of the in-home washer and dryer. Rather than placing them in the kitchen directly, architects either reconfigured or expanded upon floor plans to create laundry rooms. The proximity between the kitchen and the laundry room further instilled the inherent responsibility placed on women during this era. The commodification of the washer and dryer, as well as the detergent, which is readily available at a local grocery store by this time, foreshadowed the regularity in which many people, mostly middle to upper class, have accessibility to clean laundry in the comfort of their own home.
That COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
A short time ago, the World Health Organization declared the outbreak an international public health emergency.
Is a global pandemic.
This is not life as usual.
Today, we are all experiencing the paranoia of a global pandemic. Although we can take precautions, it begs the question of whether or not our current standard of cleanliness is sufficient enough in avoiding viruses and diseases in the future. More and more research tells us that they can live on surfaces, in the air, and even on your clothes for an extended period of time. It is events like this that dictate how the standard of cleanliness, and thus laundry practices, will evolve. However, if you analyze depiction of what the future of laundry is to become, it looks much like what it is today. Large machines, hour-long wash times, 1 to 5 different types of detergent. It is with an understanding of historical tools that our generation will evolve our standard of cleanliness into a more efficient, more concentrated, and less gender-binding ritual of doing your laundry.
All right. Well, thank you, Amber, for the video. Well, Elizabeth and Fernando, well, the screen is yours. The discussion is open. But of course, maybe a little clarification in the studio as well. And this is something I forgot to mention in my introduction. I encourage the students also to rethink what an architectural project could be. That's maybe why, right, some people decided, let's say, to focus on a building, whereas others decided to, let's say, reinvent what an architectural object could be. The case of Amber, she tried to explore the historical essay as a graphic novel, as a means of understanding what other tools we have as architects, and what about those tools can be interpreted into design. So also in that link that I shared with the students' work, you might find Amber's actual graphic novel.
I can go ahead and share that if y'all are interested in seeing that.
That would be great,
Thanks.
Amber.
Yeah.
Thanks, Amber.
So can y'all see that?
Yes.
I think one important thing to mention that is not mentioned in the video is within the graphic novel, those drawings are detailed with different graphics of materiality, and so you can trace the materiality throughout time as well. And so there's a materials legend. So as you're following through with these drawings, you can track the materials and how that pertains to the evolution of these like different tools. And so the essay is incorporated into this graphic novel, and it traces through what you saw in the video, but the blue indicates those tools that are important to notice throughout the test of time. And then pushing forward, it just goes through each of the different key periods of time. And in the bottom corner of each of these boxes, it details a different time. And so it references back to the time in which either these graphics were taken or maybe a soap was introduced or something of that sort. So it's fluid between time and content. Yeah. So as you go through. And that's the end of the novel.
Amber, what would be a sequel to your novel? And I ask that because I want you to discuss a little bit the projective power of architecture, the power, the skill to propose a future. And your novel is very sharp and very precise on identifying the evolution of the issue of laundry and the relationship with the built environment, highlighting the issues of gender and class that are very visible, gender, race, and class that are very visible in your narrative. But it stops right at the COVID 2020 pandemic. At least your video kind of does. So what do you see towards the future? If you're going to write a second chapter, a sequel to your graphic novel, how would you propose we tackle the problem?
That was something I was thinking about, and that's why I presented 2020. Based on my research, it's historical events like COVID-19 that actually shift our standards of cleanliness and laundry. And I think this second chapter would be what that shift could look like. And I think if you think in terms of isolation and you think of terms of like self-quarantining and things like that, like, do you really need a second, like a whole room for a laundry room? Or could you do your laundry in your closet since you're probably self-isolating in your closet? Or if there's just other means in which architecturally you could fit laundry into a home that doesn't encompass a giant machine or is limited to this small space of doing like your laundry. And there are examples of it that I've seen, like in New York, you could have like a portable one that you put in your bathtub and stuff like that. So I think there is starting to be a push with this sort of machinery and all the different methods in which you can do your laundry, but I think it would be starting to see how we could push that farther. That would be the second chapter.
Amber, I watched your video earlier this morning, and at the end of the video, I thought maybe the next phase of what we'll be thinking about will be, I guess, scientifically oriented or technologically oriented, being able to, given that your video ended on the pandemic, that we'll be able to, let's say, through new scientific models or inventions or discoveries, find other ways of becoming clean or to kill germs. And so I kind of left thinking about that. And then I went and read, I read the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal every day. And there was an article in the Wall Street Journal that says that the title of the article is "Home Appliances Boost Hygiene to Lift Sales During Pandemic." And you should read it. It's a really, actually, it's a very good article. And in it, what struck me was, because I had just been thinking about this, and I'll read it to you. It's about Samsung Electronics and Beko Electrical Appliances. And it says they recently rolled out Hygiene Shield, a range of appliances such as refrigerators and ovens equipped with disinfection drawers. It also is offering a cleaning cabinet, a standalone appliance that resembles a microwave oven, but is designed to disinfect everyday items such as wallets and mobile phones. And then it goes on to talk about the increase in sales of all kinds of cleaning appliances for the home. But I wondered how newer technologies like this idea of disinfecting wallets and mobile phones and everyday objects might affect how we live and how we operate within our own homes, and then how we operate in the public realm. I mean, I think, first of all, I think your video and your research is really, really quite wonderful, and I liked seeing your graphic novel too. And one of the reasons I like it so much is that it lays the, like I think like Fernando says, it lays the foundation for the next step, for thinking beyond. So it's like first you have to go through this step to understand what questions you might ask, what the relevant questions are, the most pressing questions, and then how you might imagine or think that the world might be shifted or adjusted or changed relative to the history and our understanding of it now. As a creative person and as someone who's interested in design, I think it definitely falls within our realm to imagine and then to put forward a proposition that can be debated, really. And so I'm always interested in ideas about the future or about what could happen, whether it's, I don't know, dystopic or not. And so I agree with Fernando. It'd be nice to even hear your thoughts about what you imagine in terms of the physical, even the physical world, how that might be adjusted or changed, or what you think an ideal kind of society might look like in the future, given this persistent, really, the persistence towards hygiene and cleanliness. Seems like it's only ramping up, right? Because out of fear and other things. So I don't know. What are some of your, or have you had other thoughts or ideas since you did the research?
Yeah, I definitely have. That was the curious thing about this whole project was, one, just the historical analysis, but two, like the projection, which you talk about in the future of it. Because Piergianna and I were talking about it, and if you look towards like films or like even modern technology, aside from the Samsung stuff, I'm going to read into that, but it is what it was 20 years ago, just maybe like 10-minute shorter cycles on your laundry, or just a better way to like aggregate your clothes. And I'm like, for all the technological innovations we have today, this is something that is just so behind what it should be. And I think COVID has really highlighted that. And in terms of like how you can integrate that into your home or a laundromat, or even at the industrial scale, I think there's going to be a major shift in the technology itself, but also like how often we clean our clothes. Some people believe that you shouldn't wash your clothes every time you wear them, just because of the type of fabrics. And so I think that'll be a really interesting shift in how we redefine cleanliness. And also, what was the other part? Just thinking about how, with the introduction of a vaccine, how that'll actually reshape it again. And will we go back to our typical standard of cleanliness now that we're protected by a vaccine, or is this going to keep pushing forward? And so I think just understanding like that this is going to bring a shift, and the vaccine will bring another shift, and how we're going to adjust to that. Because I also, and this is a personal belief, that like at some point you have to make yourself, like, you know, with like any disease, like you get the flu and then you're immune to it, like you're done, and you have to build up your immune system. So I wonder how that will play into it. So it's just like a wide variety of all these contingencies upon one another and how they'll change or fall back.
It is interesting to see how people interact or do not interact differently because of our body can transmit disease from one person to another, even touching or hugging, handshaking. So there is, I think, along with this, there is a sort of psychological aspect of fear and even dread. I think, there's a whole, like, the affect and emotions and feelings surrounding the potential to be sick, and then of course to die. So this, like, so hygiene and cleanliness have a kind of, on its other end, is on a kind of human level, or I think on a psychological level, is one of potential dread. one is almost like represents life, whiteness and cleanliness, and the other represents potentially it's opposite, which and I think actually a lot of my sister's an analyst, and she's a psychotherapist, and that's actually, that whole field is booming right now because people are fearful. And what are they fearful of? They're fearful of getting sick. And what would make them sick? Germs. And so spread by people we love, who love us. So it's I think it's very very interesting topic right now.
Amber, have you thought about closes as a kind of architecture, as a layer that separates our body from the rest of the environment? Have you thought about that aspect of it, and how we deal with it?
I did quite a bit in the research, only because during the Middle Ages, that white layer of clothing was actually how they cleaned their body. Mm-hmm. So like that was their disinfectant rather than bathing, which is like whatever, disgusting. But how that's evolved, and how materials are changing so fast, and there's a new thing coming out all the time, 3D printed and all these things. And so I think in terms of materials and clothing themselves, I think it just more goes into like how we will clean those materials rather than how they clean us, because some of them are anti-germ and some don't need to be cleaned at such a frequent rate as some other types of materials do. And I think that'll be more of the issue there with the materiality of your clothing rather than like them cleaning you. It's just like at what point or how often do you clean your clothes rather than how do they clean you? I think by a certain degree, they will always be protecting you from the outside world. That's what they're inherently meant to do.
I would encourage you to be a bit more radical on those investigations, on those thoughts. Like if we don't, COVID has forced us to live in this environment here. I see 15 people here in small squares in the screen of my computer. Instead, when in a normal semester, we would be in a room on Goldsmith or Sutton, and we would be talking with much less filter. So now we have the filter of the computer, and all we interact is those screens. And even if you look at my screen, I have a fake background because I don't want to show my living room. So I put another piece of architecture as a fake background. In a way, my fake background is like clothing. I mean, there's a layer here that is hiding something and portraying an image of my choice. Being radical on that thought and trying to investigate it further, if we cannot interact anymore, or if we decide not to interact anymore, we don't need any clothing. I can have a virtual layer that covers my body if that's where the social norm goes. And I can put my house at 75 degrees. It wastes a lot of natural resources, but I can do it. You know, I would encourage you to step out of the box here and engage the spatial implications of the issue of laundry, of the issue of cleaning, to the point that we can completely dematerialize clothes and have something different. Or in order to interact, we need to inhabit a kind of a plastic bubble, which is another layer of clothing. And if I have my plastic bubble, then I can walk to Goldsmith and all of us can be there inside our plastic bubbles or helmets or something. So I'm trying to push you to think about more drastic possibilities in order to kind of distill the future of clothes, laundry, machines, domestic work, gender inequalities, push it further. I think the strength of your graphic novel is that you did a beautiful analysis of the past and you distilled the issues of the past. But I'm missing here any kind of proposal for the future. And I would encourage you to try that. And then, of course, you have to invent the world of the future. And think about how the Jetsons were the future when I was a kid. So when I was a kid, people thought that by now, 2020, we would be flying on our backpack flying machines, and we would be hopping from platform to platform in the air. And it's not like that at all. We are stuck inside our houses and we can't go outside and interact because of a new virus.
Yeah, Amber, if you don't mind me jumping in, sorry. But do you want to respond to Fernando? And I can wait to.
I was just going to say that would be the next chapter. So, yeah.
Yes, I'm urging you to draw the next chapter of your graphic novel. Yes.
Yeah, so Amber, I just wanted to comment on something that is interesting that both Elizabeth and Fernando's comments have dealt around technologies, right? Like whether it is garments or whether it is the machines we use to conduct it, sanitize our lives, right? But of course, right, also the history of sanitation and sanitizing our lives has also come to, the erasure of communities and entities, and obviously of a particular gender that gets also erased from the history of the spaces that tend to provide a space for those technologies, right? So in a way, what I do like about your graphic novel is that it places the attention on technology and the history of technology, right? And also how the history of architecture can be explored through that lens, right? But it is important as you move forward, and if you were to continue with this investigation, to also place attention then to the gender technology studies and the intersectionality of that relationship, because those particular studies, of course, have shown that not only artifacts or technologies have politics, but they specifically have gender politics, right? And of course, it's a great reminder that technology is always saturated with gender. So whenever a technology reproduces existing gender dynamics and expectations, technology not liberates, but rather, freezes and enslaves. So my commentary, or what I want to get at this as well, is like when you approach the future and when you think about the act of laundry and the technologies associated with it today, right? Who are they benefiting, and what are the, let's say, the relationships or the unequal power dynamics that they're able to continue to enable, right? And in what ways and in what spaces those power dynamics are constituted, right? So yes, there is in the last part of the graphic novel a lot of attention inside the domestic realm, and how, let's say, those technologies have been more liberating rather than enforcing continuous attention, and of course less gendered. But as your research with Michaela at the beginning of the semester revealed, is that there is a lot of gender inequality in the commercial and the industrial side of the story, right? So if we think about the role of technology into that future, when we think about automation, right, taking over and replacing, let's say, a very important source of labor for many women, and especially minority women in this country, right? I would challenge to rethink then, how much importance or how much presence do we assign to technology in the future, moving forward, right? Like, I'm not like an anti-technologist here, of course not, but in a way, it is important to acknowledge that facet of well, the politics embedded within technology.
No, I agree. I think that would be a great jumping point from this point forward, is focusing more on the technology. I think it was either you or Adam Miller that suggested, I'm blanking on her name, I think it was Liz Diller's book, but it mentioned how the commodification of technology, especially in the home, actually didn't really benefit anyone. It just made life more efficient and actually placed more work on women in general. And so how that evolutionized and brings itself to today and into the future, I think would be...
It actually benefited man.
Yeah, it benefited the man.
Technology was marketed for women, but it benefited man.
Yeah, like the first washing machine was invented for this man's wife. He made it for her for Christmas. It's like, lovely. But it's like things like that that carry forward, and especially that now that we're moving into a world where it's more uncommon not to be married or live by yourself, or men are now bachelors for time, and how that actually changes when you don't have that women's presence and you don't focus on that women's presence in the home. And so I think that would be a great jumping off point, especially in terms of technology.
Yeah, and also, technologies that are related or relevant to women have been excluded from the discourse on technology. So I think, like, I appreciated the effort on rendering that connection visible throughout your narrative. To understand as well in what ways it has empowered and not empowering women throughout history. So I think, like, in that construction of the future and in that projective scenario, these issues need to always appear and be present in the conversation, because of course they remain as relevant today as they should have always been. All right, well, I don't know if Fernando and Elizabeth would like to add something else.
No, that was
All right.
that was a good summation.
All right, well, thank you so much, Amber, for your presentation. And of course, Fernando and Elizabeth, for your comments. We're going to move on. Gabriel, if you want, do you mind start to introduce yourself and your project while I set up your video?
Hi, I'm Gabrielle. I am in the MARC program, and this is my first advanced studio. And this semester, I was researching the topic of the cemetery and the role it plays within the city and our lives. And after looking within the context of Austin, I took an interest in the interaction of communities and individuals and the relationship they have with the actions and rituals we associate with typical cemeteries, as well as reevaluating what a new cemetery typology could look like if we were to break away from the common type and embrace a new relationship with our places of memorialization. So at the beginning of the video here, there's going to be a couple clips from the research portion video that I worked on with Nick, and then it'll transition into how I took that and kind of applied it to my project.
With rising costs of burial plots and maintenance behind them, many people are looking towards affordable, personal, and more environmentally friendly forms of burial. It is inevitable, if not necessary, that alternative types of cemeteries and burials be investigated and explored that may better confront and address some of these issues, and allow the typology of cemeteries to adapt to more modern burial practices and attitudes while providing public space for people to lay their loved ones to rest. The cemetery type has inadequately developed over time in ways that have failed to accommodate divergent burial practices, confront socioeconomic discrepancies, or inspire a particularly meaningful connection between the living and the dead. To amend this, the role of the cemetery type needs to be reevaluated within the context of an urban fabric, alongside waning ceremonial observance, and be reassessed to facilitate more meaningful and pragmatic burial practices that contend with antiquated typological assertions and begin to address historical discrepancies in ways that have been overlooked or dismissed in the past. Through the lens of multiscale surveying, the Oakwood Cemetery acts as a microcosm from which to reassess the cemetery type as a static entity within a much more dynamic context. Through these mappings, otherwise ephemeral factors will be addressed, such as the cemetery relative to the passage of time and its unwieldiness to react to inevitable and immediate contextual changes. We are generating a survey of the site through an investigation of its historical development and function as it relates to its role within a contemporary urban context. The relationship between the cemetery and its context will be represented through a set of drawings that illustrate a stark difference in relevance and precedence that begins to reveal the cemetery as a spatial condition that suffers humans as well as the elements.
The cemetery type as we currently know it has become familiar in the urban fabric of cities as a place of rest, visitation, and history. While it is a space of memorialization and knowledge, it has also become stagnant rather than adapting to meet contemporary needs or curating different approaches to the act of burial. This project aims to reevaluate the spatialization of a burial ground with the creation of a new type of civic and public space that seeks to emphasize the rituals and acts associated with burial as a means of continuing my research into the cemetery typology. Our research into the role of the cemetery in the context of Austin brought us to the historic Oakwood Cemetery to further analyze acts of burial where we observed ideas of race and class being reified and materialized in its organization within the site, as well as a lack of diverse burial. While it may not serve the larger population of East Austin, this site provides a unique location to develop a conversation about the process of death to the dense residential population surrounding it. There are many ways we memorialize our loved ones to create a personal and deeply sentimental place of rest. This may come in the form of traditional burial coffins, urns, or even in small objects that remind us of them. Methods of burial and the ways which we remember the people in our lives and communities are unique in telling of the different lives we all live. By developing and investigating a new cemetery prototype, we can shift towards creating a memorial space that no longer prescribes to humanistic ideals of the past that don't have a place in contemporary culture. The creation of a prototype that uses a one-to-one reification of the architectural unit and a person laid to rest would result in a shift of our relationship with death and burial, as well as a system that represents a collective unity at large through aggregation. To begin the development of the prototype module, I started with three of the most key elements in the history of development of architecture: the platform, wall, and arch. These are three of the primary elements used to construct space, and here are applied in such a way as to materialize the idea of an individual becoming part of a collective. The scale of burials is applied to dictate the module size and create an aggregation that reads as a unit. This iteration is based off of the size of a city block in Austin that is subdivided into a series of intersecting grids across the site that begin to develop an organizational approach that informs where the modular system begins to organize itself. When the system is applied on a large scale, these modules display characteristics of monumentality that are familiar with the acts of burial we have come to know. Gradual removal of material for moments of circulation, occupation, and burials begins to change the common rituals associated with cemeteries. While the niches read as individual up close, they represent unity and collectivity when observed as a whole. While this approach reevaluates what our burial grounds may be, it also serves as a chance to reevaluate the role of materiality we typically associate with them and explore options that may better represent current culture and communities. Using materials that require maintenance from the community challenges burial rituals that we are familiar with and no longer allows us to be detached from cemeteries. By choosing a material like teak that is durable but does require maintenance and care, death ceases to exist outside of everyday life and is no longer something that is avoidable. The system of assembly is a simple waffle-based structure that doesn't require specific skills to create and can easily be built in portions on site with local craftsmen, creating an attainable system that could be replicated in other cities. While the research leading to the new modular prototype was based off of a real site, this system is designed to be siteless in the sense that it can be adjusted to fit numerous boundary conditions. While this system was developed on a full city block scale, this prototype has the potential to be built as smaller fragments on various sites throughout the city to serve individual communities and neighborhoods that may surround it. The static cemetery typology as we know it has left us detached and distant from acts and rituals associated with burial and resulted in a disconnect between contemporary society and death. This prototype promotes a shift in our relationship to death, acts of burial, and the creation of a public space that emphasizes a new cemetery experience.
Well, thank you, Gabrielle.
I'll jump in. So I think this is a really fascinating and really complicated, I think, topic and subject. When I was thinking about what the cemetery of the future might involve, I was reminded that a lot of people today do not want to be buried. They want their, when they die, they want their body to be, they want their ashes to be scattered, let's say. Like they don't necessarily want them collected and put in an urn, or they don't want their body to be buried in a casket. They want to be, in a way, become dematerialized, like to be no longer the body separated from the idea of the person, that they're not co-located like they are in a cemetery. If you go to a cemetery, you might imagine you see the headstone, or you see the urn in the columbarium, let's say, and you imagine that person's body, that person, the life of that person. You even said, the artifacts, you could leave artifacts that remind you of that person's own life. And yet it seems like there's an interest in not doing that. And I wonder about that. So I liked this, what you said about materializing and then caring. So for instance, using a material like teak, where you have to, that requires, it has a material presence that has to be maintained over time. And so and I don't know, I mean, I like that idea a lot. I don't know if it's consistent with where we are societally when we think about death and the body. I mean, there are some people who believe that the body is so sacred that it should not even be burned upon death. It should, in fact, many cultures, in fact, or if the body is burned, it's done in a ritualized way so that the importance of the body is maintained. And then the idea, the spirit of that person that was alive in the body then goes off. But it's much more, I think, ritualized as an act. And I think we've gotten really away from that. I don't even know. I have personally noticed that in other cultures that I've been to cemetery. I'm very interested in cemeteries. They're frankly more alive. Especially if you go to Aldo Rossi Cemetery, it is like a city. I mean, there are people there. They are tending to the sites. They're there walking around. It's almost like a social place. It's almost like there's a kind of obligation to visit the people who have died in this other life, this afterlife. There's still a reminder of the body there being present. So this idea of the individual and the collective, I think is really, really nice. And especially this idea that it would have to be a place that required attention and required kind of work, or required, it couldn't be neglected. Or if it did, it would somehow mimic the neglect or what happens to the body when the body dies and disintegrates. It goes back to the earth. I mean, I think it's a very, very complicated, I think, and very, very interesting kind of set of questions. And I appreciate the beginning of your proposition. I mean, we could talk more about it specifically if you wanted to, but I'll leave it at there for now.
Gabrielle, do you have a couple of drawings that you can put on the screen for us? Like, I was wondering if a very simple section of the 3D that you showed us in the.
Let me see. I don't know that I have a section going through it because I think a lot of it, but I have some.
Something that just represents your proposal in section. Yeah, that's good. That's perfect. As you were presenting, and when you got to the proposal, I am here stitching together the issue of the body that is central to the studio, and the issue of death, which is a very difficult topic. I mean, I think we are very much unprepared to deal with death and with what happens to our bodies. So the large majority of the previous civilizations, including our Christian civilization, puts the body into the earth. And there's a reason for that. It's to avoid having to deal with what happens to the flesh after it stops living. So the dead cells will putrefy. And that to avoid the problems that come out of that change in our matter, the human beings invented a long time ago that we should put our bodies into the earth. Your proposal and lots of the new columbariums, all of those new structures that they are old, but they multiply in the 20th century, is the opposite. I mean, we are putting the remains on top. We're putting the remains above ground. Maybe because we got rid of the putrefaction, right? I mean, there's no putrefaction anymore. It's cremation. It's something else that will happen to our bodies, to our matter. It will be either frozen or cremated or some other kind of treatment. How do you see? I mean, tell us more about this relationship with the body, the monumentalization, the memorialization in which the bodies are, instead of following the previous hegemonic idea of putting the bodies into the earth, you are putting the bodies up into the air, basically. How do you see that? What?
I think one of the big ideas behind kind of making this very like present above ground structure was kind of what's been mentioned, this idea of like we are pretty distanced from like death, and it's something that a lot of people like we're very like unprepared for it. We kind of like avoid it, and so it's something that when it's above ground and when it's something that may require care from like a community or whoever is like overseeing it, it requires like human presence alive in it to be able to help maintain it. And so I think you end up confronting ideas related to death that you don't normally have to in places where it's kind of the typical cemeteries we may be associated with of, oh, you may have a service and have someone buried, and then that may be the time and that's it. And that's the only time maybe you are in a cemetery.
So you are exposing instead of hiding. That's the central aspect of the proposal.
Yes.
To expose what happens to the body after death instead of hiding it under 7 feet of dirt.
It's also not only exposing it, but you're also proposing that this is a prototype that could be used throughout a city, let's say, that could occur. I mean, when I saw your diagrams, it looked like it was meant to be, could have one in every neighborhood. Like these would be much more, almost at a domestic scale. Like I think, well, yes, and so instead of being, so for instance, in Austin now, I think the cemetery you were looking at is really pretty small. I mean, relatively speaking, because now there's big cemeteries out on I-35 and, really large cemetery, many acres, large plots of land. And it made me wonder about that. Like, so is that, what about that? Is it better? Is that better somehow? I don't know how to qualify better, but I guess it depends on your thesis. But is it better, or it reminded me of the island of San Michele in Venice, where again, out of necessity, the whole island is a cemetery, and now Chipperfield has that project it was completed maybe 10 years ago. It's still under construction. I think it's still being added to. But you have to leave, the main island of Venice. You leave and you go to San Michele, and that's where the cemetery is. And then it is like a little city, and it's growing. It's growing. There are more and more structures that are being built. And I think that brings up this other question about, and I think this has been a point of discussion of what do we do with all these bodies? I mean, it's like, what do we do with are we going to have like there's a lot of people dying over and over every day. And so what is the role of dying in society? How do we honor that? What's the best way to honor? Like I said, some people think the best way to honor someone is to scatter their ashes at their favorite place in the world, or some particularly meaningful place. I think that's also, some people might say that that's a real problem for like lots of reasons. So I think it's such an interesting question. I think it's so complex, and at the heart of it for me is really, what attitudes do we have now about dying and about burial? or not? And how might that shift? Like, could that shift through an attitude of burial like this, or making more visible what we really seem to want to make invisible, that is the body that has died. So I don't know. I think it's a really fascinating thesis.
I think when like working through this, kind of like you were mentioning how it seems almost like it wants to be on smaller scales. As I was working through the project, I was kind of coming to that like little fragments of this. And I think in the mid-review, I think we might have mentioned it, that something that's like fragmented and can be like in smaller and serve like smaller communities can be really interesting, because like you said, there are a lot of people who do scatter ashes, or they want to do something like that, but sometimes there's still like a desire for, I wish I had somewhere to go if I wanted to like think about this person. And so even if you're like, oh, like maybe that's just like the spot where I am able to just go and like visit them, and even if they're not actually there, and maybe, you know, it's still something you associate with them. And so I think applying it onto kind of like you said, smaller scale is a really interesting application to it. Also, that in the research process, something that was really interesting to me the whole time in our history of the cemetery is that cemeteries used to be like the place to go. Like they were just packed with people, and there was like so much liveliness to them. And so like ideas of like you are bringing people back to confront these things, but also just bringing people back to them, like bringing this like life back to the place of cemeteries.
I'll tell you my little story. It also reminds me of who works at the cemetery and what their job is. Like, who are the workers, and do you see them, and when are they doing their work? And my mother died last year in December, and she's buried in a cemetery, and actually not too far from where I live. So it is kind of a neighborhood cemetery, although it's a city cemetery. And November is the month of where you celebrate, in a way, and at least in my mother's religion and mine, the dead and those who have died. So in my kind of life, it's customary to go and visit a cemetery. And I did this with my mother when she was alive in November. So every day in November, I went to the cemetery. And what I found going to visit every day, it was very strange, but I really loved it, was that some of the same people are there. There was one guy who was there almost every day like I was. And so I felt like I got to know him, even though we never talked. I felt like we had, and still haven't talked to him, but I felt like we had a connection just because we were both there. Almost at the exact same spot in the cemetery. I don't even know who the person is who was, I don't know. I don't know who died or who he was there visiting. But I had a different kind of appreciation for the cemetery, actually, as a place where, yes, there are other people who work almost invisibly, actually. And when the work happens, before maybe, or you know, like to see a part of the cemetery or a plot being dug, preparing for a funeral while you're there visiting someone there, it's really fascinating. There are also people jogging and walking through, you know, just like I see the same people. This must be the time when they walk and they exercise through the park. So I think it's a fascinating, really fascinating topic, and I think really rich for exploration. Yeah.
Yeah,
Gabrielle, I wonder if you have thought about the place of death in the history of architecture. I'm thinking here of the pyramids, which are gigantic funeral monuments, or even the Christian cathedrals where people used to be buried inside the cathedrals. So there is the history of architecture is full of examples of built environments that were built for death. If not for death, for sure for the afterlife. And in a way, your project it's like a pyramid for everybody. I mean, it's a huge building that monumentalizes and memorializes everybody's death, everybody's passing. So, what the pyramids did for the pharaoh and their families, you are democratizing. You're doing for the masses. There's some interesting aspects there that you can explore.
I thought it also reminded me of a memorial. You know, I thought of the memorial, the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, really the memorial that kind of revolutionized how we think about memorials, at least in this country. I did think about that, even though it has no resemblance, no kind of formal resemblance. But I don't know why. I don't know why I thought about that. I have to keep thinking about why. Maybe there was something about the at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. It is very active. It's quiet but active. That there are a lot of people, and there are things that are left behind, and so there's an enormous trace of life that's there, and it's also highly emotional. And I wondered, like, I think your proposal would also be emotional, but not in the same way. I mean, that was memorializing a very difficult war, and one that, you know, sort of politically could never really, I don't know, could ever resolve that war, find any really true peace around that war. But I think yours was also had a kind of affect, but it was a different one. It was one more of joy and playing. There was a bicycle there. You know, it's like more of a different kind of feeling. And yet that kind of the idea of memorializing or remembering, or and also the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, maybe this is what made me think of it too. Although I think your project would need to be adjusted if it really wanted to be like to do this. That one you're really tempted to touch. I mean, people do touch it and they make rubbings of the, you know, the names, and you really, really want to get up to it. It's highly reflective. You see your face, you see, you know, other people in it. It's very emotive. It's very sensual, actually, as a place. And I wonder if yours might take on a kind of similar, in a different way, but maybe it has that also, those kind of qualities where you want to touch it. And I don't know, maybe that's maybe that's why I kind of like the idea of having to tend to it. And you'd have to tend to that wood and the teak and maybe the concrete too and the other materials.
Gabrielle, I do have some comments if you don't mind. I wanted to jump in because I think that if there is some work to be done, it is exactly in how you construct the context of the particular cemetery that you constructed for today, right? Even though, yes, it is meant to be a prototype, and yes, it is meant to be, let's say, sightless. In a way, you were conceptualizing it for, for the context of Austin, right? So for me, there are things about that context that are missing, right? Understanding who uses, who benefits, and who gets access, immediate access to your prototype, right? Or at least in the images that we've seen, right? And it would have been great to have that, and to have as well that as a clarification of in what ways, right? The body in diverse communities exist not just as flesh and bones, as Fernando and Elizabeth has also spoken to, but also as a sort of ephemeral and spiritual condition, right? And in what ways that act of memorialization, becomes something that is worth revising and revisiting according to the multitudes inside the communities that you wish to serve, right? So in that way, we could also understand a little bit more the new rituals that you're also recodifying, right? Or codifying anew, because it is interesting, right? Like this idea of, little by little having a repository of objects as well, that in a way can be brought to bear some sort of a significance here, right? Whether they're meaningful to you, they might be meaningful to someone else, but also at the same time, right? Like how those rituals and are enacted and practiced also, start to become important to understand them, let's say in the context of the city too, right? Like as Elizabeth was mentioning, right? Like it's because it's a neighborhood cemetery, or at the scale of the neighborhood, right? Means of accessibility and start to become also interesting, right? Like in what ways they're connected to the larger fabric, in what ways they're, let's say, appropriated, not only by means of maintaining them, but also to access them, right? And the many possibilities of different types of burial rituals that can be practiced, right? I know that, I was fascinated by the images, right? The series of images. I wish there were more of them, right? Especially the rendered ones, in which we see, the little funeral condition, but then, all of these niches, little by little, becoming filled with objects, right? But it could have also been interesting to understand how those spaces could be appropriated by diverse cultures, right? Like outside of, the Judeo-Christian sort of modes of practice, right? Anyways, I still think like there is so much to unpack, right? And also for you to do that, not just us as the reviewers, but also for you to explore, right? Like if your project is the setting for this particular ritualistic operation, in what ways is it able to accommodate them, right? Of course, there's not, and we have seen throughout the day that one size fits all is never as universal as we claim, and they're never neutral. They're never, great. But it could be great to then, experiment that, as a thought process, just to think about, okay, who are we accommodating and who we are not, right? Because of course, there might be, a blind spot or a bias or something that you would like to also overcome. So it could be interesting to, to put yourself now in that reflective phase and that critical phase, in which now you understand your project at face value and try to think about, think about those spaces and the and what they're able to provide through the lens of others. All right, Gabrielle, well, thank you. I don't know if you have some extra comments, things that you would like to add.
Oh, those were all really helpful and definitely things to think about and kind of contemplate going forward. They're very helpful. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Gabrielle and Fernando and Elizabeth, for your amazing comments and the conversation that they engendered. I see that Manuel has arrived and joined us. So hi, welcome, Manuel. I hope you're doing great. Thank you for joining us. Manuel, I don't know if you don't mind if we start with the next presentation so that we keep in the schedule. But I'll already introduce you to the students, so they already know who you are. So anyway, so welcome. You're also joined, Manuel, by Fernando Lara, whom I know you know, and you recently were at UT Austin. And of course, we're also joined by Elizabeth Dancy with us. All right, so Julia and Zeke, if you guys don't mind, we'll go ahead with the introduction as while I set up your project.
Hi, I'm Julia.
And I'm Zeke.
And we're both in the last semester of the MARC program. So this is our final studio. And we're just going to read a little abstract before we start our video. our typology is landfills as well. So what happens when the landfill as a formal system of waste concealment and disposal at multiple scales collapses to force individual responsibility? This project seeks to connect our ritualistic cultural behaviors with trash and the policies and industry pressures that shape them. The potentials and pitfalls of decentralized waste management as a collective civic act will be presented through a free special edition newspaper. The paper will demonstrate the outcomes of the bureaucratic instruments leading up to the fair through post-anthropocentric decentralized resource economies.
Developed Western societies have conjured myriad strategies for the disposal of solid waste throughout their history. Almost all of them recycled and composted much more efficiently than we do today. While Katahoyuk constructed their settlements atop and between their waste, Chicago, New York, and many other American cities built their waterfront economies on the back of trash fill and cheap water plots. What is common among most all groups of people throughout time is that the landfill is a space of othering, that which societies deemed no longer worthy of use. Comparing not so dissimilar systems with up to 30 centuries of separation, it is apparent that how we rid ourselves of waste is a cyclical process that revolves around political and cultural apparatus beyond sanitary necessity. What happens when the landfill, as a formal system of waste concealment and disposal at multiple scales, collapses to force individual responsibility? This project seeks to connect our ritualistic cultural behaviors with trash and the policies and industry pressures that shape them. The potentials and pitfalls of decentralized waste management as a collective civic act will be presented through a free special edition newspaper coverage of the Austin World's Fair of 2040. The newspaper explains the waste system as it is in 2020 and then frames economic systems that have taken the place of centralized disposal in 2040 as a byproduct of the fair. A newspaper allows the perspectives of various stakeholders through advertisement, opinion, long-form article, and illustrations to exemplify a number of possible realities and the implications of a subjective lens. Failure of the City of Austin policy to reach net zero waste benchmarks is a catalyst for systematic and spatial changes that require a complicit population willing to fundamentally change their own rituals and reconsider what is waste and what is resource. In drawings of present conditions in 2020, tools of concealment are represented in black poche at the perspectival scale, seen as a redaction, while the trash they conceal is represented as a sickly ochre. The varying scales show concealment from respective parties, increasing in intimacy as one zooms in. Within the newspaper, the byproducts of the 2040 World's Fair are represented through simple perspective and axionometric drawings that frame a normative viewpoint, encouraging a reading of a non-normative condition without the necessity of specialized knowledge. The CMYK of the newspaper is used to codify the various scales addressed throughout city intervention. Cooperative neighborhood waste facilities at the domestic scale, appropriation of the alley at the urban scale, and new forms of national park at the rural scale reframe the typically heroic attention of the fair through the reclamation by the city and community of a $70 billion monopolistic industry. Beyond sanitary necessity, there is no room for the discards of the past in the valuable space we occupy. The kitchen is the heart of trash disposal. A place of labor, it has tools to dispose of trash hidden within the spatial network of its cabinetry and plumbing before it is placed within the bins allotted by the city at the street. When one doesn't discard regularly, it's considered a disorder. While an obvious practical, sanitary, and fire safety issue, hoarders, a group consisting of 19 million Americans, are othered despite the fact that their extreme responsibility for personal waste is arguably noble. Say hello to your newest neighbor. The Neighborhood Collection Center is a cooperative waste facility demonstrating the collapse of the traditional form of rural disposal. The building is stereotypically civic in form, but its transparent skin allows for surveillance of the commons and the perpetual spectacle of the neighborhood's bank of resources. The tipping floor, where recyclable material is typically stored before sorting in an industrial facility, becomes the tower-like beacon over the square in its vertical form, demonstrating collective accumulation and the tending required by ownership over one's waste stream. The depth of the walls is determined by the depth of the various balers that compact waste after its sorting and emulate the thickness of typical civic buildings, while the 5-foot steel base circumscribed around their perimeter ensures trapped liquids don't ooze onto adjacent sidewalks. The plaza serves as a space of collective labor and redistribution of resources, its tile size determined by the 3-foot by 3-foot bales a typical recycling center produces. The facilities were designed to fit within a typical domestic lot, and the noisiest and most space-consuming mechanical components are replaced with manual labor as it necessitates. New rituals and community pressures. With the restructuring of resource recovery as an issue localized to neighborhoods in place of the previously contracted major disposal services, families and communities are facing new challenges dealing with waste. Neighborhood facilities, whose construction was funded by the City of Austin and the World's Fair of 2040, are entirely staffed by the residents whose waste they process. Linda Brigmore, a resident of Hyde Park, stated that, "Our family of 4 spends a lot more time with our disposed materials than we ever did before. We usually divide the time sorting equally between members of the family, depending on when we're scheduled. Our neighbors talk if they see that one of us isn't showing up for a shift." Most houses have tricycles specifically designed to hold, compact, and dispel materials both at home and when they arrive at a sorting facility, reducing vehicular traffic. The city sees the establishment of neighborhood waste facilities and individual responsibility for waste as a means to emulate wartime attitudes towards resource scarcity, and thinks that the new system will carry to manufacturing and consumer products. According to Stanley Curbs, the director of Austin Resource Recovery, "We expect that when people can directly profit from the sorting and resale of their own purchased materials, their economic motivations will push them to purchase goods that have a life cycle beneficial to recycling and redistribution." Mayor Stephanie Dan insists that the widely viewed area of labor, careful scheduling, and direct profit incentives ensure even distribution among gender, age, and race. When there's too much trash in the house, it moves to the civic urban space as part of a city's centralized trash disposal. The alley, an implement of the city, spatializes the collection of trash and displaces its labor away from conventional public space. The dumpster lines the alley, further isolating and consolidating trash from view, while acting as a last, though often unsuccessful, barrier to unwanted intrusion. Omission of alleys from city planning entirely is conducive to alternative forms of labor protest through inescapable proximity to polite public spheres. Austin's new dining experience. Although the city attempted to enforce complete diversion of all food scraps and soiled paper from the landfill 20 years ago, many businesses reneged, with 40% of landfill waste categorized as food waste. Small businesses were unable to afford the expense of private companies to haul off material, while others found city ordinances inconvenient and unclear. Strict new land use codes permitting business and building within an alley easement are quickly changing that. The alley typically houses undesirable acts that the city intends to hide from public view. However, new appropriations of these spaces are redirecting the narrative around societal omission by intertwining them with productive and acceptable activities. Cooperative composting facilities and alleys establish a form of trade and barter between restaurant and food supplier. According to Axel Meyer, managing member at Green Valley Fertilizer Co-op, "We want farmers and restaurants to feel like this is a symbiotic relationship." As new development is permitted, the collapse of traditional building typologies to meet the demand of resource recovery are making the alley a continually productive machine. Developers are allowed to build atop portions of the alley, and circulation for their slender new buildings wraps around silos that contain compost fertilizer comprised of sugary and starchy beverages from adjacent restaurants. The stairs also provide smoking platforms for the business employees displaced from street level, and urinals are attached to silos so that nitrogen-rich pee can further enhance the quality of the compost. Land use change opens demolition market. Considering shifts in the land use code of Austin limiting the removal of non-recyclable materials from building sites, demolition and the requisite design skills that artfully utilize its byproducts are critical for developers interested in building downtown. Often assumed to be low-skill labor that is generally involved for a limited time in the construction process, major shifts in demolition work as both a high-profit, long timeline scope of work are repositioning its role in the building industry. Not only is careful deconstruction now required, but proper storage and reappropriation strategies are in-demand skills in high-density, high-cost sites. Most sophisticated general contractors in Austin are now self-performing demolition. According to Bradley Brown, president of Austin Commercial, demolition is the new concrete in the industry. We're often brought in at early stages in the design process to provide specialized knowledge to architects who have to design around and with materials that cannot be reused on site with existing buildings. Crowns to towers, mechanical floors, and even entire envelopes of buildings are fashioned out of in situ building material, sometimes in its found or carefully demolished form. Brown added, "We see demolition as being fundamentally important to getting buildings built with the abolishment of facilities to dispose of building materials. Even though it's more work, we foresee that we will actually increase scope, time on site, and most importantly, profits when all is said and done." The landfill is a highly systematized location of disposal, often placed at great distance to the city where land is cheap and opinions nil. Generally connected to urban areas by major infrastructure, it conceals itself behind trees, nets, fences, and careful grading, confirming Kurt Gambetta's idea that waste cannot be politicized if it is hidden. It reveals itself only to those who are busy creating it. Once the space is consumed by the expanding population, landfills reemerge, camouflaged as parks and greenscapes. Yet the fact that our great civic spaces are products of our own waste often goes unacknowledged as an urban catalyst. It makes one wonder, as Jesse Vogler's sardonic formal and spiritual comparison between Native American burial mounds and industrial heaps does. For engineered objects that take decades to construct, why are landfills not more celebrated? Landfill to landmark. The Creedmoor National Park, formerly the Texas Disposal Services landfill, opened this week, indicating a larger cultural acceptance of a post-humanist period. Resources collected over time are given credence as an archive of the past and exemplified for their raw beauty. Stratified layers of waste and clay mirror metamorphic processes, while methane off-gassing and leachate ponds resemble the geysers of Old Faithful. Their celebration is only justified by the fact that the landfill type is no longer relevant, attaining a rarefication of form rivaling other national parks throughout the United States. A host of hotels, restaurants, and tour services now line Farm to Market Road, adjacent to the park, promising to be a boon to the rural economy of Creedmoor. Talking trash. Upon approval of the Creedmoor National Park, the Park Service sought a superintendent that would fulfill the specialized maintenance needs of a site that was formerly a landfill. Who better than to take over maintenance of the newly minted National Park in Creedmoor than TDS heir Adam Gregory? When TDS was an operational landfill, Gregory was responsible for the day-to-day operations of the facilities and had an on-the-ground understanding of the processes required by federal and state law to ensure safety compliance. According to Gregory, when I was approached for the position, I was initially reluctant, considering that the string of regulations this park represents is largely responsible for undercutting the legacy of my family. It took some time to realize that continuing to be involved in the processes I grew up learning and contributing to innovation for the future of the landfill was more important than familial pride. My father and many of the people that are still part of TDS Corporation do not see things the same way. Since many of the systems meant to contain potentially toxic material have been modified significantly, Gregory and his team, comprised of many former TDS employees, oversee chemical composition of the soils, leachate, and plants within the park, maintain the off-gassing of methane, and ensure the stability of the man-made elevation on a regular basis. Gregory is optimistic about the future of the park. I very much intend to maintain the premier status of the former landfill in its transition to national park. What we have is a bank of highly valuable resources in a very concentrated location, and it's quite a spectacle. Considering the millions of people and foot traffic the World's Fair is bringing in, I would expect that our numbers will rival Yosemite's in the next 10 years. Waste systems are not viewed as the important civic spaces they are, and testing the bounds of sanitary necessity allows for spatial reinterpretation of a fundamentally shared act. Understanding the landfill through its medicalization and the economic void left by its deconstruction exposes the typically unsightly, smelly, and largely neglected rituals that influence the spatial construction of civilized human life, and in turn, the larger systems of entanglement it bears on.
Well, thank you, Julia and Zeke. Well, Manuel, sorry, I'm the most terrible host, but I forgot to mention that, well, since this is a research design studio, the students have prepared the series of documentary videos to summarize both the research and their projective strategies. So what you've seen right now is Zeke and Julia's, well, summary of all of this different strategies and also their research.
Thanks.
Of course. So Fernando, Elizabeth, and Manuel.
I think you guys struck the right key here with this project. I really appreciate, and I want to commend you for that. I think you managed to use design to re-signify things, and it's one of the things that I love the most about architecture, is the power to use the manipulation of space, the vision of the future to re-signify things. So the transparent house in the neighborhood is brilliant. I mean, it's really an amazing, brilliant response to the problem of waste. Instead of dumping it on a landfill that is close to low-income populations and disenfranchised communities, every community have to deal with their own garbage. And the fact that you choose Hyde Park to illustrate that was amazing. Thank you. I think that's the strongest part of the project. The landfill turned national park is also very interesting, but the whole technology, the whole spatial envisioning of each urban block having to deal with its own waste on site is I think it's the kind of thing we need. We need to harvest the power of architecture in order to show possible futures that there are solutions, and those solutions are quite uncomfortable, as they should be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think that's what we were intending exactly. Is there's a certain amount of discomfort with having to deal with these systems that we all collectively engage in every day, but are largely hidden from us or done by someone else. And you pay what, $30 a month, and it's taken care of for you.
I also really loved your video and the proposal. It's so layered and so rich, and I think the passion and the research really comes through in an amazing way. I also felt it was very kind of clever, and I'd love to hear a bit more about the reasoning and the process for this. But the way that you chose a newspaper, which is a very old-fashioned form of media for 2040. And at the same time, what I thought was really amazing goes to the point of Fernando around resignification, is how that allowed you to place architecture within a kind of public discourse where multiple forms of media were all kind of at the same level and completely different approaches and perspectives. So I really thought that was really clever and interesting. And also the time frames, because a lot of your footage is like really old footage. And so you have this kind of, it's a bit like a steampunk kind of approach, because you're mixing past futures with contemporary concerns, utopias, dystopias, and you're placing that in the future. So I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about the space of the newspaper, and what is, for you conceptually, is there a kind of homology or a kind of analogy that you're making between that type of spatiality of the newspaper and this, presence of different perspectives and the space of the city itself? Because I think that's kind of a little bit what you're pointing to, and the discomfort, I think, that we feel looking at these historical images of like waste being just waste, and a much more present, a kind of presentness of our current waste in these images that you're designing. I thought that was fabulous. But talking a little bit more about the media dimension would be fabulous.
Yeah, absolutely. And so something for us that was really important was considering that architecture a lot of the time isn't necessarily, or the discourse about architecture isn't necessarily available to everyone all the time, and it is sort of a closed bubble. And so first picking a media that was accessible to everyone. And the fact we did choose the Austin Chronicle, which is an existing newspaper, and it is free. And so the idea that there is this physical document that is more spread throughout the general public as opposed to just within the architecture community was something that was really important to us. And we weren't necessarily wanting to propose something that was like perfect and wonderful, but we did want to have a form of media that we could have these opposing opinions and these ads of maybe former landfill owners and stuff like that that are also coming through. So it's not just one singular narrative. And then it's also sort of ironic, but it's also was important to us that it was this physical form. And so the idea that you actually have a physical newspaper that is contributing to everything that we're talking about in the documentary. So the idea that like you actually have this paper document that would then potentially be recycled and you're responsible for that. And so trying to sort of tie everything together.
I think also that it was from the World's Fair. It was Austin's having the World's Fair in Austin. I thought that was pretty clever because while it was both meant to be local because of the Chronicle, and Austin's not that big of a city, that I think it was a nod to this is potentially like a much larger condition that might have effect beyond the city and beyond this locale. The park, I actually thought the parks were incredibly seductive, because when I was thinking about a park or going to, let's say, a national park, one of the reasons one might go to the park, and a lot of people are going to parks right now because of the pandemic, is to leave your life that you're living right now, your enclosed life, and to go out into nature and to like experience all the things that you're leaving behind in your home, in your city, to go out and to think that the parks are actually really the trash, I think is very poetic. And I think actually quite, because you want to leave in some ways the disgusting stuff behind. And in fact, you're hiking over that, all of the things that you have a kind of aversion for. So, or you have mostly out of sight and disgusting. So I thought that was really clever. I appreciated the range of scales that you looked at and the range of really users and voices that we heard from. I thought it was very, 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 very clever. I feel like I need to watch it again. I think there was really a lot of material there. So I thought it was very beautiful, actually, very provocative.
I agree with Elizabeth. There was a lot of things there, and we would love to watch it again. So we don't have time for that during the review, but maybe you can talk to us about the process. I mean, I thought that it was a very thorough process that went from the kitchen garbage can all the way to the landfill. You seem to have tracked disposal all the way through. How did that work? I mean, tell us a little bit about how the drawings came about and how the proposals came about, and why did you decide to design something at those different scales? Why those specific moments?
So I think for us, we thought about the landfill typology, and the initial assumption is that it's a mound, generally outside of the city, and we wanted to examine that. And I think we found that it's a much larger system. I think if you look at the landfill as a typology, it is an interconnected system that starts from a person literally taking a can or a piece of paper and throwing it in the trash can. And even beyond that, the people who produced it, I guess. And so we wanted to thoroughly understand that system from, myself throwing something away to it being in this massive mound, this incredibly impressive human creation that is generally far, far out of sight. So I think that, that's the short answer. We wanted to redefine the typology, or I guess better understand it for ourselves.
And we did after the research segment of the studio, we did go into the survey. So we did survey drawings, and we did closely look at the 3 scales. And so the drawings that we actually did during the survey scales, so the black and white drawings with the ochre coloring, were us trying to identify in all of those different parts of the system, these drawings here, what was actually being concealed and how it was being concealed. And so that sort of helped us envision, well, if those weren't there, then what would be in the place of them? And so we actually used those same drawings that we used in their surveying to redraw or reimagine what would be happening if they were then removed or revealed. And so that was sort of our process too, of actually physically drawing them as well.
Yeah, what does that spatial construct look like? Or the manifestation of the policy or that situation look like?
I think it was also interesting. As I was watching it, I was thinking about how sometimes what is concealed is the very thing that makes us sick. I was thinking about a kind of mental anxiety, or anxiety is often what we cannot see or know. In terms of our own psyche, it might be what's unconscious, and how much effort can be put into making conscious what's unconscious, and the parallel between having something and then throwing it away and not really understanding where it goes. It's just gone. And actually in child psychology, for children, they go through a phase where, of course, where we throw something, they don't want to throw something away, because when it's gone for that very reason, it disappears. They don't know, it's anxiety provoking. And I wonder if that isn't also kind of embedded in our own psychological makeup. Like somehow, like, yes, on one hand, I want it to go away and I don't want to know. And on the other hand, where does it go? And what does happen to it? And how does it implicate and affect all of our lives in ways that maybe making more conscious, which I think is part of what your project does and what your thesis really is. You have a chance to kind of deal with it. In the psychological world, it's like when it's made more visible, you can then, to yourself, you might be able to if you understand it better, then you can come to terms with it better. But the first thing is like trying to see it and have it be revealed to you. And so I really like that about your project, because it's in very clever ways, it makes visible what is frankly like mostly, I think, in many, many ways invisible.
So Julia and Zeke, I just also, for the sake of clarity and understanding, all the dimensions that the particular media you selected has brought to the project, wonder if you can show us, in what ways different sections of the newspaper are operating within your project, right? For example, you do mention, and especially when you were answering Manuel's question, in what ways this particular media operates in the project, but also like what the parts within the newspaper itself and how they play a role, right? Like you mentioned advertisements, right? And we see little snippets of that, but there's also the classifieds. So I wonder if we can go over those real quick, just to understand what is the purpose of them and in what ways they operate within the project.
Yeah, so we have certain sections that are more editorial, so they sort of take a step back from the project. You know, and there are our comments, and then there are sort of the redacted histories, which is much more research intensive than a survey.
And we do actually have the redaction sections. So the what was in the past of 2020 is actually redacted in black and inversed with the black and the white. And then what we're proposing, or what we're saying is happening in 2040, is the white background.
Yeah. Yeah, and so then the articles themselves are generally seen as journalistic writing, so that they're somewhat narrative based, and they bring in subjective viewpoints through quotation. And those quotations, in large part in the newspaper, are oftentimes academics speaking, or sort of like projecting them onto a voice in Austin. So, you know, like Dolores Hayden will talk about the domestic, or Keller Easterling will talk about the demolition market. But then sprinkled in within those are also advertisements for, you know, sexist disposal systems, which has sort of rendered itself irrelevant, or has been rendered irrelevant, where they're sort of pitching dystopian propaganda next to, you know, advertisements for movies or paraphernalia that you would use within these new spatial constructs. And then, yeah, sometimes the articles range from more, I guess, puff pieces, or like what is like a vacation review, or like a travel review, to more hardlined economic information.
And then, yeah, we did also, we did create a classifieds page, again, trying to, and that was sort of fun for us, was trying to envision what people would be selling if in 2040, if this was the case. Sorry, we have it on. Or what types of services would now be around, or what kind of, how you would be trying to sell real estate, or just miscellaneous things.
As well as a crossword, if you want to do that.
Crossword, which is all trash related.
Did you design that crossword?
We did.
Oh my God.
I did enlist the help of my little sister to help come up with some clues.
There's something.
No, go ahead, Manuel.
No, I just want to like highlight that there's something kind of perverse about how you're going about all of this, and I'd love to tease that out with you guys. Like, it seems very satirical and ironic, where you're balancing between very kind of utopian, hopeful, futuristic ideas around community development, cooperatives, just being more in touch with, you know, the biophysical cycles of life and of life in common. And yet that's framed within a system, clearly, because of all of your drawings of production that is the thing that is producing surplus waste, and waste that is not designed to be recycled, right? You have all the bottles, all of this stuff that needs to be packaged. It's not a system that is designed. You're not showing us a future where production, like agricultural production, food production, material production, is happening in those spaces. They're happening somewhere else. The implication is that it's, you know, it's just the same old industrial system that is shipping all this stuff towards us, but now we have to deal with it. And so that's why you get this weird architecture. There's a kind of transitional urbanism. And in my mind, that comes across as a kind of satire of the ludicrousness of that vision. You know, you can't deal with waste without dealing with production. So I wondered if you could talk a little bit about that approach, and, you know, if you had some conversations around that.
Yeah, I think we did. Like the project initially started out as more of a utopian versus dystopian battle between Texas disposal services and some sort of, maybe naive architectural proposal. And then it morphed into something that was, I guess, the ambiguous economies in between. But there definitely is a certain amount, I think maybe a fearfulness of being entirely earnest with something. And I think like it's not a utopia. It's sort of like a dirty, a dirty, partially exaggerated utopia. Yeah. I forgot what I was going to say, but yes, I'm just going to leave it at that.
All right. So unfortunately, Julia and Zeke, we ran out of time. But thank you again for the presentation and for sharing your work with us today. Thank you, Fernando, Elizabeth, and Manuel for your comments. I don't know, we should go to the break, but I wouldn't want to leave without hearing, or in case you have some overarching comments for the groups that you reviewed today or in this second session, those would be great. So I know Manuel, you just watched the last one, but I don't know if Elizabeth and Fernando would like to share some final thoughts.
I love the kinds of questions you are asking, Pierre. I think you are asking amazing questions, and the students responded in very different ways according to their skills and their abilities. But the fact that you are asking those questions is, to me, is a very important point.
Yes, I'm going to reiterate that.
Thank you.
I appreciate your own scholarly work, and it's nice to see that you're asking the students in some ways to ask questions that you might be asking yourself in your own work. So I think that's been really wonderful. I loved seeing these projects. Thank you.
Well, thank you both so much. And of course, well, thank you for joining us today. It has been a pleasure, and it has been a fascinating conversation. I think the students got a lot from it. So thank you again for joining us. So
thank you.
Thank you. So Manuel, we're going to take I think, 28-minute break. We're going to be back at 3 p.m. Austin time, which means 1 p.m. your time. All right. So, and students, of course, see you also in 28 minutes. Take this well-deserved rest, have something to eat, and see you in a bit. Manuel, I will also, at the beginning of the next session, introduce again the scope of the studio and go over also the methodology of the studio. So, so I know that because you missed that first part of the second session, in that way now I'm going to be able to compensate that. But if you already have some questions, please let me know and I can address them right now.
Well, I read the materials you forwarded, so that was great. So thank you. Sorry I was late. I had another meeting that ran over.
Yeah, no worries. Seriously, thanks for even making it.
I will piggyback on the Zoom call just to tell Manuel that
of course.
I have your essay open in one of my tabs of the computer.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I need to work on that as soon as the final reviews end. But other authors were later. We got one final chapter this week, and there is one more promised for next week. So hopefully right before New Year's, we have all the essays back to you with comments, right. And then it will be just formatting and editing. So hang in there. It's gonna happen. It's slower than I thought, but it's gonna happen.
No worries, no rush from on my end, So thank you.
Everything good in San Diego?
Everything's fine. Yeah. How about you?
Good, good. We're here surviving these weird times.
I know, it's so weird, right?
Yeah, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel now with all those.
It's great to see you also, because the last event I ever had was with you.
Right. We
You
were
know,
so lucky. We were incredibly
lucky,
lucky
yeah?
because remember there was an Italian folk that could not come because he
Oh,
had been in China.
oh,
Gianni Botti. He had been in China for New Year's. So when he applied to that European visa, he could not come to the US because he had been in China uh,
wow,
during New Year. So there was already somebody that could not come
wow,
to visit. But we were so lucky because 2 weeks later everything shut down.
exactly, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it was the last moment of normal life.
Right.
So
So
thank you for that. Thank you for that.
I'm looking forward to something different next year because this year was really hard. It was,
I know, it was tough. You
and
were
we
in Austin,
moved
right?
in the middle of the pandemic and everything. So
I know, it was crazy. That's crazy. It's good to be here because my wife also teaches here, so we're
no, that's
finally in the
perfect.
same place, and
That's
so
perfect.
that's nice. Yeah, but
And
it's a
it's a
weird.
beautiful place. So uh, you you lucked out.
We'll
Good
have
to
to
see you,
have you.
Manuel. Take care.
Okay, take care, Fernando. Ciao.
Bye.
Um,
Hey, Joyce.
Hey, how are you, Piergianna?
I'm doing well. How are you? How's your review day going?
Pardon?
How has been this review day for you?
Not too bad. I had a first session and then a break, and now this session.
Oh, that's very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I'm very happy that today we're reviewing 9 groups. So I was able to divide each section between 3 groups. So they have been like great.
That's nice. Yeah, no rush. Well, and thank you for coming to our review. That was great to have you there.
No, of course. Well, thank you for having me.
Of course.
Hey, Cisco, welcome.
Hey, Cisco.
It has become kind of your thing, Cisco, to always come to the final session of my final reviews. I like that. Oh, you're muted.
Muted.
Cisco, you're muted.
Yeah, I was saying it wasn't my doing. Uli made these assignments, but I'm very happy to be here.
No, I'm very glad to have you back. Joyce, I think you haven't been in this studio, or at least not this semester. So I'm very happy that you're gonna do the work. And yeah, well, of course, Cisco, this is a second version of that initial studio here at UT. I think that things are gotten better. Manuel is going to be our guest reviewer, so outside of UT. So Cisco and Joyce, this is Manuel. I'm going to introduce him in a second. But Joyce, maybe, well, I think both Manuel and Cisco already know a little bit more about the studio. However, I would like to introduce the studio to you. So I prepare a short introduction. So I'm going to start there. So let me share my screen real quick. I mean, this is the same document I shared with all of you yesterday, but just wanted to go over like a few things to better understand and explain the context of the studio. So it's called Goodwill Better. Yes, it's a play on words, but I just want to start by saying that, of course, today's public health crisis, it's not new to the history of humanity, but it's also its impact is to architecture and the built environment is also not new in the history of architecture. So I started by asking the students to wonder about how past attitudes towards similar issues have been culturally and architecturally constructed, and how they continue to be culturally and architecturally constructed, and in what ways architecture is complicit with those processes. So to do so, the studio interrogates the organization of welfare and public assistance in the context of Austin. Students are encouraged to respond to this collective site by questioning the spatial types that directly or indirectly deal with the city's medicalizing processes. I should also say that by spatial types, we mean well, architectural types, or also infrastructural pieces around the city and in the built environment that allow for these medicalizing processes. And also what I mean by directly or indirectly is that the attention of the studio goes beyond the hospital or the clinic to other less obvious architectural types and pieces of infrastructure by which medicalizing processes are enacted. So later I asked the students to project strategies that reconsider those types of infrastructures, establish arrangement of space, and the expected consequences this have in the construction of a diverse concept of public health. So let's see. I always forget to do this to hide the floating panel, otherwise I cannot read. Anyway, sorry. So obviously the aim of the studio is then to expand on architecture's methods of analysis when confronting past and current attitudes towards health in the built environment, but also how these methods can help us project a more sustainable relationship with our bodies, our dwellings, and our cities when care and sustenance are the drivers of change. So the studio is interested in design research projects, and that actually, well, it's the result of the studio to have like both research and design proposals tied together and how they're able to substantiate one another. And each project is therefore a critical form of documentation and of representation. So to document, to represent, and to project is seen in the studio as essential tasks towards a deeper understanding of spatial production at all scales. So the pedagogical ambition is to challenge conventional definitions of architecture and to advance inventive approaches while enabling critical action in the built environment. So the tactics that the students have deployed question predominant interpretations of what architecture is and what the built environment is, and also how we can go past seeing and reading architecture and the built environment as merely physical constructs. So the studio was organized into two parts. One was a historical research and analysis of those selected types or pieces of infrastructure, and then a projective phase in which the research and the historical analysis informs the design strategies. Each part is then framed to foster the ability of the students to take an architectural position. So each project is also read as an individual thesis and of course a research assumption in terms of the studio's thematic focus. So today we have already reviewed 6 projects out of 9. Right now in the 3rd session, we're gonna review the last 3. And of course, if you were able to see the brochure ahead of today, you might find a little abstract of what the projects are about in that document. So how this review is structured, the students, because it's research projects, they have summarized all of their research and their projects into this documentary films that are going to be used as presentation, but also summaries of their investigation. So we're going to watch those clips first, and then I'm going to open up the discussion. And it's going to be around 25 minutes of discussion plus 10 minutes for the students' documentary videos. I don't know if you have questions at this point.
Not yet.
Great. And if you
Not
do,
yet.
please, always interrupt and raise your hand. And I will gladly address your questions, or also the students. I think at this point, they know what's going on better than I do. So before we start, though, I don't think that Joyce and Cisco know you, Manuel. I just want to introduce you one more time. Manuel Schwarzberg-Carregao is an assistant professor in urban studies and planning at UC San Diego. He is an architect, an architectural historian, and he researches histories and theories of architecture and geopolitics, particularly how modern architectural technologies and territorial infrastructures mediate regimes of settler colonialism, racial capitalism, and processes of decolonization. So that's everything from my side. So thank you again, Manuel, Joyce, and Cisco for reviewing my students' work. Let's have a nice conversation. Let's enjoy this. And I'm just gonna give the screen to Crystal. Crystal, it's your turn to present. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and while I set up your video.
Hi, so my name is Crystal and I'm in the MARC program. This is my 2nd year. And my research has focused on the issue of homelessness and makes particular note of how the vocabulary and discourse has contributed to not just the societal perception and treatment of this demographic, but also how it has influenced the architectural approaches taken throughout history. And in response to that analysis in the other latter part of this research, I create propose an approach that begins to investigate the way architectural language and form can in turn play a role as becoming agents for inclusion and work to alter the discussion in regard of this demographic. So that's it. Ready?
Thank you, Crystal.
Humans tend to romanticize the urban condition and, subjected to the pull of market forces, put urban living on the pedestal as the evident indicator of having reached a purposeful existence. The cars, the lights, the sights and sounds are all physical manifestations of the endless opportunities the city offers. Nevertheless, it is evident that this perception favors a particular demographic, one that is, perhaps unwittingly, elevated and privileged. But the streets of the modern city unveil another reality, one that most prefer to remain oblivious to. This reality has become so blaring in Austin, the city can no longer afford to ignore it. That of the disenfranchised and disfortunate, otherwise colloquially known as the homeless. To refer to this population as misfortunate is a misnomer, as it implies that their condition is a product of luck or fate or any inconceivable force beyond our control or understanding. But with those experiencing homelessness, that is not the case. In reality, their situation is a byproduct of specialized and systematic planning catered to a specific demand, a consequence deeply rooted in society's ills, and therefore hidden from plain sight. It is thus arguable that those suffering from homelessness are, in fact, disfortunate, because this suggests that their fortune was either negated, removed, or non-existent to begin with. The unraveling of how, why, and by whom the disfortunate were deprived of accessibility to opportunity is multifaceted, but inherently tied to the architecture of the modern urban fabric. Historically, architecture has attempted to alleviate the homelessness situation by proposing various formulations of social housing efforts, and modeled their forms to manifest the implications of whatever labels society associated with this demographic over time. The spatialization of poorhouses dating as far back as the 19th century are a manifestation of how, during this time, there existed two classes of poor, as regarded by societal conventions: the able-bodied and the impotent poor. Poorhouses were subsequently arranged to address each class. The able-bodied were awarded food and shelter after contributing their share of day's work, while the impotent poor were dotted with the same as an act of charity, as morally obliged by social and Christian duty. The classism inherent in this typology divulged two truths. One, that poorhouses were evidently enacted by a patronizing elite and modeled entirely from their elevated perspective on the issue towards destitution. Two, that the architecture itself accepts that the hungry and destitute were an inevitable symptom of the working classes. Nothing in its architectural typology suggests a critical approach to resolve or reform the attitude upheld towards this demographic, nor does it question the need to reconsider what the foundation for this social condition are, leading to the inevitable failure of this institution. Despite its remarkable and undeniable failure, the institutions and typologies that follow the poorhouse are nothing but a more contemporary reiteration of the same. In the generations to follow, architecture has consistently demonstrated a superficial, one-dimensional approach to this social crisis by centering building functions with the terms associated with the social condition. When labeled as the poor, social elites regarded the solution to be work, and the architectural discourse mindlessly agreed, leading to the emergence of the poorhouse. Similarly, when the label shifted to hungry, soup kitchens were born, to provide the primitively driven hungry with the basic commodity of food. And as the denomination of this demographic has been more closely paralleled with the term homeless, architecture has prided itself in offering not much more than a mere shelter. Yet all of these representations, and the building typologies which have accepted these labels into their discourse, and therefore centered the evolution of its architecture around such definitions, have failed to address the underlying issue of their response, that they are merely addressing a symptom of the condition as opposed to the source.
Hannah, it's unconscionable to me that they cling to this narrative about housing. If you put these people in, first of all, they don't want to go indoors because of the anosognosia. Secondly, you put them indoors, they're going to die quicker. They have untreated mental illness.
Contemporary architectural solutions to the staggering development of homelessness illustrates the hypocrisy and contradiction between what the architectural practice preaches as a solution and what it actually puts forth. Architecture continues to stigmatize this group by materializing exclusionary, marginalizing, and patronizing attitudes into physical form, both inadvertently and intentionally. Despite some of these so-called innovative and creative methods to address homelessness, proposals from allegedly well-intentioned designers still advocate a glossed-over, short-term, band-aid solution, ones that seem to suggest more interest in making a publicity stunt and garnering attention for potential design awards, as opposed to making a significant contribution in resolving the issue at its core. Meanwhile, there are urban strategies that are much more explicit in their exclusionary language. The advent of hostile architecture as a masked method to drive out the displaced continues to propose public spaces that conspicuously aim to marginalize this demographic, reminding them of their role as society's undesirables. As a continuously developing city, Austin proves to be no exception to this demoralizing trend. The byproduct of Austin's urban infrastructure is manifested in the vastness of the huddled camps of those subjected to homelessness, visible underneath expressways such as Interstate 35. These types of buried, inhospitable niches are a manifestation of the social disparity this urban infrastructure genders. These urban spaces serve as the primary refuge for Austin's disenfranchised, who have been forced into exile despite possessing no inherent intention for habitation, because they have been forced out of the more pleasant public spaces as a result of the implementation of hostile architecture, and despite the discourse advocating for free and democratic use of public spaces. Considering the prevalence of this issue, it is perhaps crucial for architecture to reconsider its role in addressing the homelessness crisis by reframing the questions it attempts to resolve. Architects and designers must acknowledge that the causes of the condition are multifaceted, complex, and that they are not resolved by merely placing those suffering from homelessness into shelters. Because architecture has complacently reused outdated and unsuccessful approaches in addressing the homelessness situation, it is critical that it pushes a newer model for housing, one that caters to a more individualized approach and which focuses on providing permanent environments of care, as opposed to generalizing this demographic and proposing a one-size-fits-all solution.
In 1997, a new plan to help address the issue, which led to the 2004 opening of the Arch, Austin's resource center for the homeless, with meals, shelter, and health care for some, but still not yet enough to fulfill the needs of all who are without a place to live. And nearly 35 years after that first homeless task force, still no easy answers.
While architecture may not single-handedly resolve the homelessness crisis, it can offer itself as a tool to advocate an inclusive and rightfully respectful connotation in its discussion of homelessness, by refusing to exert superfluous control in the lives of those who need pliancy. In utilizing the implicational potential of thorough organizational planning, as well as the value inherent in architectural form, this project rejects exclusive labels by offering multiple spatial opportunities to create varying degrees of supportive social networks at incremental scales. The formal and geometric implications chosen for the individual housing modules intentionally seek to generate inclusivity and autonomy simultaneously. The form can be broken down into three main larger components: 2 individualized private sectors and 1 communal area. The private sectors cater to specific needs and demands of the inhabitants. It is subdivided into a grid of rotating doors that offer versatile options for degrees of privacy and space, that is left to be designated at the discretion of the inhabitants. Furthermore, due to facilitated installation of these pivoting doors, various materials are used to compose their screen, some more porous and transparent, while others more robust and protective, to reiterate the fact that privacy and spatial footprint is at the control of the individuals living in the space. Even the communal area within the housing unit only fixates 2 programs, the bathrooms and the shared kitchen, which is located in the heart of the shared area as a method of unifying the individualized parts to a collective whole. The corner conditions of the unit's geometry further insinuate the possible degrees of spatial subdivisions, without imposing permanent structure within. Instead, curtains are used as a physical marker of spatial dominion, again offering another degree of flexibility to cater to an individual's evolving needs over time. Digressing from the internal logic of the units, the organizational logic of the building as a whole continues to emphasize the importance of using individualized components to establish a larger collective community. Each housing module is tied to a semi-private space, which formally function as interstitial spaces that reach out to the neighboring units and ignite potential outgrowth of community networking, while locally offering additional amenities such as a washer-dryer and general lounge areas for its respective housing module. The second level of housing carries the same idea and offers outdoor communal spaces that aggregate around the vertical circulation of adjacent modules, which result from registering the boundaries of the semi-private spaces and their relationships to the housing modules. As horizontal circulation is stretched and wrapped around the homes on this level, the width of the corridors decrease by increments of thirds, thus articulating a range for the function of the space from collective to individualized. Meanwhile, rehabilitation centers and similar clinical programs of care offer a supportive role, and are laid out in a way to have an accessible yet non-intrusive relationship with the housing modules and semi-private spaces. The organizational layout of these programs is structured to formulate a shared private courtyard space, to advocate the importance of community support and the interdependence of human relationships within the discussion of care. These clinical areas also function as a threshold between the more intimate communities formulated within this architectural model and that of the urban fabric. The circulation guiding the conversation between the urban streetscape and the building itself works to establish this relationship by merging two scales of footpaths. The larger footpath occurs along the perimeter of the urban block and engages with the building by only leaving this perimeter to direct itself to an entrance for these centers of rehabilitation. From these intruding paths, the secondary, more private pathways, indicated as such by a change in material, as well as in reduced width for intended decreased foot traffic, is exerted, leading to the entrances of the housing modules and their respective semi-private spaces. These calculated gestures eliminate any need for exclusive divides between the streetscape and the community housed within this project, thus working as a formal reminder that these communities still merit a relationship with the urban fabric. It is crucial to recognize the role architecture played in the past institutional failures. By organizing spaces that cater to bureaucratic foundations, it incentivized the terrible effect that bureaucratic power has on those who wield it and those they wield it against. To avoid catering to such exclusionary attitudes within the discussion of homelessness, architects must avoid using the architectural plan as a method of regulation by acknowledging how much intrinsic control the architectural plan has in coordinating daily rituals and habits. Instead, the plan serves as a useful tool to advocate for inclusionary dispositions, conversations, and attitudes towards those it is meant to serve.
All right, well, thank you, Crystal, for your presentation. Well, Joyce, Cisco, and Manuel, whenever you're ready.
Well, yeah, so I'm trying to frame how to approach, possible discussion around the project. Can we look back at images? You tell me, Crystal, do you want us to talk more about the specifics of the configuration of your project, or would you rather we center a discussion more around the broader ideas?
Anything really. I'm okay with any, because usually interesting comments come from things I'd never even considered. So I'm very much open to hearing whatever was the most noticeable thing for you, the reviewers.
Okay.
Any specific image you would want to see, by the way?
Well, I'll be transparent. What's actually going through my mind is I'm trying, your video was, I think, well done and framed this set of issues from many different points of view. The presentation of the architecture is, by the nature of the drawings you showed, is somewhat fragmentary, right? We saw unit designs, we saw urban designs. We never really saw a drawing of the entire project in its site, right? There was, you sort of distilled and out from the holistic, the whole architectural proposition, these individual either units or circulation systems, and which is atypical, but obviously presumably intentional.
Sorry, just to address that, I think that mainly came from a decision to reinforce, in our discussions of picking a representational design strategy, at least in my case, it was really focusing on the power that the architectural plan has in, exerting control over the life. So that's why there was like an intentional effort to kind of focus as much as possible to keep everything pretty much in like a plan view, just so that we can see like just how much the plan can inform, or how much, just the power that the plan itself could have in informing and directing and designing around, and then seeing like how the interactions and the human relationships that happen within the plan as well.
Okay, you're right. Yeah. So for me, I'll just make an observation too from what I pulled from the presentation and some of the quotes as well. It's a little easier for me to access at the unit scale because you could understand sort of the entire unit, and some of the Robin Evans quotes you put up there where we're talking about that relationship between architectural organization and the social implications of architectural organization. I don't know if they both came from Figures, Doors, and Passages, but that's the one that sticks in my mind because it's such a powerful argument. And that's basically, an argument for something very fundamental in architecture, which is circulation space versus not, right? That's a very, I think his argument was one about gregariousness caused by not having dedicated circulation space. And for me, the one thing you're doing that has that level of difference from how we think of more normative architectural solutions is this door idea, this sort of field of potential porosity between adjacent spaces. Like you have doors and curtains that can open much more or not. And so I guess I'd ask a question about that. I didn't catch both of them, but you used two adjectives to describe it, or you gave it two characteristics, privacy and a second one. What was the second?
Well, privacy and I think autonomy mainly, because the idea is that they are able to control like how much privacy they can get, as opposed to having the architecture dictate what spaces pertain to what, and basically how many people can be packed into a certain space. The idea is to give it pliancy so that they can adapt, and also the, I suppose, ironic idea of like in order to establish permanence, you need flexibility, and that is, I think, also another fundamental idea is like we're like having a stable permanent place of permanence as a way of catering to basically motivating the betterment of people who find themselves in like this unfortunate situation. So the idea of just having something that's more sustainable by offering the flexibility that can adapt to their needs as it changes, as opposed to forcing them out if their needs change.
Right. Yeah. My sense is my concern, my worry about that proposal is that in an effort to provide flexibility, one of the things you are taking away, I think, is not privacy so much, because there's potential for privacy, but perhaps security. Like, when you have sort of this space where any partition can be flipped in order to create security, which I suspect is one thing that urban impoverished lack, right? It's one of the things that architecture can provide. It makes it hard to actually provide that, because I guess you could have a whole bunch of locks, and you have to lock 17 doors to have a room where you're relatively certain that someone will not come into your space when you're asleep or when you're away. Whatever stuff you might have stored is not going to be taken. And so I think there is some tension between this idea of universal flexibility, it can be anything, and a space that actually can be territorialized and claimed as one's own for whatever period of time that you might be allowed to have it. So I'm not convinced of that aspect yet, although I think it is perhaps one of the most profound principles underlying this part of the unit design.
And I'm going to chime in, Cisco. I actually don't know if that is a big issue, because I feel like that sort of I live downtown, so I'm surrounded right now by homeless camps, and I see them sort of operating in different ways at different times of day. and actually looking out for each other. And people kind of, if someone left their backpack, someone else is looking out for it. So, you know, I don't know, Cisco, I'm just, you know.
Yeah, no, you know, I have to say I've never been homeless, so I don't really know. I'm supposing, you know, I'm projecting to imagine what the
No, and I mean, I haven't either, but I mean, it's been very eye-opening living downtown. And that's Crystal. I was going to ask you, did you actually in all your research talk with any homeless people?
I did not actually. I was mainly looking at, but in response to that, I was looking into news reports that pretty much like interview them as well. And then that was actually one of the most that ones that you brought up. I'm like, there are news reports that basically ask them, and that's one of the things they say on this one specific case, that there is a woman who lost her job and now she's homeless and she's living with a significant other, and she was advocating that. And basically, the news report was about not viewing them as criminals, and that there's this whole concern about the growing camps going around this public library, and people were expressing concern in the neighborhood about, you know, their safety. And this woman was advocating, like, we're just, you know, looking out for ourselves. And I have, you know, this guy here, like when I go to work, he's there looking for my things, and everybody, has each other's backs. And, you know, we're kind of here to create this supportive network. And that was also a major part of, I think, reinforcing the idea of establishing these communities and social networks, because these social networks are very crucial, like something that it helps them sustain them even in like in the worst situations. It's a lot of these social networks that usually help them to at least, you know, give them some like glimmer of hope that, okay, things will be okay. I'll be able to move on because this guy has my back as long as I go to work, and he's there to watch my stuff, and then he's there to watch this, and he'll take care of me if I need it.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's a really interesting topic that you took on to study, and it's such a huge one that it's hard to really know what the solution is, as you've discovered through all of your research, and I think also difficult to put it into one category. Like I mean, I think it's really interesting what you're proposing and the things that you're taking into account. And I think that for a certain group that might work. I think, again, it's such a varied reason why people end up homeless, and how they choose to maybe stay homeless. I mean, I have so many stories of interactions with people, whether I'm waiting for the bus or just walking to the store. So it seems like it's such a varied population in terms of feeling safe, feeling not safe, sort of very calm groups versus very agitated groups. So I like that you're proposing something, but it's still difficult to know what the real solution is. And I think it goes so far beyond architecture. Though that's maybe a place to start. I mean, obviously economics, politics. Manuel, I'm not an urban planner, so we maybe need to hear from.
No, yeah, I definitely, and I remember like after my first part of the research, I wouldn't say it was dismay, but it was, I think, the main question in terms of like how I was going to proceed, because especially like the doctor that I had showed in the video, like he's a specialist in addiction services, and I think that's why he was mainly advocating like it's not a housing issue, like and he works particularly in California, which has the specific case that state that like there's, I think, that certain legalizations within like certain drugs. So that's why California has like such a major problem, because it's basically like a ticket for, you know, people who are addicted to these drugs to kind of, you know, get their fix. And because these are that's how he would phrase it. He's like, these are my patients on the streets, and I know what to do. I know what to do, and I know how to help them. I know how to treat them. I'm just not allowed because of policy. Like there's so much policy that gets in the way of him actually being able to intervene. And he would kind of constantly advocate, like, it's just important for them to get treated, but then how do we treat these people? And after, you know, hearing that whole side of like, there's, you know, the major demographic that needs help is one of those things where it's like, you know, they're the ones that we encounter the major deterrents to help them. And, you know, and it became the whole question of like, well, if architecture or housing isn't the issue, like what role does architecture play? Maybe architecture isn't the solution to homelessness, but within the area that it can make a difference, or it can make a statement, or it can make a certain, you know, advocacy or agency in something. Like, let's focus on how that can kind of like become like at least an important step in this, you know, very multifaceted process.
I think that's a good point, and that's one thing I do like about your project is this ability for it to be flexible, and then the aggregating of multiple units with these spaces. I mean, it starts to set up relationships that I see being set up in homeless camps. Sort of something that maybe feels comfortable. There's some privacy, but there's also community. So it makes sense to me as a way to start to think about it, at least an initial direction.
I'll just jump in quick. I really appreciate all the research.
Oh,
Manuel. Manuel, you're cutting out. Wait.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, we couldn't hear
I was
the first part of your
just.
comment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was just gonna thank you for all the research you did to show us this is a very complex problem. And just to quickly suggest that maybe an interesting approach for you to do would be to revisit critiques and theories of the mat building from 1960s as a type, architectural type, because I think you're thinking and designing in a very similar way. And it feels to me like because this is a very multi-layered problem, you're addressing it by creating multi-layered plans. But maybe another approach or a parallel approach would be to do something a bit more bottom up and to look at the ethnographies of homelessness to see what does it look like to map needs from a kind of first person perspective. I think to Joyce's question of whether you'd spoken to any homeless people. I think that there's a very interesting dimension here where the mapping of real needs and expert discourses are kind of not necessarily matching up in the culture at large. And so how can you use design to create a better fit maybe between these things? I don't know if you got any, did you hear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Crystal, I was actually wondering why there are no one-person perspectives or perspectives from the point of view of the users. I mean, I blame time.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious. I mean, given the situation in which we have been conducting our research, right? Like the possibility of first-person kind of interviews or addressing this as a surveyor also of people's experience. I wonder in what ways, right? Let's say the resources and the sources available to you to conduct research, you know, might have shifted or it could have been or can start to be expanded now that you have done this preliminary study, right? So I wonder what are other methods and what other sources, you know, would you consider in a second phase?
I think also maybe an interesting second, third phase would be to, and maybe you did already, Crystal, but see what's being proposed here. Like just using Austin. I don't know if are you in Austin, Crystal?
Yes, yes.
You know, using Austin as a test case and seeing what's being proposed, both the actual how it would work, but also the economics of it, the politics of it, how it could all come together. Because, I think that's been a big thing in the last city council election as well.
Yeah, I did begin to start touching on that a little bit in the more recent part of the research, where I do think like it was in the 90s that it was when they legalized or maybe recently. In the 90s, it began, the conversation started, and I think it may have been in the past couple of years that the legalization of, these camps and being able to sleep in public spaces was something that was passed, and it became, as per usual, it's a controversial, but I think it was once I saw that I realized, I'm like, okay, that's because I also live like really close to the downtown and really close to the UT Austin, and you do see them a lot, and it's pretty interesting to see. It explains a lot, because where I'm from Florida. I've been looking into the policy more here since I've been doing this research here. But I think in Florida, it's pretty much, or at least in Miami, you don't see them very much. And I think it's because there's this criminalization policy in place that basically, which is strange, but yeah, it basically criminalizes their condition. And at night, they basically have to hide somewhere because they're not allowed to be seen. So I was interestingly struck here at what I was seeing. I had never seen that before. I had never seen these camps and so many of these disfortunate people out in the street like this. So that, yeah, I was briefly looking into the policies and stuff that was brought into my research. I kind of noticed that.
Speaking about open spaces and whether they're criminalized or not, could you go back to your site plan? I'm curious about the collective spaces that might be outside. These little go to one that, yeah. So this space, these little T-shaped spaces, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a protected space. Is that one of the second floor spaces? Is that
the T? And the one we're looking at now?
Let me get my annotation.
The T-shaped courtyards.
Yeah, this space. That's is this the second floor?
Yeah, that's on the ground level.
This is on the ground level.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a space you access by going through the units only.
Yeah, basically. Mm-hmm.
And all of this other space, is there any sort of?
Yeah, that's all green space. So that's why those kind of serve as interstitial spaces that could be accessed from outside, the wider street path around here, where these people are entering, that's coming directly from the street. So this is pretty much publicly accessible, because this is something that's also served as the interstitial space between the private housing and the urban environment. It could also serve the public. So that's a moment for them to kind of, mesh and realize this, it's a part of the community, and it's something that needs to be addressed. So it's, as opposed to, and I do believe one of the projects I was looking at here, just as a reference, was the Community First Village. And that was something that I noticed that it was located on something a little bit further away from the urban, from the context that I was looking. I was mainly focusing on this Interstate 35 and East Cesar Chavez, which is where I first noticed having so many camps in the downtown area. And then this village that kind of is a 20-minute drive. And I didn't look into it too specifically yet, but it brought up the question of how do you get them? And then when you're looking at the mappings of where they're located, they tend to be centralized in a lot of these urban spaces. So it brought up the question of how do you kind of move these people? Are you saying hey, you got to get out of here, you got to go kind of to the outskirts of the city so that we can treat you and address you? Versus, I think that's why this site was chosen to be on Rainey Street, in one of those blocks, where the idea was that they would be it's a part of the community, it's part of the urban fabric, it's part of the urban density. So it's something that, just needs to be addressed as a part of our community and as an issue within our community. It's not their problem, it's our issue that also needs to be addressed.
Yeah, and I apologize, I'm struggling to kind of frame this in a way that is productive to talk about, but I think maybe it boils down to, vulnerability would be one frame to look at that. It seems that architecture has a direct traction on, the creating spaces that are more or less vulnerable in some sense. And, this is on Rainey Street, when I imagine your overall site plan, the vast majority of the outdoor space is either around the perimeter of this very kind of figured plan that you have, or it's sort of a tributary, right? All of this space. There's an awful lot of outdoor space. I don't know where your property line is. only a very, very small portion of it is actually made less vulnerable to the passerby or someone who might be up to no good. And I think there's other ways of reducing vulnerability. Like I don't know enough. I only know enough to be dangerous, but it seems like oftentimes encampments are set up out of the public eye. I mean, that seems like one way of reducing vulnerability. Like you always see the tents in stream corridors because they're less likely to be bothered if they're not seen, but they also provide, stream corridors are one of the things that provide connectivity across the city out of the public view oftentimes. And so I guess maybe this ties back into my question about the doors on the inside. Like, sometimes, or I don't know this, but it would seem to, I'm playing amateur psychologist, it seems to me like if your interest is in sociability and enhancing the ability for ties to be made among the residents so that they can help support each other and protect each other, I guess I would question whether making everything porous is always the best way to enhance sociability. Like sometimes I think providing a space that can get you away from others might actually enable the mental space to engage in the way you choose as opposed to always kind of being in contact with one another. That may be totally wrong. I really don't know, but I think that realm is maybe where I'm most interested, because it just seems like something that architecture can really do something about, right? Like you're making spaces that are more or less porous, that are more or less visible, that are more or less accessible to all the different parties that are inhabiting this site.
I guess that the only thing I would say to that, which I think was like a major issue, again, I don't know, maybe it was just like my stance is very similar to like being very critical about like what the role of architecture is. I guess at the end of the day, my question would be like, who am I to decide? Like, that's why I give them this flexibility, because I would argue that the doors, that's what they do, and the different options that they will offer kind of caters to that, where if you decide that what you need is a more private space, you're allowed to do so, or if you want to open it up, you have to open it up. But the idea is that you're in control of that. So the idea is, again, not to be like this patronizing position of like, I know what's best for you, so I'm going to provide you this, and then this is what you're going to get, versus understanding that, there's versatility and that there's different social conditions and that there's different situations. So at the end of the day, it becomes
I hear that. And maybe I'm just too cynical to productively critique this, but my worry is that line of argument goes to like, well, every building should be just completely 100% flexible because the program might change. There is a line of reasoning that allows you to not take a stand on things if everything is totally malleable by the user.
And I guess I could also argue that like it's not 100% flexible in the sense, because I am giving you the framework and the framework stays the same. And it is within this framework that you have the flexibility of doing so.
Who's in charge of it? Like, what if one person wants them all open and somebody else wants them closed?
And that's where I think this framework gives, like, there's two private sectors and you get to pick one, and then there's this communal area. So yeah, there was a bit of I would argue, I guess, a bit of and I'm not saying it's perfect. I could easily be open to obviously criticism, but just defending a little bit here on like what was being done here.
I think it's such I commend you, Crystal, on taking on this problem and looking at it, even just scratching the surface, because it is such a huge issue. And I do think, well, I just learned this. I was under the assumption that all of a sudden there was the homeless were allowed to occupy, or they passed something that allowed them to occupy. And I was informed that that wasn't the case, that it was deemed unconstitutional for them to not allow the homeless to occupy public property. So it wasn't a matter of passing something, it was a matter of sort of that it wasn't constitutional. So I think I would just say, talk to more people, not just homeless, but talk to more politicians, talk to people in neighborhoods, sort of get get more information about the whole topic, so that at least as you're making these decisions, there's more information than just kind of what was done in the past and what hasn't worked. Because I think that could be really interesting. Sorry, Piergianna.
No, sorry, Joyce, I just don't want to interrupt you. Please finish your thoughts.
No, that was my thought.
Okay, well, thank you, Crystal. We have to move on to Nick, but thanks, Joyce,
Thank you.
Manuel, and Cisco for your comments. Nick, why don't you go ahead and introduce the project while I set up the video?
Sure. So hi, my name's Nick, and this is my second year in the MArch program and my first advanced studio. So over the course of the studio, I've conducted research into the cemetery typology, which has since evolved into a broader analysis of funerary architecture, looking into the development of its architectural language and mode of representation as it relates to its meaning. And so I'd like to preface this project by saying that it contains both history and critique, but is primarily neither. It's intended as a thesis on the language of architecture as it relates to death and its role within a greater discourse of funerary representation. It's become my understanding that funerary architecture is indicative of a civilization's ideological and material attitudes towards death. Over time, the methods of representation and their associated symbolic meanings have changed to reflect shifts in established ritual that is indicative of seemingly extraneous changes in sociocultural practices. These changes can be understood through a series of reactionary design movements that have informed the discourse over time, spanning from classicism to neoclassicism, modernism to postmodernism, regionalism to paper architecture. Funerary architecture is such that it must build upon the discourse that precedes it. That being said, it need not remain explicitly referential in its language. The utmost ambition of funerary architecture should be to facilitate an emotional connection. While the architecture of the past certainly informs our future, we need not duplicate it in the present. Yeah, whenever you're ready, Piera.
Okay, well, thank you, Nick.
Thanks.
The architectural writings and fragments of critical reflection that accompany the design process are often dismissed as an accessory to an architectural work. The value of these texts is often perceived as contingent upon how well it illustrates or explains the nuances of architectural works. Rarely, the architectural text achieves its own autonomy and becomes an architecture within itself. Writing, designing, and building constitute three modes of representation and organization of reality whose interdependence has become increasingly fragile. Just as the reasoning that compels the written work to explain the design and the design to inform the building becomes less and less convincing. The linearity of this process implies that the culmination of the architect's work should be built. After all, is it not the point of architecture to make a building? To focus on the text, on writing, is to signal a need to render explicit the complexities of a topic or idea that cannot other ways be felt. Luce did not design, that is to say, he did not invent any detail. His architecture is the confirmation of an idea that was already clear in its details. It is worth noting that it was his essays that informed his architectural works, not the other way around. In this way, it was the text that was the more valuable mode of representation, and sometimes it is the contribution to a greater discourse that is more important than the architecture itself. Although that is not to say that the architecture is not valuable. There is certainly something to be said for the demonstration of theory and practice. Certainly, the architectural works would remain splendid in their own right, but perhaps they could not maintain the same authority without the aid of a text. However, the same cannot be said for the other way around. The text maintains its autonomy and significance independently of any prototype or architectural work. All architecture, funerary or otherwise, is derivative of beliefs, ideas, and patterns of behavior. Most rituals are derivative from the human need to make sense of the world, its origins, its essence, and ways of working, as well as its fate. The understanding of the world is also a prerequisite of our self-understanding. Pre-scientific understanding was grounded in myths, legends, religions, and beliefs, all of which continue to be a part of human consciousness alongside scientific knowledge. These other forms of knowledge and belief are reenacted through rituals and rites, and frequently articulated in spatial form. In this way, the built environment is both a reflection and a metaphor of the metaphysical world. In this sense, architecture has exactly as much meaning as you lend it. Its meaning exists within a sort of liminality, at the intersection of the intangible and the tangible. That is to say, its meaning is derived from the relationship between its symbolic significance within a sociocultural context and its material articulation. The former is perhaps the more influential of the two, but is decisively more ambiguous than the latter. In order to understand funerary architecture and its role within contemporary society, we must first understand the discourse in which it resides. The art of burial is as old as death itself. It is a concept that is intimately tied to humanity and therefore one that is saturated by religious and sociocultural ritual. Burial and its associated ritual leave lasting marks on the landscape, objects, buildings, and bodies providing tangible and sometimes intangible evidence of the intrinsic interconnections between medium and meaning. The meaning of architecture as it relates to death has thoroughly complicated straightforward understandings of burial and the intentions behind practices that produce funerary objects, structures, and landscapes. At the same time, however, these materials have quite paradoxically produced another mode of representation that has gone on to inform a discourse in which the meaning begins to supersede the importance of the material medium. The medium cannot be separated from the meaning, but in some cases the meaning can indeed exist autonomously. That being said, architecture should not speak for itself. The architecture discussed in this essay was once produced, used, and sometimes destroyed by one generation, and is now interpreted by another. Like the material, the conceptual is subject to change. It is reused and reassessed, the arguments regularly remade and reoriented, but it is not subject to the laws of decay or deterioration or outright destruction in the same way that the material is. Even in these changes, there remains some continuity, some selective persistent that enables the longevity of the discourse, regardless of whether or not there is or ever was a material architecture. The architecture of death does not have fixed, closed, symbolic significations, but instead acts as an open generator of associations that beckon constant reinterpretation. Thus, it is an architecture contingent upon a complex discourse that has informed how we understand and represent life and death, a construct that is a confrontation with mortality. Likewise, it is a vessel for the propulsion of ideas that reflect the human condition. Its deep historical associations are indicative of death as a pattern of emotions that generate certain meanings. Thus, the architecture of death does not have fixed, closed symbolic significations, but instead acts as an open generator of associations that beckons constant reinterpretation. The archetype of death belongs to life itself, and is intimately linked to the individuals through emotion. Thus, the architecture of death too belongs to emotion. The building which, after the fashionable idioms of its time have degenerated into cliches, still contributes some memorable quality to life, is the building that draws its communicative force from the unchanging emotional associations of the architectural language, those which are most deeply rooted in the shared sensory experiences of humanity. Then, the architecture of death should be one that is defined by the most visceral of architectural elements, namely memory and time. Funerary architecture is such that it must build upon the discourse that precedes it. That being said, it need not remain explicitly referential in its language. While the architecture of the past certainly informs our future, we need not duplicate it in the present. In truth, the architecture of death is a beautiful but unrealizable dream, a mirage which calls us always, seen at the edge of the visible. But as each dream is seen in close examination, it will prove something other than it seemed from afar, and in that way it is an unknowable, something that can only exist between the lines.
Okay, so the video itself is an adaptation of the introduction of an essay that's in print. Which I invite you to flip through. I think the files are shared with you. But in this introduction, I'm sort of prefacing the topic with the justification, more or less, of how I chose to frame and represent the topic. And sort of given the abstract and rather transient nature of funerary architecture, I chose to represent it as a fragmentary hypertext that is supplemented by a series of drawings that are rendered through the use of ergodic text. And these drawings consist of sort of these referential precedents relating directly to the architectural representation of death that embody reactionary movements of discourses over time towards a comprehensive understanding of the topic that in a way alludes to future burial practices and funerary structures and how they should be represented in the future. And in that way, the book itself is kind of this artifact of the funerary discourse. So in terms of content, the text primarily follows paper architecture. That is, the works that only exist on paper. as I sort of implied in the preface, I think the text and the theory is somehow truer to the representation of an idea of an architecture of death than the built is. And sort of in short, just short of reading the essay to you, I go over Piergianna's Antichita Romane, that places compositional emphasis on the assortment of stylistic representations of funerary architecture in Roman antiquity, from which the recognizable forms of funerary structures and monuments are derived in the West. And that kind of moves into the counterwork of Boulay and Ludo and Lequeux and their efforts to subvert this codified system of order, namely the classical orders that had defined the language of architecture up to that time. And they do so with funerary architecture as an example, as a means of projecting this idea. And so this sort of outlines the process to understand the meaning of architecture from its language, a conversation that was picked up by Adolf Loos almost 200 years later. And I talk a little bit about John Soane and his house museum at Lincoln's Field Inn as a structure that sort of the disjecta membra of the past that sort of engages the language of the tomb as it relates to artifacts, memory, and sort of this idea of a space that's inherently haunted. And then go on to talk about Rossi a bit and his plans for San Cataldo Cemetery as an urban artifact and a fragment, which is going back all the way to Piranesi, derived from his idea of the Campo Marzio. And so in this way, everything is sort of self-referential in its discourse. And so in the culmination of all this being that the architecture of death does not have a fixed, closed symbolic signification, but instead it acts as this open generator of associations that beckon constant reinterpretation. So the archetype of death itself, I think, belongs to life, and it's intimately linked to the individual through emotions. And thus the architecture of death too belongs to emotion, with the implication that the funerary architecture is rooted in a shared sensory experience that's derived from these ideas of memory and time that have developed in the aforementioned works. So yeah, so forgive me if that was incomprehensible. It's a little difficult to adapt, but I'm happy to kind of show you whatever you desire to see.
All right, well, thank you, Nick, for the presentation. Cisco, sorry, were you about to say something?
Was I? Oh, yeah. Well, I can say something. Yeah. I mean, first of all, I think I want to compliment you on the document itself. Like it's compelling. I think it's better. I can imagine it's better on paper than in video because the reorientation of the text actually implies that you might move around. You might reorient the page. And I do like the drawings. I had one question about the drawings. It seems like, and I could be wrong about this. I don't know the source material well enough, but sorry, turn my phone off. It seems like are you reproducing actual projections of the source material, or are you these are drawings rendered in this typography, but the projections themselves are the same original, sections and elevations. Like I noticed the Brodsky-Nutkin one is perspectival, like the original etching is.
Right.
So you're not actually recasting projections of the drawings, just the rendering technique. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Mm-hmm.
Is there? Yeah, I guess I'm going to ask you a series of why questions. Like,
all right,
why? Like, did you consider redrawing them not just in their media, but in their projections? And I think the other thing you talked about my other big why question is you talked about. I agree with you that speculative architecture is architecture. There are certain approaches that value kind of the experienced condition of the built, but why is funerary architecture in particular more more tuned to the speculative over the constructed than any other kind of architecture?
Well, I think it was something that I kind of uncovered in my initial research of the topic, because I didn't start out being this abstract in my intentions for this project. And it was something that I just kind of recognized over time, that it was these sort of pivotal moments in these like broader architectural discourses about language and form, that it was a funerary structure that was being used to sort of articulate it many times. And so that's something that I was consistent over the course of time. And it just seems to be something that calls to architects in a way that it's, should I say, something that's so viscerally tied to like the unknowable, like what is, how do we articulate death and memory and time, and things that are just inherently a question of architecture. But also they're all of these things are backed up by these architects' texts. So there's that relationship as well that I kind of picked up on. Sorry, I don't know if that answered your question, but.
Yeah, well, I'm just asking because I think you specifically said funerary architecture in particular is, I'm not getting the words exactly right, but is, it is particularly good topic to understand this condition of, you didn't use the speculative, I think you used the, I can't remember the term you used for unbuilt architecture. And so I'm just trying to, Corinne, your presentation is dense, not just visually, but in its explication. And so I'm trying to parse it out well enough that I can say something useful or be critical in a way that is at the level of the work you're presenting.
Right. No, I mean, I guess like funerary architecture in particular is like a typology that's so saturated in this like a history as old as mankind itself, in the sense that it's so embedded with like ideas of like religion and ritual and emotion. And I think that's something that lends itself to an abstract representation more so than if it were something like, I don't know, like a grocery store or like a laundromat or something, where it is a little bit more less consequential in terms of like, or less, not consequential, but less heavy in terms of, or vague in terms of emotion, maybe.
Nicholas, I have a question as well without, and I'm kind of like Cisco, I'm trying to wrap my head around everything so I can at least ask you intelligent questions. But I'm curious, in your research, did you look at any funerary architecture that is not Western?
For this purpose, I didn't. I focused on Western just because I thought that would be too broad than if I did all of it. And it was just, I think, easier to track the sort of, not projection, but I guess like the projection of like
the trajectory.
Trajectory, thank you. Yeah. Over time in the West, at least for me.
Yeah, I mean, I know you have to narrow it down at some point, otherwise you can't accomplish anything. I was just curious. It's a very beautiful presentation, and like Cisco said, I mean, you can't, obviously we're not reading everything that's there. I was also curious if were you only looking at paper architecture, or did you like look at Brion Cemetery or any sort of significant burial?
Right. I primarily tried to fixate on paper architecture because I felt that kind of lended itself to my feelings about like in the preface about text and theory being in a way truer to the idea of how should I say? I think it's Plato in like the Republic where he talks about the form, like there being two forms of something, where there's substance and form. in the sense that he's saying there is a perfect idea or the perfect form of a chair, but when a chair is, when you make a chair, it's a model of that perfect form where it's just a reflection of the idea. And so in that sense, I tried to focus on just paper architecture, although there are some like Rossi's that are, partially built, that are kind of inherently derived from sort of this paper architecture. So I still decided to include them.
Nicholas, thank you for a very poetic project. I think, it's really, in these days, courageous to do a poetic project. So thank you. We need more poetry in the world. And, we have the advantage in architecture where we can get away with being speculative, and we should use that privilege. So keep doing what you're doing. I feel like your project is less about death than it is about monumentality, and it's less about death than it is about spirituality, because a lot of the things that you're saying and the way that you're going about it has more to do with the immateriality of language and meaning and the openness of that, rather than the specificity of death. And I say that because death is maybe the most bodily of all bodily conditions. And so since your studio is about the body and medicalization, it's a remarkable absence in your project that the body is absent, right? The body, the putrefying, decaying body after its death. And all of these architectures of, that encase the dead body have to contend with these problems, which are very physical problems. And so, you've made this architecture with words, which I think is fascinating. And, I was wondering whether the physicality of the body came across at any point in as you were thinking about this. It seems like that could be another way of going about this. Also because, to be historically specific, a lot of the revolutionary architecture where this discourse comes from was very informed by one of the bloodiest periods in Western history, which is also one of the most important ones, which is revolution and the terror. All of these architects suffered physically from that revolution, right? They tried to deal with it in different ways. At first, they were closer to the monarchy and to the aristocracy. Then they tried to remake themselves into the shape of speakers for the modern, for science and for the Enlightenment. So, I guess I would love it if as you're developing this, you paid attention to materiality the materiality of the body and the materiality of architecture as a embodied thing, and also these historical conditions. I think I'm not trying to say you shouldn't be poetic. It's like the contrary. It's like, how can your poetry, be more profound? And I think that these dimensions would add to your poetry a lot.
I would tend to agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Nick, I would like to know more about your reflections or your take on the fact that many of these projects have also been didactic in nature, right? They have become, let's say, also the canon by which architectural education and the body of knowledge of our discipline is also disseminated in a way, right? Mm-hmm. So I wonder in what ways that was important for you as well. These ideas of body as something that also transcends the physical realm and is understood for the posterity. So I wonder if that also played a role, and in what ways, or what was actually your critical take on that?
I think primarily I focused on kind of going back to Manuel's point about like the body and the bodily aspect of death as it relates to like disposal and the architecture of that. I think I I was more focused on sort of like how is the idea of the person and like sort of separating like the body from sort of the spirit, like how is the spirit of the person represented like through the architecture, like how is it being memorialized or included into a space. And so I think it was something that I was aware of, but not something that I chose to focus on, but I think I could definitely go back and sort of flesh that part out more.
Yeah, I wonder if it's if any of these projects are really about the person who's, you know, the dead guy, like the person being buried. It seems like many of them are actually about you're gonna characterize their expression as the spirit of the culture or the civilization within which they're constructed, because they don't particularly seem like they're about the visceral kind of experience aside. They're you know, they seem like cultural projects, and I wonder if that you know, Manuel mentioned this idea of the monumental, which is, you know, built into so much of certainly Western tradition in architecture, and maybe the funerary interest is in part because it you know, alludes to things that kinds of architectures that really aren't about problem solving, right? You know, like that's something we all get wrapped up into in making quotidian buildings, and it's a little easier to kind of posit a solution which is not so much about, you know, spatial planning when you're dealing with the values that our cultures hold around death and, you know, what it comes after and all of that. I did make a note, I didn't bring this up before, but I did make a note of one of you were talking about, I think at one point you also said that memory and time were the two most visceral, I didn't catch what you said, dimensions or aspects of architecture, which caught me by surprise. Like memory and time seem about, well, they're a little different, but like if you had asked me what are the two most visceral architectural experiences you've ever had, or experiences in the physical world, I probably wouldn't have come up with memory and time. They seem more abstract, and they also seem, especially memory seems, I mean, that seems specific to the individual, right? The consciousness of the person, you know, who's receiving, the subjectiveness of the person who's making that, having that memory. Although I suppose you could argue that could be a cultural condition as well.
Right. I think perhaps visceral was maybe not the right choice of words, but I think in terms of like memory and what was the other memory and what was the other one you said?
Memory and time were the two.
Memory and time. I think, you know, sort of course, like the funerary architecture has like sort of this ulterior motive in the past, sort of like this precedent set by the Romans, where these you know, pseudo burial mound like palaces, like like Hadrian's mausoleum, which became like Castello d'Angelo, like it's, you know, sort of this meaning more than it actually is intended to be, where it is sort of this show of power, and that's something that kind of is embedded in the type, like continuing to be this vessel for ideas other than what it actually is. And so I think the memory and the time aspect kind of, it is something that's more, so I was trying to sort of talk about the more experiential like aspect of funerary architecture as it should be, in terms more in regards to sort of John Soane's museum, of it being like a space that feels haunted. It is lends itself to a space that is I don't know, like almost like a place making, where it's a place dedicated to being haunted, because I think sometimes people feel the need to be haunted, to sort of be in a place that lends itself to like felt absences and losses, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it seems like it's sort of a two-branched argument. There is a messaging that the architecture makes at a cultural level or to the surrounding society, like these monumental edifices that are perhaps saying something about the importance of the moment in time when one dies, or is messaging something about the power of the individual that this edifice was built for. But I think what you're talking about is the other branch, I'd say, which is sort of the affect of the person who experiences the architecture. And that's what you didn't talk about so much about that other side, that seems like to me like the visceral, the experience that is a different kind of impact that the architecture could have beyond the. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Cisco, finish.
Yeah, no, I was starting to babble, so I should stop.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, I think that's where the fact that it's architecture that you can't experience, and it's visually very monumental. And when you said that, Manuel, I was like, oh yeah, this is really what we're seeing is monumental, but you can't experience it, so you don't know what, we can speculate what a response might be to those places, but you don't really know. And yeah, and I think, again, like Manuel was saying, I mean, I don't think it's so much about death in terms of these, or maybe it's about death, but it's not about the body and the actual process of being buried or entombed. It's more about the architecture, which I think it's interesting. It's a super interesting topic that you've taken on. But that's why I brought up the Brion Cemetery, because to me that's like the opposite. And again, it's a real place, not a speculative, but it calls on so many of your senses to experience it in a really in a non-creepy way. Like it doesn't invoke any of those kinds of emotions. So to me, it's an interesting contrast to think about.
Yeah, I think
different time period, all that stuff. I mean, totally different, but.
Right. I mean, it was the Brion Cemetery in Scarpa was one I considered including, and I still might, as sort of like a counterpart to like Rossi's San Cataldo. And I think in exactly what you just said, like you're making some decent points in terms of it being, just the opposite.
Yeah. My first project as a graduate of architecture, my first job ever was to design a crematorium, and I remember thinking like it was very creepy and I was really getting into the materials, like trying to put some noble materials in there. And my boss was like, that's way too expensive. We can't do that. And I remember thinking, oh man, we really don't respect this important typology. It's like it's been cheapened. It's become a business, So anyway, keep doing it. Keep pushing.
All right, well, thank you, Nick, for the presentation, and of course, Joyce, Cisco, and Manuel for the conversation. We have to move on. So Delaney and Robbie, it's your turn now.
Hello, how are you doing? My name is Delaney Bannister. I'm in my last semester of MArch program.
I'm Robbie. I'm also in my last semester of the MArch program.
We're going to read a little intro first before we start the video. This project seeks to reveal and link our modern associations with convenience and consumption as they relate to the convenience store and to the domestic sphere. The progression of convenient products and appliances links the convenience store with an intensification of the American obsession with time, production, and consumption.
As we track shifts in human behavior and labor, the architectural evolution of the convenience store and convenience as a category of human confrontation exposes the relationship between daily and bodily ritual and mindless consumption. The work as a whole acts as a projection to challenge the notion of convenience in our everyday lives by interrupting the reflexive actions through the redesign of objects and gestures of convenience.
All right, ready?
As a physical manifestation of consumerist habits, the convenience store both supports and encourages easy consumption. The term convenience through time, and specifically throughout the 20th and 21st centuries, has not remained unchanged, its meaning self-evident. Postmodern associations with convenience concern access to time following an intensification of hyper-capitalism. But before the 1960s, the word convenience carried several key meanings that had no specific associations with time. Convenient products were fit for their purpose, saved toil, and furnished an opportunity or advantage. Convenience technologies were not yet associated with the time gained in condensing labor. Instead, they alleviated the monotonies and pains of everyday living.
I just love the convenience and modern styling of this built-in gas range.
Consumption drove convenience to its current definition. It allows us to consume exponentially more and at our leisure, in the form of goods or information. With the reformatting of labor, Americans experience a perceived acceleration in pace of life, not an actual loss of time. And with the commodification of time, methods for the flexibility of its use took precedence. American culture began to value perceived opportunities to reallocate the time reserved for specific habitual acts. The convenience store has the ability to track trends, both physically and metaphorically, and ensures its constant morphing. It is an ever-idealized version of itself, and today exists as a vignette of contemporary capitalism and a physical metaphor for consumption. Convenience stores evolved from the ice industry and the small, ubiquitous stores needed to distribute a heavy and time-sensitive product. Before the age of electric refrigeration, ice houses existed as neighborhood staples to supply residents with their only cold storage mechanism. At its conception, the ice store typology was embedded in its local context through vernacular architecture and modest neighborhood scale. Traditional ice houses were square, wooden structures with cellars and thick insular wall systems. Their residential stature allowed for easy siting and construction, while elevated platforms attached to the storefront facilitated truck deliveries and consumer pickups. Such strong constitution and modest structures ensured long-lasting reuse and renovation. In 1927, an enterprising operator at an ice dock in Dallas recognized the potential in neighborhood ice shops and began selling perishable groceries like milk, eggs, and butter. Loading docks, previously used to receive ice blocks, began to provide in-car grocery delivery. This new service was the birth of the convenience store as we know it today. The convenience industry relied on the evolution of labor and developed largely as a reactive form rather than a proactive force. Convenience stores found foothold in the emergence of the non-traditional work schedules adopted during and after the Great Depression. Economic stability in the early 1930s paved the way for the growth of industry and shifting consumer habits. In 1933, the convenience store secured its business model with the repeal of prohibition and skyrocketing alcohol sales. The nation sought to build a new relationship with vice, and these stores provided a place and means. Their slight scale and standardization allowed for construction near suburban developments, and they were common in small lots unable to accommodate full-fledged supermarkets. Grocery store parking troubles, long lines, and overwhelming selections paled to the ease and speediness of a convenience store transaction. World War II saw expansion of factory production, shift work, and the inclusion of women in the workforce, pushing a shift in consumption towards prepackaged and ready-made meals. As Americans worked longer hours, there arose a real need for late-night shopping options, and stores like 7-Eleven expanded their operations. Industry expansion through the 1960s encouraged experimentation in design. Convenience stores echoed modern architecture's obsession with glass and steel, installing large windows to promote a visual connection with buyers. Many added faux mansard roofs and incorporated earth tones into signage and building materials, emulating popular motifs amongst fast food chains. The country motored towards a car-centric culture in the 1960s and 70s, prompting the addition of parking lots, larger canopies, and gas pumps. Now part of the generic architectural language within the American landscape, individual franchises relied on branding and advertising. Over time, the corporate convenience model refined to one easily navigable. A recognizable interior layout reinforced the spatial qualities most suitable for convenience shopping, including low shelves, providing visual connection within the space, and typical food displays. The rhythmic patchwork of select popular products with easily identified branding simplified decision-making. Convenience culture gained traction and acceptance within the American capitalist movement, and the commodification of time. Its history harkens back to the days of ice deliveries, mom-and-pop stops, and the rise of the automobile, but it gained such purchase with an increasing emphasis on facilitating quick, easy transactions. The neighborhood 7-Eleven has remained a staple since its inception because it capitalized on the cultural shifts in labor and the psychological evolution of convenience. Convenience infiltrates our lives in varied forms and creates avenues through which we thoughtlessly consume. A network of tools of convenience takes form at myriad scales. Objects of convenience continue to allow us to take control of our time, but they have expanded in complexity and scope. Our convenience tools establish expectations and increase comfort. The literal and figurative objects of convenience continue to settle into their respective roles or carve out new ones. The packaging of a sleeve of cookies is not dissimilar to the skin of a building. Each serves as a mechanism to preserve and transport goods. The convenience store exists as a prepackaged set of materials and products, easily replicated, recognized, and modified for any context. Within the walls of a building, products and people are afforded physical comfort and reliability, embedded within an invisible system. In a packaged state, the body is complacent. Throughout contemporary culture, constructed machines encourage consumption. The convenience store enables purchase, while the domestic sphere provides the physical space for the actualization of consumerism. The home evolved within a framework of explicit, problematic gender roles, commodifying unpaid domestic labor through gendered appliances and materials that render labor invisible. Efficiency fosters inattention, where mechanisms like the open floor plan facilitate consumption across multiple domestic modes and discourage individual reflection. The term convenience carries amorphous, negative implications. Convenience culture co-ops participants with fewer and fewer means to opt out, and with an increasing emphasis on mindlessness. The commodification of time manifests through objects and tools of convenience. Nowhere else does a consumer have such an explicit connection with commodity. Daily rituals reify through tactile relationships with these objects. Consumption is routine, and the tools that encourage this routine dictate the way humans perform daily tasks. An investigation through the redesign of typical tools of convenience serves as a methodology for exploring the relationships amongst daily ritual and the physical instruments that enable consumption. When inconvenience is prioritized over efficiency in design, where the convenience store and the home act as case studies, we render visible the labor and decisions in our daily rituals. Reimagining objects of convenience questions the reflexive actions that define our convenience-driven lives, curating and creating new experiences. The contortion of a streamlined package inserts the mark of the human hand, upsetting storage and display. Objects at varying scales are altered to create new yet familiar representations of convenience, challenging the physical features that occupy our time and the bodily rituals that have come to order our lives. Each image is constructed to warp the physical experience of convenience. Zoomed focus on human interaction with an object establishes a perceptual affordance, but as the full frame and action is revealed, one must reconcile perception with reality. Reframing these mechanisms of convenience allows us to subvert our associations with the experiential repercussions of objects and products. The new mechanisms, rendered in reformatted materials of convenience, develop an experience that bends the archetypal pattern of consumption and reveals the artifice of built convenience. Reformatted refrigerator handles, whose mechanisms typically govern user interactions with cravings, rewire muscle memories. Materials of convenience are further reimagined to generate associations across typologies and scales, intentionally framed to skew perception and perspective. A dining table rendered in convenient materials juxtaposes the nearly clinical display in commercial transactions with the perceived otherness of the domestic. Plexiglass shields placed in a home divide an open floor plan to revise privacy and obstruct easy movement. Convenient consumption conceals the consequences of choice, giving the perception of easy living and agency, while veiling the underlying systems of our convenience-driven lives. Oversized and drawered shelving units prohibit easy decision-making and force interactions among customers as they navigate the spatial repercussions. The interior of a convenience store becomes a reductive brand of itself, both hypergeneric and hyper-chic, while bringing focus to the masses of products on display. A cushioned bench at the checkout counter facilitates social interactions, but hinders swift transactions and necessitates negotiation between the consumer and impulse products. As witnesses to this field of perverse mutations, we begin to understand the ramifications of convenience on society at large. Reformatting rituals at the scale of objects and within an architectural setting projects the potential scalability of convenience and its societal scope. With the proliferation of a modern American labor force plugged into a booming post-war industry, innovations arose to serve the growing consumer culture that we continue to co-opt today. The haste with which one can access and procure goods began to take precedence over quality. Cars bred new principles of urbanism and provoked individualism through the promise of accessibility. The infrastructure and space needed for this promise of independence continues to shape human experience. Individualistic living promulgates ritualistic household maintenance at the expense of environmental and communal resources. Architects design modern homes to accommodate the nuclear family's appliances and commodity accumulation, and many of the normalized convenience objects continue to serve as tools for solidifying problematic gender roles. Through our repetitive actions, we live on autopilot, unquestioning the systems that rule our lives. But disrupting the structure of familiar operations serves to unsettle the everyday. To suppress the habitual is to understand and challenge the imperceptible forces behind consumption and capitalistic principles. In unknowing the standards we live by, it is possible to acknowledge the potential and a reformatting of the system.
Wow, thank you, Delaney and Robbie. That was so good.
Wow, that was amazing. Some hidden subversives among the group. Yeah, this was really stunning production. Really, really incredible. Like the visuals and the graphics and the scripting. It really reminded me of. I'm sure you guys know Adam Curtis's work. He's a documentary filmmaker. Do you know his work? No? Okay, well, everybody should go online and look for Adam Curtis. He's an English BBC documentary filmmaker. He makes very similar movies to what you just showed. It's all archival footage that he uses, only archival footage with
It was one of the references for assignment 1, guys. Shame on you.
Well, there you go. Anyway, I really think that your project was really amazing and refreshing and vibrant and important, and just really incredible that you should continue doing this. I think that you should seriously consider whether this work is architecture or it's art. I think that there's a performance dimension to the work that is very interesting, particularly the relationship between and ideology and kind of the reproduction of certain patterns of exploitation and oppression. And so that's a really fascinating dimension. It also reminds me a lot of David Cronenberg's cinema and the way that he makes technology surreal in order to show the ridiculousness and the problematic aspects of it. Also, his son is a very good filmmaker, David Cronenberg. I think it's Brendan Cronenberg. Very good, very interesting, very similar type of work. But I point out the habit stuff, because I do think that that's where the conversation is more architectural, and the ways in which, in a way, the integration of product design into architecture is the kind of ergonomics that makes our capitalist system personal to us, and produces gender roles, produces the stratifications in society that we have. So my only kind of comment would be to kind of like season more into that, because it's you portrayed the opening of the fridge, for example, and the transformation of the handle as a way of defamiliarizing that whole system between appliance and subjectivity and infrastructure. And I wonder if you could take it a bit more to the extreme. What would it look like to really not try to solve the problem of making it more convenient, but making it much more inconvenient? Because I feel like there's scope to, by showing how it's constructed in a certain way, to promote this kind of 24/7 work culture that we have. How can you turn that around even more architecturally? I think that there's more scope in terms of the design work that you guys could do there, but really just fabulous work. So thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Manuel. And I kept thinking when it went black, when it was over, I was waiting for it to come back. Like I thought there was going to be kind of this next bit of investigation that was starting to even push sort of in the direction that Manuel was talking about. And I think it reminded me a little bit, Piergianna, just touching on what you did last spring with comfortable and uncomfortable, and sort of looking at those two things as convenient and inconvenient. But yeah, really, really interesting topic. And I like Manuel. I was had a similar thought about how they can take that further in terms of appliances, how we do everyday actions, and how you kind of mix that up and make it less convenient. If you've ever, I think as students, even now we live in, there are certain parts of our daily life that aren't convenient, whether it's because of finances and we can't afford the things that would make it more convenient, or we choose to live that way. But I think it's such an interesting topic of how our surroundings impact that convenience, and then putting a value on it, because you're really placing a value on that. It's not just an observation, but the negative connotations of convenience versus the positive ones.
Yeah, I agree. For me, there are some underlying values that you share with, like slow food movements and things like that. There are stresses imposed on us by this pursuit of what is this convenience, which, from one point of view is supposed to be making our lives easier. That, I think there are significant movements of resistance. What I like about your approach is that, all these slow movements seem nostalgic in a way. Like by force of will, we're going to turn away from all of these structures that kind of that engage us, because we're all living in these environments, and kind of depend on a certain privilege probably to be able to actively pursue, and instead taking it in the other direction. And as Manuel said, by positing architectures which defamiliarize the way you use these things, and I would also agree, like making them more and more surreal is a way of addressing the issue without moving in the realm of the nostalgic, right? You're actually engaging how these things work, and maybe specifically how they deal with our day-to-day experiences. We don't just turn away from them, but we try and take the material that they're operating within and reframe it in some way. Because I don't think it's consumption itself that you're arguing against, is the mindless consumption, right? It's the intent of making it difficult makes it not mindless. Then by definition, you have to be attendant to it, because it doesn't disappear because of its ease of use.
I think another thing that's interesting is there was sort of, when convenience stores started, or there's a point where convenience was also considered unhealthy, or we do like fast food. But now that's kind of changed or changing as well, where there's sort of the healthy fast food. And, you know, you can go to Whole Foods and get frozen dinners that are healthy versus the fast food. So all of a sudden there's this other realm that's become available in terms of the world of convenience.
Right. We
Price.
started off thinking that this project would be about food and about the health involved with food, but we very quickly realized that it didn't serve us to make judgments about the types of food that we're dealing with, or even, you know, who buys what types of food. It was more just about the way in which that food is accessed and those sort of mindless avenues that we adopt without thinking.
Yeah, I think we really wanted to remove any moral judgment from this, or the idea of consumption. It was really just about ways in which objects or the way we interact with them, yeah, like you've all said, can reframe the way that we think about our consumption. Yeah.
Yeah, and the way that individual and collective autonomy is sort of taken away by a lot of these designed objects in our lives that force us to make decisions.
It's a super interesting topic, I think.
You mentioned not wanting to have moral judgment. One of the things I wanted to ask you about, at one point in the video, the word you ally convenience stores to vice. I didn't know if that came from your research or if that was your authorship. Where could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, that came from research and discovering that they arose very much as a result of the end of Prohibition, and their ubiquity served as an easy platform for access to these goods that people suddenly wanted a lot more of. And so because convenience stores were everywhere, they started selling alcohol there. And that was sort of their main resurgence in society.
I mean, it's the place you buy like cigarettes and all these other sorts of things that you just associate with the convenience store. So it was just, yeah, I think because it is so easily commodified in so many ways, it just became this place of all these different goods. And that's, I guess, where the vice came from. Yeah.
Everything that people want.
I also think that one of the very valuable things you're putting on the for us that has to do with this method of not passing judgment, but just kind of historicizing something and showing how something is working. Is very useful how you charted the history of the convenience store as a type and how it connects to a commodity that degrades like ice. And so the needs that, the need to make sure that has a controlled environment so it won't melt means that a certain kind of architecture is made possible or supplied for it. And then that itself is a vernacular that persists and is amenable to change because it's so simple. I think that the way you showed that was very, very impressive. You had that as a constant throughout. And we're moving into a world where this convenience is more and more digitalized. And so the physical labor involved with, say, food, the fact that you can order food so easily, there's a base of labor that is underpaid, undervalued, that supplies that, right, which are our essential workers. And so that's its own whole dynamic. But I think that one approach to that is to point out that that's possible partly because in the digital economy, we are being, the default is for us to opt in to practices that are very exploitative through our subscriptions to things. Who reads those privacy policies, right? So it's, you guys have got a way into that problem, which is not to become very legalistic with it, but to show what is the infrastructure that enables those opting ins and optings out to be the default choice. And that's this infrastructure of storage spaces, of circulation, of making sure the commodity can be moved as quickly as possible, can be stored in the most advantageous ways for the corporations. And so I feel like you should continue showing that, because we're moving more and more in that direction. And you have a language which is very useful to explain to a lot of people who don't know how to code, don't know how to do programming, are not interested in corporate monopoly law, but you show that space and you show how it works, and it's a really, really, really effective critical tool, I think. So I would like to see a video, like 20 videos like this, each one tackling a particular keyword of contemporary capitalism. You've done convenience. What are the next 19?
Corporate personhood. Do that one next. I wanted to. You
no,
also. I'm sorry. Please respond to that. Don't let me.
No. Please go.
I was going to ask about when you kind of trace the history of the convenience store, and towards the end, there are some images of Amazon and this sort of last mile delivery, which has analogs to, I guess, before automobiles were ubiquitous. The milkman who also delivered ice, ice and milk and eggs sometimes, the consumables that when it wasn't so easy to get to the convenience store. Do you have any thoughts about what the next phase, if you had the next image of the convenience store in 20 years, what that is?
We were just talking about this. We haven't really sat down to think about that yet, which is, I don't know if I should say that, but that's the truth. And we've been thinking a lot about things as they exist, and then this projected world where inconvenience is prioritized, but then today we were like, what does this mean? What are we going to do with this next? So I think that's kind of one of the reasons we were hoping to talk to you guys about it a little bit. But we just think that design is something, we looked at this as a series of these boxes and how to reimagine the objects that exist within these typological boxes. But then the role of the architect in that is something that maybe has to do with very specific mechanisms. So designing handles or designing things that we use every day that we've sort of started to take as just the norm, but maybe that doesn't have to be that way. And so I think that's why we did this defamiliarization technique and what we hope to use to move forward with this thought process.
And I think we set out with this portion of the semester with the idea of, or I guess the projection portion of the semester is kind of a belief that convenience is scalable. In the surveys section, we looked at how that might be at different layers of like architecture or the urban scale or territory scale. And I think for this part, yeah, we kind of decided to look at it in a very subtle way in a smaller scale. But we do, yeah, there's this belief that I guess in the power of objects. I think also in the first assignment, we looked at the bedroom and kind of implications of, at least I looked at implications of the objects and how that reframes your experience, or where I guess architects, yeah, they kind of have this, they can set a framework for things, but then the objects that like the convenience store is just this box, but it's really the objects and the those sorts of designs that really frame your interactions and interaction with them.
But it may be in the future that, like Manuel was saying, it's moving towards digital, is that there's only a select group of people that will be actually experiencing the architecture on the interior, and others will just be either driving through, walking by, picking up. So it might end up being a whole different kind of, right now stores are set up for the consumer, him or herself, and where things are placed on a shelf, or as you said, sort of what's familiar. So it is, I think it is an interesting question that Manuel brings up, like what's next, what's down the road.
That's kind of a present question with everyone being holed up at home with the virus, and Amazon being able to bring almost anything you need to your project was kind of framed these two opposition, like the convenience store, and I think you even said the domestic is the site of the actual consumption, and the convenience store is enabling it. And it's easy. I guess we've talked for a long time in architecture about privatization of public space, but what is the question? Like, what is the interactions? I see Juan Moreau at the Randalls more than I see him at school, and that's sort of like the social interactions you have. Like, where are those happening in a world which is increasingly delivering, sustenance or desired objects or whatever you need directly to your domestic environment. Like I wonder if there will be a reframing of socialization in some way as a result of that. Away from the mall and the retail site and maybe to something else.
Delaney and Robbie, I think like a question Manuel raised earlier, it's important, I think, to address, like in what ways would you categorize the project, and so is it architecture, is it art? But also I'm curious about this question in particular because many of your sources and your references, even for the objects themselves, came from art. And very few came from architecture. So I'm curious to know, like, in what ways, you consider the legacy of your project, and in what ways, you introduce yourselves into those genealogies.
Well, I think the way that the project developed, we had set out sort of to create, I don't know if it's important to say this, but to create an exhibition, and it evolved from that, really imagining kind of an alternate world. So maybe in that way it lives a little bit more in between architecture and art. I think it wasn't like a suggestion of this is how we should now live with these objects, but it was more just a projection and like an imagination of how we can reframe the way that we're living currently within these two specific realms. I don't know if Delaney, if you have anything else to.
Yeah, I think that we found throughout our research that like the objects that we were looking at sort of related to art a lot of the time. I don't know if that makes sense, but we could find examples of these objects that have become so mundane, but then they would relate back to something that was a lot more, something that was. This is not coming out right, but every single object that we found sort of had this equal that was in the realm of art or in the realm of something that was a little bit more critical. So I think that we looked at this whole project as taking these mundane objects and treating them as though they're art, and treating them as though, if we were to critique them like we do critique art, or like we critique architecture, but more often art in this case. What does that mean for something that's super mundane? I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay, I don't know if we have 1 minute left. I don't know if we should leave it there. Maybe since this is the last group and we're almost about to reach the end of our review, I wanted to ask the reviewers, based on the 3 projects you've seen so far, if there are any overarching comments, things that you would like to encourage the students to pursue. Like most of them are graduating, so and some of them have just started advanced design. So I'm just curious to know what your thoughts are, Joyce, Cisco, and Manuel.
Well, one, I would just say thank you, guys. I think all 3 presentations that we saw today were really fantastic. And Piergianna, I love seeing the work that your students do, because it's always very thought-provoking and brings up a lot of interesting topics that confront us constantly. And so I really appreciate that about the studio. And I would say, just whether you're graduating or continuing on, to continue to do this kind of questioning and research, even if it's not something that is specifically asked of you, that I think it will only add more richness to your projects. And and also just keep you thinking and questioning in a way that you might not.
Thank you, Joyce.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, for me, it's 2 things. I think one, well, the second project addressed this explicitly, but the value of speculative work, I think in general, it's, UT's probably, we always talk about, we have lots of practicing architects, and, there's all these kind of responsibilities for meeting accreditation criteria and things like that. And there is a value set behind kind of finding meaning in the way buildings are situated in the real world. But I think certainly, especially at times in the economic cycle when everything's been good for a while, maybe that's changing a little bit now, there's a tendency for less speculative work to happen. I think you see it arise when there's less, commissioned work out there. But it's something that I think would really strengthen our school if we had more of it. And this studio certainly addressed that aspect in a very strong way. So I really appreciate that aspect of all three of the projects we saw today. And then the second thing I think is really just representational agendas, right? You all were experimenting and pushing kind of the ideas or the techniques of the drawings in ways that were maybe like last project, we're defamiliarizing kind of what we normally expect in a section or plan. And I think that's also helpful because it kind of forces you to not let those things be invisible, right? It actually forces you to kind of think about what what you're trying to communicate with a particular drawing, how it supports kind of an overall presentation. And again, I think it's something we'd be better if we did more of. So both those things I think are very strong. And as you move forward, especially those of you who are graduating and about to go into like whatever it is you're going to do, like don't forget that, because you'll be spending a lot of your time dealing with this kind of more quotidian stuff you got to do to get projects done, and it's easy to lose, especially once you get in practice. So remember that. And for those of you who are going to be here next semester, keep this speculative, keep the representational kind of experimentation alive.
Yeah, I totally agree with all those comments. Your work was really fantastic. The three presentations today were just so inspiring. Crystal dealing with one of the most serious, complex social problems there is, and not allowing yourself to fall into an easy answer, but just really face that complexity head on. With Nick, seriously thinking about meaning in architecture and expanding the linguistic vocabulary and the conceptual vocabulary, and being really passionate about that. And then Delaney and Robbie with this incredible summation of what a critical perspective on design can do for us today. I mean, I really think that it was one of the best reviews I've ever been in. So just thank you all for your amazing work. Like Cisco said, professional life, if you're lucky to get into it, has a way of blunting all of this kind of open heart that you've displayed, and try to preserve that, as much as you can. You'll need it, because that's in the end what saves you and will save us from the difficulties that will come up, is that creativity and that passion. So congratulations to everyone, and also to Piergianna, because obviously you've really just led this studio in a wonderful way. So yeah, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for all your work.
Well, thank you, Manuel. Thank you, Joyce, and thank you, Cisco. Of course, thank you to the students. Those are amazing presentations. Really happy, to have shared this last semester of Advanced Studio with you. I told you at the beginning that it needed to be grand, and I think you exceeded my expectations. So congratulations to all of you. All right, well, thank you, Joyce, Cisco, and Manuel.
Thank you for sharing the work.
Thank you. Robbie, I just want to say, I thought you had graduated already. It's great to see you still here.
You. Not quite.
I guess you were on residency.
Yeah. I'm done.
What?
I'm done now, though. So.
Yeah. Well, congrats. Thank you, Piergianna.
All right. Well,
nice to meet you, Manuel.
Thank you, the three of you. Students, let's stop the streaming, and maybe we can stay for a